Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, and we're live.
Good afternoon. It is 1:38 p.m. Today is Tuesday, the 12th of January, 2021. And it's my pleasure to call the Lubbock City Council to order. We are in work session this afternoon. This meeting was posted and called as required by Texas state law. And I welcome each of you and citizens that might be joining us to 2021. Happy New Year to all of you. We're joined today by all 7 members of the Lubbock City Council. We are doing this in a virtual format as part of our ongoing efforts to safely conduct the city's business during the pandemic. We have a number of items for work session, followed by the need for an executive session. So I think it's probably time to go to work. The first item are citizen comments. It's item 1 on the work session agenda. Ms. Garza, I know we've got some comments for this evening. Do we have any for our work session?
Yes, sir. We received some. I'm not sure how many were for work session, but I'm going to let Courtney come in. She is going to read any that we have for today.
Okay, let's make certain that Courtney, that we don't want to read anything that's not related to something we're talking about in work session. So
received 9 total, and they're all for this evening regarding a couple zone cases.
okay, we'll I think we'll
hear you.
I'm sorry, say that again, Ms. Joy.
I think Ms. Joy said she could not hear what Courtney said.
I lost my audio.
Okay.
Can you hear me now, Miss Joy?
I can hear you fine, Courtney.
I can hear you fine.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Yearwood, just see if we can
Lost my audio.
help get that audio back up, please.
Only thing I do was I move this.
Okay.
Can,
Latrell, can you hear us?
Okay,
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can now.
Okay, good. Okay, so I think what Ms. Potts said was that all the letters, citizen comment letters we've received are in reference or related to zoning cases tonight. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So Mr. Weaver, that's my read on that, is that since those are for zoning cases and we're not scheduled to talk about those during a work session, those are germane for the meeting this evening. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. Yes.
Okay, thank you. That being the case, we'll move to item 2.1. Item 2.1 is a report, the annual report from our Comprehensive Plan Oversight Committee. You'll recall that when we adopted the comprehensive plan in December of 2018, we also put in place a citizens group that would provide oversight, meet on a regular basis and on an annual basis, provide a report as to how well we are doing at a city level, council level, staff level, implementing and the recommendations of the Plan Lubbock 2040. I will turn this over to the city manager for a few introductory comments. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well said. Council, this is your annual report, so this will be covering 2020. It comes to you from your Comprehensive Plan Oversight Committee. Mr. Brian Isham, our planning director, is going to kick it off. And then I believe we may have Chairman Zwiker here as well. So Brian, if you would.
Thank you, City Manager and Mayor and Council. You are correct. This is our second annual report on the progress with our comprehensive plan. And we have a small presentation for you. And Mr. Zwiker, I believe, just joined us to run that presentation. So Mr. Zwiker, whenever you're ready, I will share my screen.
So y'all can hear me fine?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Mr. Zwiker, we can hear you and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Glad to be here. In front of y'all, you're going to see this, and if you'll go ahead and flip it over, Brian, I'll start the presentation. In front of you, it kind of is a little history to remind everybody of the dates and information we've had from the last number of meetings. We met 4 times last year, most of them in person until the last time, and had a great turnout from everybody that you had appointed to the Oversight Committee. So if you'll go on the next one, Brian. So as you can see, we have gone through in these meetings covered by staff, which have done an excellent job, by the way, to keep us informed and updated. And we are proceeding along pretty good. I think it's done really well as far as following up with everything on it. If you'll go on to the next slide too, Brian. You can see, to remind everybody, the bullet points of the past. These were 5 of the more important ones, even though there was a number of other ones. Of course, the impact fee, which we'll go over in a minute, the Unified Development Code with the zoning and subdivisions, the neighborhood planning program, the Cultural Arts District corridor, and also the park and Playa Lake, and also stormwater and some other issues that are considered under that. Next slide, Brian. Impact fees, if you keep going. Don't need to remind y'all about what's transpired this last fall. Basically, you'd imported, have the SEAC committee that was appointed, which is a good group of people. And it culminated in the fact that on October 27th that we, or y'all had passed the impact fees that are going to go into effect, particularly this next year. Next slide, Brian. Without going through detail there, if y'all want to, y'all remember this. I won't go over this slide. If you go on to the next one, please. The UDC, next one. As you know, a number of consultants have been hired. They're working on this diligently. In fact, y'all have a whole slew of issues coming up in this council that I think many of these may be helped if you went ahead and had this code already finalized, which I know everybody's working as hard as they can to do this. I think the feeling is surely by the end of this current year we're in, maybe even in the fall, that we'll have a unified development code that we can follow from that standpoint. Next slide. This is the time frame and what's gone through this. I think these committee people have met numerous times, as we all know. Module 3 was reviewed on November 20th and also published module number 1 on the January 20th of this last year. Next slide, please. Next one after that. Neighborhood planning program. Y'all know more than me, but I understand they're finalizing the person that's going to head this up to the city. I think they're on the final interview process. May have already been done by now, which everyone's excited about. As you know, the $250,000 have been approved by the budget for this implementation of this plan. Next slide, please. Cultural Arts District. The next 2, as a matter of fact, is in movement. it's working on, my understanding, but we haven't proceeded yet on that. That will be probably a major one this coming year that we're going to try to maybe get started and get tackled. Next slide. Your parkland dedication ordinances. My understanding that master plan is being worked on right now, along with the Unified Development Code. And this is one of the major, I think, things that came out of the CPAC committee was also parks on this, as you know. And that's kind of short of what we've done for this last year. Open up with any questions. I think it's gone pretty well, opinion. Naturally, a number of us, including y'all, have a large investment in time on this process we're going through, but I think it's one we're excited about and frankly, extremely proud of from that standpoint. Any questions on this?
Council, Mr. Zwiker, thank you very much. Before we open for questions, Mr. Isom, anything you'd like to add to this?
We've been in discussions with our potential applicant for the neighborhood planner position. And currently the start date right now we're looking at would be February 1st. So we're very excited to bring him aboard and get working on that.
Excellent. Okay, questions for Mr. Zwiker or comments? Council, open the floor. Ms. Joy, looks like you're off mute. You want to go first? You have anything?
I just wanted to ask Mr. Zwiker if he feels like his committee members are getting the information they need from the consultants in the city about the UDC.
Latrell, I think so. The committee itself hasn't been as deeply involved with that as I'm talking about the oversight committee. That's probably a really good question for the people on the committee that's involved with that UDC. But I feel like they have. I know they have met so many times, heard from people that are on the committee. Yes, I think it's going as well as it can be. As you know, I don't think this thing has been updated for 40 or 50 years. So it's a huge process to go through. But I think so. I think it's been going awfully well.
Well, I think that the concern that I have, and probably others, is community input into this. And I think the council probably needs to be a little bit more involved as well. We're out of the early planning process. And as we get into details, I very much want the community, and that includes your committee, to perhaps be a little more involved than we've been able to be in the past.
I know from the committee side, we'll be happy to be. We sure will.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Thank you, Mr. Zwiker. Other comments? Comments or questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Passion Harris.
I don't know if this is a question or comment.
Go ahead.
Just kind of along the lines of how comfortable the members of the oversight committee is feeling as they're involved at all in the UDC process. It's not new information that some of the stuff has been really confusing as to what we can do with regard to the different modules that are being put in place. I echo the fact that more community involvement needs to be in place. I know it's difficult given that we're in COVID and the ability to get people involved as well as we like them to. Does that call for us to slow down? Does it call for us to do individualized stuff? I don't know, but I think that it calls for us to do something so that citizens are more involved and that they, like myself, will not be as confused as I am in this process. I just want to make sure that we do things well in this. I think it's an opportunity to really change a lot of the older neighborhoods and the things that are or are not happening in those areas to bring them to a better place. I think the UDC is what I understand and was conveyed to me early on, that this is the place for those things to be implemented so that those things are able to happen. I don't know. I just want to make sure that everybody is clear on what we're doing with this, and that we're clear as to what we can or cannot, for that matter, do as a part of this process and implementing this Unified Development Code.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris.
Mayor, we've been updated. I don't know if how specific we or y'all want us to be. As you know, this is a huge process. It's going to take a year or so to do, but we are updated by Brian and Michael Keenan both at all the meetings, the 4 meetings we had on particularly the first 2, impact fees and unified code. So, but we can, if y'all want us to be as detailed on that, we can be. No problem on that either. But they've been very informative on letting us know.
I think it's probably safe to say that the council would not object to you guys asking questions and feeling comfortable about the process. Okay?
Okay.
Anything else from the council? On behalf of the council, John, let me thank you and your committee for your work. I think the men and women that serve on this council know you well enough to know that you're going to shoot straight with us. And we have a high level of trust in the fact that you're going to tell us the truth. And if there's something not like you wanted it, we'd hear that. So we're thankful for all of you. Please share our words of thanks with your entire group. Okay.
We will. Real quick.
Yes,
we're coming back and do this again on the council session, I guess. Council meeting.
Mr. Atkinson.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, yes, there is an item on your later agenda today for the City Council to accept the report from the Comprehensive Plan Oversight Committee. It is item 8.13. It is a resolution. In terms of presentation, Mayor, that would be at your and the council's pleasure, whether you wish to see the presentation again or just take up the resolution.
Council, what's your pleasure on that? How we handle that? Mr. Griffith?
Thank you, Mayor. I feel comfortable just taking up the resolution. Mr. Zwiker has done a great job today, giving us an update, and I don't see a reason to bother him anymore with the rest of his committee.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Mr. Chattis, you okay with that?
I'm definitely okay with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Unless there's objection, we'll handle it. Just, John, we won't need a second presentation. We'll, I tell you what we'll do though, John, if it would make it a little easier for you, we will counsel, if there's no objection, we'll take this up first tonight as our very first item. If John, if you could join us a little, maybe 10 minutes till 5.
I'll do it.
That way we'll take it up first. If there are any questions, you'd be here to answer those.
Be great. Be happy to.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Okay, our next item tonight is or this afternoon is an update from Lubbock Police Department, both looking back at 2020 and talking about organizational changes for 2021. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Mitchell, members of his command staff are available today. They're going to give you a presentation, kind of wrap up some of the 2020 statistics for the police department, crime and so forth in your community. But I think most importantly, turn the page and get us lined up for some operational changes coming in 2021. So now, but I think most importantly, what you're going to see is the rollout that sets you in play to fully support the community policing model and the move into the 3 substations that are under construction and will be completed beginning in June and then rolling out over the next 3 months. So with that, Chief Mitchell.
Good afternoon, Council. Mayor and Council, thank you for
allowing us to present to you today. With me in the room is I have all three of my assistant chiefs, Assistant Chief Barron, Assistant Chief Caspel, Assistant Chief White. We also have our PIO, Allison Mallory, who was instrumental in helping us getting this presentation together that we're going to have before you. I'm going to have John go ahead and start sharing our screen.
Good afternoon, Chief and team. We're very much looking forward to what you have to say.
All right. Switch that over. All right. So we're going to start off. And one of the things I tried to do, Council, is make this presentation mirror as much as possible the presentation that we gave you last year. So you're kind of comparing apples to apples. I didn't want to throw a completely different type of slide deck at you this year. So if you wanted to look back at last year's slide deck, you could look at that and compare kind of what we were presenting to you. So we're going to start off first by talking about the calls for service for 2020. As you can see, in 2020, we had 148,727 calls for service. These are calls for service into our dispatch center. This is a 3% decrease over what we experienced for the same time period the year before in 2019, which was just over 152,000. Officer initiated calls. These are when officers see something on site or they stop and initiate some type of calls for service. We saw a 13% decrease in the number of officer initiated contacts, and it was just over 76,000 as compared to 87,000 the year prior to that. We correlate this to the COVID environment. We asked officers to limit their contacts as best as possible. If they saw something on site, they did that. But when you look at our overall total events for the year, you can see that we experienced 225,000, just over 225,000 total events last year. The year before, we had just over 240,000, so a difference of about 15,000 in total events. And I know I didn't say it starting off, but if anyone has any questions, feel free to stop and jump in at any time in regards to any of the graphs that I am talking about. We can start right from there. So when you talk about our calls for service by the day of the week, your upper right-hand graph, you can see that we experienced just over 20,000 calls per service, 20,000 calls for service generally on any given day of the week. Friday and Saturday, again, being our most level of volume. They experienced just over 22,000 calls for service on that particular day throughout the week. Our calls for service by hour, you can see that we peak usually at that evening rush hour time. That's when we experience most of our calls for service throughout the year, is that 5 to 6. Everyone's getting off work, we're rushing home. We have our accidents, things of that nature. Next slide. I want to talk about the department call and report activity a little bit. Again, trying to mirror last year's presentation. Our top 10 calls for service, as you can see, check the area or check subject, again, leads our top 10 calls for service as it did last year. Disturbances and domestic disturbances kind of flip-flopped over 2019, but those continually round out our top 3 calls for service. Our national incident-based Part 1 crime reporting, or NIBRS reporting, you can see that aggravated assault was the crime that was most reported last year, with just over, or this year with, last year, 2020, with just over 2,100 versus 18 the year before. Burglary of residence is down just about 11%. Auto thefts were down. Burglaries of buildings were up just a little bit. Robberies, sexual assaults or rapes were down, and homicide numbers were up dramatically at 105%. And I'm going to discuss that further in a moment when we start talking about crime data. But I really want to talk about those numbers and the change that is obvious that you see there. Next slide. So calls for service and response times. So our priority 1 response times, again, looking at how we presented last year, the dark blue bar talks about the average dispatch time, the time it takes from the person to get call dispatch. Dispatch gets the information, types in the information, and then gets it out to the officer and the officer's response time. You can see in 2019, we had an average total response time of 7 minutes and 43 seconds. In 2020, we had an average response time of 7 minutes and 3 seconds. And I want to talk about this a little further as we move to our next slide, because we're going to talk about our dashboard and the changes you're going to see in our dashboard. Our priority 2 calls for service, again, we saw a slight decrease in 2020. We may be able to correlate this to the reduction in calls for service, but we had a lot going on in 2020, but we did see a small decrease of 4 seconds in regards to our average dispatch time and average response time. Let's go to the next slide. All right. Later on in our presentation, we're going to talk about our decentralization plan. And in our decentralization plan, we really wanted to revamp our dashboard and what the public sees. So when you look at our dashboard moving forward, and we are going to transition into our decentralization plan on Saturday, January the 16th, so just a few days from now. But what you will see is your priority 1 total average response time, meaning the time, and if the public goes and clicks on the detail tab, John, will you do that real quick? Go to the detail tab of, oh, sorry. So if you click on that detail tab, it will show you a definition of what this means. So the definition of the total average response time is calculated for when a priority 1 call is first created in police communications until the first officer arrives on scene. It talks about, you know, the priority 1 calls for service make up the small percentage. Then you go down to the next area that talks about our benchmarking. The department's target is to have the first officer on scene within 7 minutes. We will continue to try to drop this number throughout the year once we are able to put on more staffing. But it talks about why this metric is important. You scroll down a little bit, and so we want the public to understand when they look at this metric, here is what they're looking at, and this is why we are measuring it the way we are. If you want to go back, if you want to close that window, go back to current, or you can click the history tab real quick. So that the public can click the history tab and kind of see where we are trending month to month. And then if you go back to the current, it'll just give that basic overview. We are going to open our 3 patrol division stations. So what we are going to track moving forward is what's the response time for each of these patrol division stations. So we can then identify from a macro and a micro standpoint, looking citywide, we're averaging 7.5. But if North Patrol, South Patrol, or East Patrol is trending higher, we want to be able to see that quickly. We want our division commander to be able to see that quickly and to make any adjustments that he or she deems is appropriate to address their response time. The box on the upper left talks about the monthly total average response time, and again, covering those same metrics for citywide and for each of the patrol division stations. And then when you drop down to the boxes below, it'll talk about the number of calls for service that we have for the last 12 months. It'll talk about the number of calls for service that we have monthly. You'll talk about the 911 calls for service, the monthly 911 calls for service. And then you also want to share with our public, the average wait time to answer your 911 call for service. So if you click the detail box there, again, the detail box gives the public the opportunity to read what this metric is, the definition of the metric, our benchmarking, and how we try to get to where we are. Okay. So that is our current dashboard. And I'll stop right there, Mayor, see if anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Council, will open the floor for questions. Okay. Hearing none, I'll move forward. Please do. There'll be time for more questions and comments later. Thank you, Chief. Right. The next area that I want to cover is we're going to talk a little bit about our crimes against persons. And what this slide is depicting here is when you look at the crimes against person, the bar chart over there, you'll see in 2020, we experienced just over 7,000 crimes against persons versus the 8,200 we experienced in 2019. That correlates to that 14% decrease
information you see there in crimes against person over 2019 over 2020. However, when you look at our Part 1 crimes against persons, you will see that we experienced a 9% increase in our Part 1 crimes, or our violent crimes against people in 2020. In that first category of homicides, in 2019, you see that the number we have there is 20. And I will tell this audience, last year we reported 16 in our numbers to the FBI. When the FBI released their numbers last month, we saw that they had us at 20. And we were trying to understand why they had us at 20 homicides for 2019. Well, looking at our records management system, we were able to determine that in NIBR's reporting, they identified 4 vehicular manslaughter cases that were not reported or were misreported from our standpoint. We were counting the homicides in which a person had took an act and killed someone, meaning either with a gun, a knife, arson, or anything like that. So the FBI, in their reporting of NIBR's, said, no, you guys truly would report 20 homicides and not the 16. So in 2019, to try to clarify what's coming across is, we had 3 fatality accidents in which a person was charged with manslaughter. So fast forward to 2020, we had 36 incidents in which someone took the life of another, and we were reporting that 36 homicides in regards to someone shooting someone, stabbing someone, beating them to death, arson, or whatever caused that death. But from a NIBR standpoint, they have indicated, or it is our understanding, that the cases, the fatality accidents that occurred in 2020, in which a person is charged, and we have 4 fatality accidents in which 5 people were killed, and a person was charged with vehicular manslaughter, those have to be counted as well in your homicide reporting numbers. So last month, when I gave the information to our public about us having 36 homicides, what we didn't understand then was we were missing those 5 homicides that occurred because of vehicular accidents. So that's where we are. And John, if you could switch to the next slide. So when you look at our homicides, last year we had 11 homicides that we would categorize or type as domestic violence related. We had 8 homicides that were dispute, 8 homicides that were narcotics related, 3 officer involved shootings. That category that was not there that we have since input into that number is your vehicular manslaughter cases. And that was 5 for 2020. 4 fatality accidents in which 5 people died, and the drivers of the vehicle involved in those accidents were charged with manslaughter. And just to go over a little bit of that information, it's either intoxication manslaughter, or someone was grossly negligent in their speed, and we had everything from 31 miles an hour over the speed limit to 61 miles an hour over the speed limit. And it also involved people racing, going through an intersection and killing someone. So those folks were charged with manslaughter. So moving forward, we will even include those people charged with manslaughter and vehicular homicides in our total homicide numbers. And this goes back to last year when we talked about the NIBR's numbers, and NIBR's trying to get every law enforcement officer, every law enforcement agency to report the same, so everyone could be, for a lack of better words, graded the same, or everyone's numbers could reflect exactly what's happening in that neighborhood. So the change you see from 36 to 41, that is that change. And again, I'll stop, Mayor, and see if anyone has any questions regarding that.
Okay, questions, council, comments on this one?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask a question.
Mr. Christian.
If we go back to the previous slide, it jumps out at me, which I'm happy for the 18% reduction in rapes, but that's a significant decrease. Is there any rhyme or reason why? Is there insufficient reporting, or I would just like that just jumped out at me that's quite a large decrease in rapes, and I just thought I'd ask that question, please.
Yes, council member, and Neil's here. He could jump in as well. But when we looked at that number, a lot of the young adults that normally attend Texas Tech were not on campus this year, and I think that would play a big role in that. Neil,
that and then several closings related to COVID. Typically, a lot of our sexual assaults were reported in the early morning hours after bars and whatnot closed down. So I think that with the reduction in people going out that late at night, we are seeing a reduction in sexual assaults.
Makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Council, it's hard for me to see all of you in our viewfinder right now. So if speak up if you've got a question, otherwise we'll ask the chief to continue. Okay, Chief, please continue.
so the next slide, we're going to talk about our property crimes. In 2020, we saw an 11% decrease in the number of property crimes that we saw over 2019. When you look at burglary of building, it was up 11%, but our burglary of residents, our auto thefts, and our thefts from motor vehicle were all down. Again, it's one of those things that when we try to analyze the numbers and what has occurred, a lot of people were at home, so their houses did not get burglarized. So it's hard for us to pinpoint exactly what caused this 11% decrease right now, but that's what we believe is the biggest cause for that, is people were at home and their homes didn't get burglarized. But it's a great decrease is another way to look at it. All right, so special operations, just talking about what we are continuing to do to reduce both violent crime and property crime in the city of Lubbock. Our SWAT team, they responded out, or executed 32 high-risk search warrants. They had 16 call-outs. They provided 101 security details and attended were dispatched to 4 demonstrations. Our crime suppression unit served 304 warrants. They recovered over $4.3 million in property, recovered 60 stolen guns, and recovered 266 stolen autos that were recovered. And our Texas Anti-Gang Unit made 193 arrests, recovered 24 guns, hit 146 gang contacts, and recovered over 1,400 grams of drugs. So now we're going to go into our traffic summary. So for 2020, we experienced just over 8,000 traffic crashes, 8,039 versus the 8,903 that were experienced in 2019, for a 10% decrease, or 864 less traffic accidents. So we had a 10% decrease in traffic accidents with injuries, an 8% decrease in traffic accidents with injuries, and we saw a 49% decrease in our fatality accidents this year. Again, 2019 was truly what we would consider an outlier with that many fatalities, and 2020 came down quite a bit with 49% decrease. Again, the top crash factors were failure to control vehicle, backing, and failure to maintain lane.
Mr. Chavez, did you have a question there? Okay, doesn't look like it. Please continue, Chief.
All right, so this is where I'm going to transition. We're going to talk about the staffing, academy, and recruiting. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have Assistant Chief John Caspel talk about the efforts of the Administration Bureau in each of these areas. And then following Assistant Chief Caspel, we're going to have Assistant Chief Neil Barron and Chief White talk about the decentralization plan, how we got to where we are, and what you're going to see kicking off Saturday morning. John?
Very good. Thank you again, Mayor and Council, City staff for having us here to go through this. It's important for us to inform you as well as our public about what we're doing. Just very briefly, department organizational structure, there's a few changes here. Obviously, is breaking out in the Patrol Bureau, the North, South, and East, and also having a patrol support unit. That's a very intentional unit there that is going to house all of the support for patrols. When you talk about motors and eventually a SWAT will fall under that over time. So any of the elements that really support the directed patrol of the other patrol divisions is going to fall under your patrol support. Under investigations, you still see criminal investigations and special operations. And then under the Administration Bureau, we have divided into administrative support division and executive services. The executive services is really the civilian side of the house. When you talk about police communications and automated records, the administrative support division would be your internal affairs, your property room, professional standards, and it's also where our training academy is going to fall. And the goal of all this, when we talk about just a few of these realignments here, is making sure we have the right spans of control for our command staff at the very top. Going forward, to give a snapshot of where we are, and the big thing when it comes to staffing considerations, we really have two big goals that are our drivers. It's recruiting and retention. We've got to make sure that we are filling our vacancies as much as possible, and then remaining full whenever we get to those benchmarks. Currently, you have budgeted us with 465 authorized positions. As of today, we have 22 vacant positions in our training academy. We have 21 that are in 2 academy classes, 8 that are in a field training status. We just had 6 come off this last weekend from field training and are actually assigned to patrol now. And we have 14 that are in a department leave status. That could be an injury, or maybe they're having to quarantine because of a positive COVID test result. And at this time, we know of and have documented 4 pending retirements that will be hitting us here very soon. We are very intentional about tracking our retirements, who is eligible for retirement. The 30 plus years of service, we see that we have 16, 25 plus, we have 13 and 20 plus years is 35. This is very intentional for us because we need to have our eyes wide open about potentials that may be coming to us if we see any changes that may be coming because of people that are eligible to retire. Real quick to talk about our vacancies and how we're doing in filling those vacancies. For this year, month over month, we averaged just a little over 26 vacancies a month when we look at our totals. And when we combine the numbers in our academy and in our FTO, that training pipeline that we talk about so much with y'all, we average 30 every month that are within that training pipeline. So when you combine those, we average over this year 56 officers that we would consider not to be available when you talk about the vacancies that we have and those that are within that training pipeline. That's about 12% of our force. And so you can see how critical it is for us to get past that training pipeline, fill our vacancies, and really work on our recruiting and especially our retention so that we can really drive that number down. On the other side of that slide, you see our non-SWORD positions, our civilian positions, and where our vacancies are there. Currently, you can see 8 in communications, 3 in records, and then just a few in some other areas. One area that I would dare say we have improved on is in communications. This time last year, we had 41 positions and we had 11 vacancies. So a more than a quarter of our 911 call center was vacant, and we talked very, very starkly about that. Right now we have 8, but that does include an increase in staffing from the October budget of 3 more positions. Over this year, my team down there has done a really good job of recruiting and hiring. So we average around 6.5 vacancies there per month, and we are in a hiring cycle right now. The previous hiring cycle shows that we actually got full in May, but then we had some normal attrition and some folks who did not make it through the training. And that follow-up hiring cycle, we were only able to find 1 qualified applicant. To address that, what we've done now is we're keeping police communications posted until it becomes full, and we are confident that it can stay full for a while. So we still have work to do, but our 911 call center has seen some improvements, certainly in our staffing numbers there.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Neil.
Ms. Joy.
Neil, will you stay on that slide that you just had? So we have 465 positions and 22 are vacant. So that puts us at 443. Do we add in the 21 training academy status and the 8 field training? I guess I'm trying to get to a number about what do we actually have right now if we put together those who are in training and the officers that are actually in positions currently. So what's our number?
Yes, 443. So the 465 authorized and the 22 vacant positions puts us at 443. The numbers you see below that do count towards that 443. So
Okay.
actual raw numbers, we're at 443 right now.
Okay, that's what I needed. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions right now? Okay, we'll move forward.
Mr.
Yes.
Harrison Harris.
Okay. I don't know if this is the right time. I apologize. I'm off and on. Are you good? Is there some additional information you'll be talking about with regard to recruitment and all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll let you do that then. I don't want to jump ahead. You may be getting ready to answer what I'm about to ask you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I'll get to that here in just a minute.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Looking at our next slide, we wanted to just give a very brief breakdown of where our personnel are assigned based on percentages as well as raw numbers, just to make sure that everyone understands that patrol comes first. And when it comes to our sworn officers, we're not trying to backload into administrative or office type position. We really want to put these boots on the ground and make sure that we've got adequate staffing on patrol. So you can see there on the bottom there, we have 65% of our law enforcement, our sworn officers are on patrol, 26% assigned to investigative roles, and then only 9% to administration. You can see the civilian side of that house flips. Where 76% is under administration, 12 and then 11 under patrol. And the lion's share of that civilian staffing for administration really is in communications within the 911 call center to make sure that we have the adequate staffing there. You read my mind, here we go. Academy and recruiting. So for 2020, we held 3 academy classes, and the plan is the same for that in 2021. Again, we need to fill our vacancies. And so really to tap the resources that we have in our academy, 3 classes a year is very labor intensive, but it's worth our efforts. And so we're going to continue to do 3 a year. In fact, we are recruiting right now for 2021 Alpha, which we anticipate starting at the end of February, and then we have our next entrance exam for 2020 Bravo that will start sometime this summer on March the 27th. So we're recruiting for that right now. For our recruiting efforts, you can see what we do there. I don't want to overly blame COVID, but it's hard not to, because COVID has proven a challenge for our recruiting as well. We have not been able to get out into the community nearly as often as we would like. But we still find ways around that. We've been doing quite a bit of virtual recruiting. Some of our recruiting destinations, as far as areas that are south of us, north of us, that we've tried to hit. Some of our military bases have begun to open up more, and so we can do a little bit more of our in-person recruiting. And there, when it comes to interviews, you can see some of the local media that we've been working with on that. And meeting the recruiter events, again, some of those have had to go virtual. We really believe we're getting to a place now where we can hold some more of our in-person recruiting and working on television. For our diversity numbers, I don't have a slide for that, but I certainly had planned on speaking to that. We have seen, since last year, we've seen some slight improvement in our diversity numbers. But one thing that I want to remind everybody is recruiting for us is always a journey. It's never a destination. We always have that goal in mind that we want our police department throughout our ranks to reflect what our community looks like, and that provides a reasonable expectation that when we go on calls that our community will see themselves in us. Currently, our diversity numbers are: we have 74% of the department is white. just a little over 22% are Hispanic, and a little over 3.5% are Black. And we remain pretty steady when it comes to the male-female ratio. 90% are male and 10% female. That in a male-dominated industry that we are in, we know that is a challenge for us, but that's nothing that we're going to shy away from. And we will continue to be very intentional about recruiting not just minorities, but our female populations as well. And currently within our academy, we see that we have 14 white males in both of the classes in there now, 1 black male, 2 Hispanic males, and 4 white females in there. So a little bit of an uptick there. The numbers are small, but then a little bit of an uptick in females and maybe just a little bit of a downturn in the number of minorities in the current academy right now.
Let's, John, let's pause there. Go back to Ms. Patterson Harris. Sheila, you have comments or questions on Mr. Caspel's, Chief Caspel's numbers?
He answered a lot of it. I was just really wanting to know what the plans and the goals were with regard to recruitment. What's our connection or contact with schools? And I know that with the satellite stations going into the communities, the plan, I believe, is to really get involved with the schools in the communities throughout the city. And I didn't know what our plans were with that regard. Are we starting young and working our way up? Or what is our goal? What is our plan to make sure that we're reaching the people and the citizens that we desire to, and that we give them an opportunity to look at coming on board as well?
That's a great question. One of them really is, I guess it's 2 words. It's long-term and it's intentional. And maybe that's a hyphenated word, long-term. Mm-hmm. But you are exact. You hit the nail on the head because when it comes to recruiting, especially our minority communities, it's one thing if someone has been raised with a perception about what law enforcement is, it's hard for us to come in after they become young adults and say, give us a look if some perceptions have been formed. We need to be recruiting now in our schools now. One of the things that we're going to be very intentional about going forward in our patrol division stations is our Explorer posts. We want to have a very active and robust Explorer post at each of our patrol division stations. Those deputy chiefs are going to be tasked with that and have dedicated personnel for those Explorer posts. We're looking at, we now have 2 Dream Courts here, thanks to the Nancy Lieberman Charities and Foundations there. Mm-hmm. And so we want to be very intentional about using those for a sports league that we've looked to develop here. So yeah, we certainly are looking very intentional at ways that we can reach our youth, partnering with our schools, and certainly that Explorer post is one that in the past has been very centralized. We've run that from our headquarters, and again, we want to push that out to our patrol division stations, like you had alluded to, make sure we're being very intentional about recruiting where those patrol division stations are in those neighborhoods.
And Mayor, if I can jump in for just a second. Yeah, we had talked about this probably 2 weeks ago on one of our executive command staff meetings, and Assistant Chief White and his staff are really going to work with the Explorer posts to try to identify a journey or road to blue. How do we get them from that high school, hey, I'm interested in being a police officer, bridging that gap from the teenage years to their 20 and a half to get them into our department. And if that means when they turn 16 or 17, getting them some type of employment opportunity within our department to where they could be a PSO or an AA part-time, but really trying to identify a road or journey to blue. How do we get them from one point to the next point so when they're 20 and a half, we can get them into our academy?
Great. One additional question, and then I'll get out of your way. And I know that we have other areas within the department, and I recognize that there was on social media, there was an announcement about looking for dispatchers. What does the recruitment on that look like? How are we getting citizens interested in taking on that responsibility within the city as well as the department?
I'm glad you mentioned that because that gives us an opportunity to push for that recruiting right now in this forum. Recruiting is something that you really wouldn't think of when it comes to something like dispatch, but it's something that we've become very intentional about during this past year. Because as the mayor pointed out very correctly last year, there is no way that our 911 call center should be 25 to 26% down. This is the very first point of contact that folks have when it comes to law enforcement. When they call 911 and they're telling us that something is broken and they need cops there, they need fire department, they need an ambulance. And we've got to make sure that is very intentionally staffed. So the first thing that we did there was we had a leadership change, and Roger Ochoa is our manager down there and is doing a very good job of recruiting for those positions. advocating for them. We're doing some things in-house to really celebrate the work that they do. One of the neat things going forward is, right now they're in what we tab as the dungeon. And so, in the new headquarters, whenever that opens up, they'll be on the top floor, and we'll actually have some natural light, some interaction with people. So what we're doing is short-term, really trying to push the benefits on media and social media about what it means to be a difference maker when it comes to answering 911, to be that first point of intentional contact and to be that first voice of reason and help for someone that is asking for help, and also then discussing the long-term ramifications of what it means, the advancement opportunities that are here, the new facilities that we're going to be having, and making sure that folks see this is not just a call center where you're answering a phone, but this can be a very, very rewarding career path for you. It's another way to serve your community if you don't want to necessarily be a badge carrying, gun-toting first responder. This is yet another way where you can be a difference maker and serve your community. We're trying to be very intentional about that type of recruiting.
Thanks, Chief. Ms. Joy, looks like you're off mute, and we'll go to Mr. Christian after you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Latrell.
Oh, what are you doing with the schools? Because I know they have criminal justice classes. And to me, that's a very fertile ground, particularly for kids who may not want to go to four-year college, but will go to a junior college and be of age at the time that they would be eligible. So what are you doing with the schools and including the junior ROTC program?
I don't know that junior ROTC is an avenue that we have really thought of, and so we're going to make a note of that. Certainly with the schools, we have a very good partnership with all three of them. We have not been able to be as robust and in person as we would like. Again, not to overly blame COVID, but that is a factor about trying to make sure that we are doing our part to help curb the spread as well. Going into 2021, we want to be very intentional about being in our schools and working with our community partners there. The schools, LISD of note, has been very good about offering us space whenever we would like to come in there, to have a workspace, to bring our tablets and laptops in there and get some work done. So that's something that we want to be very intentional about working with our schools going forward. The relationships are there. We have not been able to use that to its maximum this year, but that certainly is going to be something very intentional for us coming into this year.
It would appear that the teachers for those classes would like to have you appear in their coursework, I would think. I'd be shocked if they wouldn't.
Yeah, I would agree. And certainly, as much as the teachers would like for us to make appearances or even take some time teaching as our manpower allows, certainly that is something that we would like to, I think, a very good avenue for us to explore.
Have you gone outside the Lubbock schools to any of the neighboring schools?
I don't know that offhand if we have targeted them specifically. I know we are targeting, when it comes to recruiting, some of the other law enforcement academies that are around. SPAG is the first one that comes to mind, as well as the South Plains. In fact, for this next class, we're trying to target our recruiting timing and the start of the next class so that it will be after May graduations. And so what we're trying to do is see if that can make a difference in our recruiting as well, so that once colleges, once these law enforcement academies are done graduating, then we will have an academy starting after that. It certainly seems to be, could be a hindrance that having an academy start during the middle of a school year, when you talk about these law enforcement academies, they can't quite join then. So we'll see if that makes a difference this time.
Mr. Christian. Randy, you're on mute, please, sir. Okay.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. A couple questions in regards, kind of a spinoff from what Ms. Joy asked. Are you doing any out of market advertising or recruiting? I know from time to time I see other cities recruiting, asking to come and join the Abilene force or whatever it happens to be. I'll go over these questions, then I'll stop and let you guys answer that. In regards to media, are you doing anything on YouTube where you could have more long form videos to help recruit? And then also, I don't see any music venues. Have you thought about maybe some other? I listen to Pandora a lot, but I know there's a lot of younger people that listen to other music formats, and they do ads on that. And then my last question is, has there been any change in regards to past minor drug use? If a recruit comes clean with you that said they may have, smoked marijuana and at some time, I know that there's some cities that are having to look at that. I think I remember us talking about that. I could be wrong, but those are the questions I have for you guys, and I'll go to mute and let you answer.
Okay. So the first one was out of market. Yes, we do that. We have done that this past year. We had billboards set up down in the Midland, Odessa area, that I-20 corridor around Abilene, up I-27 north towards Amarillo. So yes, we do out of market recruiting as well. Our goal on that is to keep that up and to try and pair that with in-person recruiting as well. We went as far south, not taking a shot at anybody, but there was a recruiting opportunity in Austin where there was some law enforcement resources there. So we certainly hit the Austin market as well with some billboards. So yes, we do out of market. We're not as active on some of those platforms you mentioned, YouTube and some of those music platforms. We have to be very smart with the dollars that we have right now when it comes to our recruiting efforts. And so as we analyze our budgets going forward about what we can and what we should smartly spend our recruiting dollars on, we want to make sure we're doing that right. If those venues do turn out to be good venues for us, we certainly could do those. I think one thing we want to be mindful of with that is that also hitting our local market here, where we have seen really good inroads in recruiting, is to make sure that Lubbock comes first. And so we want to make sure that if we're going to be doing the YouTube part of it and the music streaming services, that yes, out of market is good, but we also want to make sure that those are hitting here as well. And then the drug use question. We certainly haven't lowered standards, but there is an opportunity there for us to examine the nature of some drug use. Now, I say that if it is within a 2-year window, that is something that we certainly can ask in the interview process and see if it was, maybe a one-time occurrence, or if it was just inside that 2-year window, the frequency of the type of drug use, the nature of it. One of the ones that we have come across in that is Adderall use, because we have seen an increase in that with some of our colleges, and not necessarily that some of the college students are using that to get high, but using it as a study aid and a stay awake aid. In the past, that would have been an automatic cut because of the nature of what that is. That is something we can now talk about and see if that's something that we can work through. So certainly not lowering standards on all that, but yes, we can be more circumstantial in some of that drug use, and if that would be a disqualifier for the department.
Mayor, I've got a question.
Mr. Chattis.
Thank you. I saw where you're doing the recruitment TV, print media. I didn't see any Spanish-speaking TV stations up there. Has that been considered?
Spanish-speaking TV stations, I don't know that it has, and I'm glad you said that. I know that one of Christy Martinez is one of the ones that have reached out to us and cornered us in that in one of our community engagement meetings about why are we not being more intentional about that. And this time we did with Latino Lubbock Magazine. Again, we need to make sure that we have a finite amount of resources when it comes to our recruiting, but you are absolutely correct to make sure that we are intentionally taking those minority publications and TV stations and all that into account as well. So we'll certainly make note of that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And also, you mentioned Explorer program. Can you go through that one more time, please? What is the target age that you're looking for? Just some information for the public on your Explorer program.
Sure. On this one, I'm gonna pass down the table a little bit to Assistant Chief White. He's the one who's going to be overseeing that Explorer Post program, and let him kind of talk a little bit about what the vision of what that is going to be coming, how that's going to be targeted.
Thank you.
Put you on the spot.
That's fine. So the idea we have behind the Explore program is to eventually have an outpost at each division station, so that each area of town has a place so the kids can go and join that program. We're going to plan for community engagement officers at each station that will help with that, along with the deputy chief. So we'll have staff there to help plan and assist with that program. And we want to kind of spread it out among the community so that all areas have equal access to that.
And that leads to my next question. How are you going to be reaching out to these? What's the age group? Did I miss that?
Typically, it's high school age. I don't know.
The age group that we're looking at, high school. How are you going to get the word out there? How are you going to find the group that you're looking for?
I think we want to partner.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, sir. I think we want to partner with the schools. We want to go to the actual campuses and kind of like when they have job fairs and things, when we can go there and hand out brochures and talk to the students and kind of showcase what the program is and what we can do to get out there in the community, church programs, anything where there's a community gathering that we can kind of recruit into that program is what we plan on doing.
I like the getting there when there's a community program or community functions that you guys show up there.
Yes.
Unfortunately, there's been a distrust to our men and women in blue, and we've got to get rid of that perception, if you will. I'll close by saying that we're very thankful for our men and women in blue. Appreciate what you guys are doing. Appreciate what you're doing for our city and for our citizens. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Okay, I know you've got a little bit more. You're going to talk about your staffing plan. Let's go through that, if you would, Chief, and then we'll wrap with any final questions or comments.
Sounds good. We're going to move forward with Assistant Chief Barron, and he's going to talk about our patrol deployment plan, basically how we got here, and then our staffing plan.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Thank you for having us. We're glad to be in front of you today. This is a subject that we're all very excited to talk about, being able to move into division stations. That's something we've worked long and hard to do, and we thank you all for your work on making that happen for us. In 2019, with the police department's portion of the public safety project moving forward quickly, the LPD executive staff began to plan for a 3 patrol division deployment. The overarching goal of this plan was to develop a plan to have our plan in place and working several months before we actually move into the division stations. That way we're used to our systems and processes before we actually had to take a move in on top of all of that. To achieve this goal, we identified several small goals that would help bring our plan together. First, we identified and created as best as possible areas of equal demand for police service between the 3 patrol divisions. Second, we need to identify patrol division boundary lines along natural geographic features like arterial and collector level roadways, allowing for ease of travel between divisions, zones, and beats. Using the same process, we wanted to create 2 beats per patrol division, dividing the workload as equally as possible between each zone. In that same vein, we wanted to create 4 beats per zone, dividing the workload as equally as possible between the beats. That's something that we learned from our current 10-hour and beat zone configuration, is that we needed smaller zones and smaller beats to ease supervision and allow officers a smaller area to respond to and focus on. Next, we wanted to create the staffing plan for each division station that balances the number of officers to the workload for that given area of the city. This plan had to take into account call load demand variations between divisions, zones, and beats, and allow for manpower adjustments to address those variations. The final goal was to create a decentralized staffing plan for property crimes detectives to be assigned to each division station according to that division's workload. Through this process, we relied on data gathered by our consultants that enabled us to take a very detailed look at 2 things. First, we looked at how many calls for service the LPD was responding to in a given area of the city. And second, how much time our officers were spending on each of these calls for service. We looked at data on calls for service from January 1st, 2019 to January 2nd, 2020. Next slide, John, thank you. If you'll take a look at the map, you'll see that our final version, after numerous variations were considered, through our consultant, we were able to look at, I can't count the number of variations that we went through, but it was a lot. Our consultant is able to, with their software, move division lines easily to look at how moving, say, from Quaker to Indiana or from 50th to 34th as a dividing line adjusts the workload for that division. So we were able to balance out the workload by hour. That's what we refer to as our demand per division. That's the workload by hour, or the hourly workload, I'm sorry. Along with the ease of travel and distinct boundaries to come up with a division split that you see in front of you today. So for the North Patrol Division, they're going to have 31% of the demand for calls for service hours. South has 34% and East has 35%. John, if you move on to the next slide. Using the same methodology, we divided each patrol division into zones. So you'll see that North has zone 11, which has 15% of the demand. Zone 12 on the north side has 16% of the demand, the citywide demand. South has 19%, South 21 has 19%, South 22 has 15%, East 31 has 22%, and East 32 has 13%. Next slide, John. So let's break it down a little bit further. One of the main things I mentioned before, we wanted to provide smaller beats for our officers and supervisors so they're more easily navigated and problem areas can be more easily focused on and addressed because the area of coverage for each supervisor and officer is just a little bit smaller. Nathan will go into a little bit more of that shortly. So you'll see the division on the north side there, beat 111 has 23% of the calls, or the time spent on calls, 112, 21%, 113, 28%, and 114, 26%. Now we use the same system for beats 121 through 124. And you can see how the size of a beat doesn't necessarily equate to the demand for service on that beat. That's why some of the beats are very large and some of the beats are smaller. That's based on the demand for time and service on that particular beat. Use the same system to develop the map for the South Patrol Division. And if you'll flip forward to the East Patrol Division, we did the same thing there. And again, the balance is obtained by finding the demand for service on each beat and the ease of transitioning between beats and zones, and finally by the manpower that is allocated to each beat and zone. For instance, a zone that has a greater workload may require more manpower to be assigned to it. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Nathan to cover the manpower portion of our plan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'll be talking about the staffing, how we're going to staff our division stations. The Patrol Division station staffing is going to consist of 273 sworn division officers. That includes 3 deputy chiefs, 9 lieutenants, 36 sergeants, and 225 corporal and officers. The 225 does include 25 officers in training and is contingent on retirements and staffing availability from in-progress academy classes. I think it's important to note that the 36 sergeants does not include desk sergeants. So one of our priorities for the budget priorities for the next fiscal year will be asking for 4 desk sergeants to staff each division station and headquarters. Individually, each division station has 1 deputy chief, 3 lieutenants, and 12 sergeants assigned. And then we use the information that Assistant Chief Barron just talked about to divide up the corporals and officers per station. North has 63 corporals and officers assigned, South 67 corporals and officers, and East has 70 corporals and officers. Next slide, please. This slide talks about the squads and their zone coverage and their hours of assignment. And so we have each zone has a squad 1 that has Monday, Tuesdays off, squad 2 Wednesday, Thursdays, squad 3 Thursday, Fridays, and squad 4 Saturday, Sundays. And those hour assignments are for day shift 6:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m., 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., and then evenings is 2:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m., 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., and then nights is 10:30 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. and 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And we stagger our start times so that we don't have everybody going off and on shift at the same time. So we're transitioning from a 10-hour shift to an 8-hour shift, and that was not a popular decision among our officers, and it's not something that we took lightly. It's changing their schedules and going from 3 days off a week to 2 days off a week. But as we were looking at all the information and data, we realized that the multiple start times that we have right now with 10-hour shifts matches our call loads, but it doesn't account for things like special threat situations, airplane crashes, something where a lot of manpower is required, but we also have to take calls and cover the streets also. And so our 8-hour shift is just more adequate and better coverage. And so we made the decision to move to that, moving into this deployment. The benefits to the 8-hour deployment plan, our staffing remains consistent throughout each shift. So like I said, trying to match staffing with call load didn't account for large events and just was not adequately covering our city. Sergeants will be aligned with their squad. Right now we have officers assigned to a sergeant, but in the field they might answer to another sergeant just depending on the day. And that doesn't work very well from a supervisory standpoint. So moving to this deployment plan, each sergeant will work with their squad every day as a team. And that just works out better. Same for lieutenants. Right now, their schedules don't exactly match all of their troops and sergeants. And so that'll fix that issue when we move to this deployment plan. And except for Thursdays, 3 squads will cover 2 zones, which is just good coverage. And there'll be backup officers assigned and multiple officers per beats when we can and things like that. So that's really helpful. Next slide, please. So for the patrol division stations, for this new deployment plan, each zone will be covered by a sergeant and at least 4 officers. Each beat will have an officer assigned every day. Busier beats may have more than 1 officer assigned. Additional officers assigned to a zone when all the beats are covered will have rover units. And the rover units are going to be important because they're going to cover the beat officer. They're going to cover a beat when the beat officer is unavailable. They'll provide backup for beat units so the other units can remain on their assigned beats. They'll be able to respond quickly to high priority calls when the beat officers are busy, and they'll proactively work their zone. So they can make traffic stops, check suspicious people. They can work on zone specific issues that come to us that we need somebody to work on, and those rover units will be available to do that for us. Next slide. This shows our maximum and minimum staffing numbers. For instance, this is by division, and on the north, on a Saturday for days, the maximum number of officers we have for that one division is 14, and the minimum is 10. And our minimum staffing is set to allow officers to take off for vacation day, holidays, training days, but we don't go under that number unless it's an unforeseen circumstance. And if we dip below minimum staffing, then we hire officers to come in for overtime to get us to that level to make sure we maintain adequate coverage. And so that's broken down every day of the week, each shift for each division station. And the next slide is our total numbers for the city. So for instance, on a Saturday, we have a maximum of 47 officers on days, and our very minimum number is 35. And then it goes over evenings and nights as well. And this last slide is just the patrol division organization chart. So it shows how a patrol division is broken down. You have a deputy chief that's in charge of that area of town 24 hours a day. That's their area that they're in charge of. Have an administrative assistant that helps them. And then they have a day shift, evening shift, and night shift lieutenant to cover the shifts. Each lieutenant has 4 sergeants, and each sergeant has 4 to 7 officers each. And that's how our organizational chart's broken down for all 3 division stations. And if there are no questions on that part, I'll turn it back to Assistant Chief Barron for the property crimes detectives deployment.
Let's keep moving. Back to you, Chief Barron.
Thank you, Nathan. In preparation to decentralize property crimes detectives and following the same basic methodology, we reviewed property crime occurrence locations from January 1st, 2019 to January 2nd, 2020. We found that the recently developed patrol division lines split the city fairly equally in regards to property crimes. Based on this data, we decided to split the existing property crime squads equally between each of the division stations. The split drove the need to reconfigure their traditional squad assignments. Currently, property crimes investigators are divided into 5. Let me start over there. Currently, property crimes investigators are divided into 3 squads with 5 different assignments. We have 1 burglary squad, 1 theft squad, 1 forgery squad, 1 auto theft squad, and a squad that handles criminal mischiefs, vehicle burglaries, and all other property crimes. With the new division plan, instead of having each squad dedicated to 1 specific crime type, we will combine the investigations of all property crime types, excluding forgery and auto theft, among each squad. As you can see on the slide, with the North Division, for example, we will have 1 sergeant who will be in charge of the property crimes squad at that division station, 1 forgery investigator, 1 auto theft investigator, and 6 property crimes investigators. Right now, we're showing 5 property crimes investigators for South Patrol Division, but as soon as we fill a vacancy, that will come up to 6 as well. And if there are not any questions, I will turn the remainder of the presentation over to Chief.
There's a lot of words. Basically, what they're saying is we took a hard look at this over this last year, and we believe we have a decentralized deployment plan that will be very effective for our city and our department and our residents. Patrol division buildings, looking at this last slide right here, East Patrol is projected to be complete in late June, early July. It's about 55% complete right now. South Patrol is right on its heels. We're expected to have occupancy of that in September, October, late September, October, and North Patrol Division, November, December. That really is the end of our presentation. We're available for any questions that you guys have now regarding the decentralization plan or anything in regards to this entire presentation.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I'm going to go I'm going to start with Mayor Pro Tem. We've not heard from him or from Mr. Griffith. I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem. You have any questions or comments, Steve?
No, I just appreciate the presentation. I also appreciate the fact that y'all have given it a hard look on what staffing is going to look like as we move into the substations. This year is going to be an exciting time for LPD. The only question I have is, would y'all mind sending us that presentation for our files?
Yes.
Yes, sir. We'll get it right over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Massio. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. I love the plan. Obviously, it's exciting to see this come to fruition, gentlemen, and I applaud all the work you put into this. Selfishly, my council district is in all 3 divisions. And so it's very interesting to, mine crosses those boundaries, but I understand the design of it, I believe, and I think this is fantastic. And I appreciate y'all's hard work in setting this in motion. I know this is a lot of thought and changing shifts and changing strategy is, this is a big thing, but thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. I think Chief Mitchell and your team, we appreciate this information. I think we probably would like to have you guys back maybe in a quarter, maybe April, and in that work session, maybe do a little deeper dive into some of the maybe some of the areas that concern you. We hear a lot about property crime, even though our numbers overall last year looked better than year over year. What are we maybe doing there? What are we doing around violent crime? I think it would be worth reminding our citizens the different partnerships we have. You went through some of those relatively quickly earlier, Chief Mitchell, but whether it's with the feds or the state or the county or all of the above, we work closely with a number of different groups to provide for public safety in our community. So that being said, and to try to keep us moving, I compliment you on your presentation. It's very thorough. It was well thought out. Allison, I can see your fingerprints all over it. So we appreciate
For sure.
Well, I mean, I can. So you've got a great asset. You guys are delegating, and you did a nice job. So I'll give Mr. Atkinson the final word on this. If you didn't have anything, we're going to move to our next item. Jarrett?
Mayor, the board has been updated, so let's go ahead and go to our next item. Thank you.
Okay. Steve, thank you very much. On behalf of all of our citizens, we thank you guys. We look forward to talking with you again. I think we probably would like to quarterly hear from you guys in work session. I know it's very important for what your work is so important to our citizens. It's job one. Thank you. Okay. We're going to move to item 2.3. We're going to get an update from our planning group on progress regarding Unified Development Code. You heard Mr. Zwiker speak of this earlier. I've asked, based upon questions from a number of you, I've asked staff to bring us a schedule, an updated schedule. As you know, we've fallen a bit off our original schedule due to COVID. And so that and related items are up next for discussion. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Isom's going to take this one over for us again. Really what we want to do is catch you up on a proposed new schedule. We certainly recognize the need for the public input, the public involvement, truly the ability for the council to participate. Being in the virtual environment has made that somewhat more difficult. While we certainly recognize the need to get this done and to get this done quickly, we want to talk to you about a schedule that we hope will get us back to where we can have better opportunity, more meaningful exchange of idea and dialogue with the public. So Brian, if you would please. I think we're also going to list some hot topics.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Brian Isom, Director of Planning. Again, just to provide a brief update on where we're at with our code and where we're going. So what we've accomplished so far, I think Mr. Zwiker pointed this out earlier, we've accomplished quite a bit. However, the pandemic has really slowed our efforts down, but we are attempting to revamp everything. We recently, I believe last Tuesday, released our first module for public review. So we're very excited about that. What our concerns are with the pandemic is that it's really limited our ability to hold on-site presentations of our modules so that our consultants are able to discuss these things with City Council, Planning and Zoning Commission, our other boards and commissions, as well as the public. With that limitation, it's caused some issues with us getting these modules released because we're not able to present them to you to get these drafts in sort of a finalized stage so we can release them to the public. And again, I think Councilwoman Joy and Councilwoman Patterson Harris both touched on this, is it's limited our ability to get a very robust public review and engagement on these modules. And again, at the end on our final draft. So what we're proposing, and we would bring this contract extension back to the council, if you recommend we do, is a 6-month extension to our current contract. We've reached out to our consultants, Kindred Keys Collaborative, And they've provided us some information that with this extension, they would not need to adjust our budget. It would strictly be timing. No additional funds would be required. What our goal is with this extension would be to release one module the first Monday of each month, this first one being this last week, to create some one-page documents on each topic for each module, so that instead of an individual having to read 70 to 80 to 100 pages of each module to find one item that they're interested in, we can give them kind of a brief overview of what's in each one, and they can pick and choose. The goal is to meet with our stakeholders and our groups throughout each month to discuss each one of these modules, as well as to discuss some really specific and key items with the city council. These being items such as accessory structures, accessory dwelling units, carports and front yard setbacks, downtown architectural standards and public improvements, sign and billboards, alley improvements, and our plating procedures. Again, we would love to hold our site visits for Module 3 and Module 4 in person. I think we were currently scheduled at the end of January for Module 3 site visit, but we're pushing that back. We'll hope to get it done in person. And with this extension, we would have the entire month of May for full and, again, robust public engagement and feedback of our full draft of our Unified Development Code. So what that proposed timeline would look like is, again, Module 4 review. Staff would begin this month. We're supposed to get that module soon from our consultant. There's 2 site visits for Module 3 and 4 would be to determine, and then start the adoption process in early June, finishing that out in July of 2021. And with that, I know that was brief, but if you have any questions, I'm able to answer them.
Mr. Isa, before we go too much further, is Ms. McCackern on with us? Jess, are you on?
She will be shortly. Just a moment.
Okay.
I was going to say one thing, Mr. Mayor. The audio was cutting out a little bit, so I couldn't hear the last portion of what you were sharing with us, Mr. Isom. I don't know if anybody else was having audio problems, but he was cutting in and out quite a bit the last few sentences of his presentation.
Okay, let's let Brian go back and catch the last slide, and then I'm going to ask Ms. McCackern to add a few summary comments, and I want to maybe I'll tee her up a little bit. She and I've had some discussions about this. Mr. Isom.
Councilman Christian, would you like me to start on this slide?
That'd be great.
Yes, please.
That's a good spot.
Okay, so again, the proposed timeline updates, what we've talked to our consultant about is a 6-month extension, which would take us into September. They've indicated that this won't cost any additional funds. They'd be able to do it within the current budget for the project. Our goal for the first 4 months, so January through April, would be to release one module the first Monday of each month. We released Module 1 already this month. With those modules, we would release what we're calling kind of a one-pager that would give a very high-level review of what's in the module. So citizens, developers, whomever can pick and choose. If they don't want to comment on the entire UDC, they're able to quickly find these individual topics that they find. Throughout that time, we're going to meet with our stakeholders and our groups, as y'all mentioned before, potentially meeting more in depth with our CPOC, our UDHPC and Planning and Zoning Commission. Then we have some key items or some very specific items that we would like to discuss with council. And then again, hold our site visits for Module 3 and Module 4 in person rather than virtual. We've gotten a lot more input in our in-person stakeholder visits and everything than we have on some virtual. So we feel like this is very important. And then hold the month of May for public engagement and feedback for our full UDC draft.
Mr. Isom, if you'd hold that page right there, if you would, not move forward. Mr. Christian, did that?
Thank you very much. Good. I appreciate it.
Okay. So, Ms. McCackern, I believe that, well, let me just back up. You and I began discussing some of this in December as I got feedback from council and from stakeholders concerned about trying to push through this, but maybe doing so with not as much involvement as we need frankly, due to the world we find ourselves in today. So I'm thankful for you, Mr. Isom, and your team for updating us, number one, and slowing this down, working with the consultants within our original budget, by the way, which I think is good news, to allow us a more realistic timeline to get this very important work done. In Mr. Isom's fifth bullet down on that slide, Jessica, he talks about specific items. One of the things you and I talked about was some of those flashpoints, decision points, key areas that you feel like and staff feels like, based upon feedback we got during the comprehensive planning process, the feedback we've received so far. You pulled a few of these out. Talk a little bit about that, Jessica, and what's your build on what Mr. Isom had to say. Give us your thoughts.
You're exactly right, Mayor. So a lot of these points that you see on here, which includes the accessory structures, accessory dwelling units, that might be rear unit apartment kind of example, carports and front yard setbacks, our downtown architectural standards, our downtown public improvement requirements, signs and billboards, alley improvements, and plat procedures. All of these things have been really big discussions when either during the comprehensive plan process, the downtown master plan update hit on several of these things, or they've just been points of discussion that we've had during repeat zoning cases, or things that we've heard frequently from either the mayor council, from our local developers and builders. So these are topics that we think really need to be evaluated more in depth to see, is it time to make any changes to these requirements that as they go into the unified development code.
Okay, thank you. Council, I'll open the floor for any comments about, let's start with time frame. Are you comfortable with the idea of slowing this down based upon the feedback what you've heard from stakeholders, your own opinion, and then I guess certainly what you've seen from Mr. Isom today? Let's start with Ms. Joyce. Looks like she's got her mute off. Latrell?
Well, I'm not comfortable with it because it causes so many other problems that we're having currently in zoning. But at the same time, we're not prepared to go forward. We've not had enough sharing of information. Council needs to be more involved in this. Mr. Isham talked about stakeholders. I don't know who identified stakeholders, how those were determined. Don't know who they are. I think that's something the council needed to have some input in, which we didn't. So I think just by virtue of the way it's been handled, we're put in a position where we can't move forward any faster. But I will assure you that it's creating problems in other zoning areas. So we've got to get this done and get it done as quickly as we can.
But I think you would imply we want to get it done right too.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's right. I think we agree there for sure. Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in on this? Council, I have a suggestion while you're thinking about if you want to weigh in or not. I think it would be make sense to ask a small group of the council to dig in on this and be part of work closely with staff that wouldn't preclude the council from getting meeting with P&Z and seeing the updates that we've seen so far, but it would allow on a much more accelerated process, allow some of the items that Mr. Isom and Ms. McCackern just called out, where there, I think, are likely to be changes from what our zoning code today represents and what has been recommended going forward in the UDC. If you guys are okay with the idea of a group of 3 council members owning this, I'm prepared to move on that today. See some thumbs up there. Okay, Mr. Griffith.
Mayor, I think that's a great idea, and I'd love to be a part of that.
Okay.
I would love to be involved in that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. You know, I know that this is sort of near and dear to all of us. In fact, I've been trying to meet with each of you individually in the last little bit of time talking about 2021, and UDC has come up in every discussion. It looks like Ms. Patterson Harris is off mute. Sheila, I'm gonna call on you.
Thank you. I just want to say that even if this is what, I'll lower my hand right there, if this is what happens, I still don't want us to fail to put as much emphasis as we can in engaging the citizens in the community, because as I think about it, a lot of the things that come up that get presented to planning and zoning, that get presented to the council, it's being opposed by some of the citizens that live in the communities. So I think it's very important that we make sure that we engage the community. And I'm for us creating the group of council members and whatever, but only if we're looking to use this time also to reach out to, if it's neighborhood associations or whatever it is, in the communities to hear from the citizens, because they're the ones in the community having to live with whatever decisions that get made.
Preach on. I think we all agree. I think it's a both and. I completely agree. And I think maybe the most important reason to slow this down, other than to get it right, is to make certain that we get the feedback, the requisite amount of feedback, a real broad-based amount of input from citizens. Because I think everybody that lives in our community is a stakeholder, whether they live in a back house in Tech Terrace or whether they're a builder or developer. I think they're all stakeholders, and I think that's important that we hear what they have to say. Okay. All right. Well, that being the case, Ms. Joy and I had a chance to talk about this morning. I'm going to ask her to lead a small group on this. Mr. Christian, I'd like you to be part of that. I know that you've been very much engaged, particularly in a couple of these items that have an impact, and I know you've lived that with some of your constituents. I'm going to ask Mr. Griffith also, his district, much like his district, much like Mr. Childis and Ms. Patterson Harris's district, have a bit of older housing stock in it. And I think it's important that we get that voice also. I know we all would like to serve on this, but I think these three can do this and move quickly on it. Staff's gone as far as to set up a schedule for these folks as to when we would meet, not days, but more in a week, like in periods of weeks. And they've already laid out what would be in each one of those meetings. So we're down the road on some work here. We've got to get this done, but it's critical, I think, that we get it done right. So council, I appreciate your willingness to support staff, but more importantly, I think the voice of our citizens, that we've got to get input and we've got to get this done in a way that we can not only check the box, but do it right. Okay. Mr. Atkinson, you want to add anything before we wrap on this one?
No, sir. I think if the committee is established, staff will be able to distribute these documents to them tomorrow.
Okay. Let's move now to item 2.4. That's the item about the Texas Tech University National Science Foundation grant proposal and other areas of mutual interest. This is a sort of a fascinating piece. We're going to have to go at a pretty high level on this one. But this has started in one spot and it's grown a bit. And I think it's important that council, Mr. Atkinson brought it to me, and I thought it was important that council be briefed on this. Jared?
Thank you. We're going to let Ms. McCachran jump right in. Mayor mentioned, this is likely something most of us had no idea was even a possibility. So Jessica, if you would.
Perfect. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. All right. So Texas Tech University recently approached the city of Lubbock about participating with them in a mid-scale research infrastructure proposal. This is a grant program administered by the National Science Foundation. And Texas Tech is submitting a proposal to build a research infrastructure network to address human needs and response to weather and climate. And if awarded, this grant would fund the deployment, along with the use of city staff, to install a network of more than 100 physical measurement stations throughout the city of Lubbock and surrounding areas. And really, Texas Tech is looking at installing about 150 devices right now, though that may change as the project develops. The measurements of the desired data, such as wind, temperature, precipitation, traffic counts, and so much more, would be captured and analyzed at the device. And then that summary of data would be uploaded to the cloud for use by the approved users. Now, the physical device that's actually going to be deployed is called an Array of Things node. This Array of Things node provides near real-time location-based data about a location's environment, infrastructure, and activity to researchers and the public. These nodes can analyze images and data without saving or transmitting the data. And it's very important to note that no personal data will be collected or transmitted at these nodes. For reference, the University of Chicago in Illinois was the first city to deploy the Array of Things technology, and they did that in partnership with the University of Chicago and the Argonne National Laboratory. They began their deployment in 2016, and they are still working on expanding that project even today. If you would like more information about what an Array of Things is, what it can do, how it's installed, you can go to this website that I have noted here on the slide. This is a graphic that was pulled from the City of Chicago's deployment, and it really just explains at a simple level how the Array of Things node works. With inside that node, there are numerous sensors that are built into it. It does receive electricity in order to work, and it has control panels as well. This image shows the size of the device. It's really not a very large device, and Texas Tech dropped one off for our city staff to see the other day, so it's pretty neat to see it in person. This is an example photo of one method of installation where it is wrapped around a pole. Here's another picture from the City of Chicago from their installation. Now, this is a graphic that our traffic engineering department built, or made, I'm sorry, and this shows a possible installation of a device here in the city of Lubbock. The ideal location for a node is to be installed up higher than the traffic signal itself, but you can see here that most of our traffic signals do not have an upper pole above the arm for the traffic signal. So one potential method of installation could be to install the device on a gusset tube that is mounted at the top of the traffic signal, similar to how our traffic cameras are, which you can also see in that picture. Some specific details about the project at hand is that Texas Tech desires to install up to 150 nodes on City of Lubbock traffic signals. They desire to do this at most major intersections throughout the city, so really on the grid installation, just like our traffic is laid out. They will also install these on the Texas Tech campus, at the Reese Redevelopment Center site, as well as some other outlying areas. Texas Tech requested partnership with the City of Lubbock on a number of things, and these are the most notable that I think you need to be aware of. Number one, they've requested to install these devices on city infrastructure. They've requested that the city provide electricity to power the nodes. They requested to connect these nodes to our city fiber traffic network, although that is not available. They requested city labor to help install the nodes along with a Texas Tech employee. And then lastly, they've requested to use land for one of 3 super sites that will be needed. And for reference, a super site is an area that is heavily instrumented with sensors. It's estimated to take about a 75-foot by 75-foot space. It must have the ability to have grid power connection and a fence to provide basic security. Now, we do not have a specific location identified yet, but we have made a couple recommendations to Texas Tech of sites that we believe would fit that need. The City of Lubbock estimated costs for installation and electricity were included in the grant proposal, so we would be reimbursed for our participation in this project. We informed Texas Tech that we believe the installation cost, including labor, equipment, and basic materials, could be around $4,700 per device, but that could increase depending upon the method of installation and any field conditions. And then we anticipate the installation of the 150 devices will be spread out over a 3 to 5 year period. As a reminder, this is a mid-scale research infrastructure grant through the National Science Foundation. Texas Tech submitted their preliminary grant proposal on January 7th, 2021, which was the deadline. And then if they are invited to submit a full proposal, that full proposal would be due on April 23rd, 2021. Texas Tech is continuing to work diligently on their full grant proposal in anticipation of being invited to submit, and we will continue to work alongside with them to flesh out a lot more of the specific details should that opportunity come up. And I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thanks, Jess. Okay, open the floor for questions. Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Jessica, you said these nodes would measure precisely what, ma'am? I saw the word environment.
Sure. So it can measure a number of things. It can measure environmental or it can measure weather-related things such as wind, precipitation, temperature, pressure. It can also measure other things such as traffic counts or pedestrian counts. So how many people are walking along a certain path, how many cars are traveling in a certain area. What I'm told is the sky is nearly the limit on what data this can capture. So it's really what is the desired goal that they intend to study, or perhaps that the city would like data on, and it can potentially be programmed, if you will, to capture that kind of a data.
Okay, so on that, we, the city, could ask Texas Tech, hey, measure traffic count, for example, as you said.
Correct.
To clarify, when we say environmental, we're not talking about environmental pollutants, correct?
No, sir. That's correct.
Okay, just want to clarify.
Yes,
that.
sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Ms. Joy?
Where does the data that's collected go? Who's in control of that data?
So the professors at Texas Tech that are running the program, they would be in control of the data. And again, I want to clarify, what they're telling us is that the data, the actual images or anything that's being captured, that is not being stored, but maybe the summary of the data is being stored. So Texas Tech professors, again, that are running the program, they will have full control and access to that information. City staff, to some extent, will also have access to that information as a partner in the program. And then the professors at Texas Tech that have really filled us in on this program have also said that a lot of this information will be available just to the general public through displays on dashboards and web portals as well.
You said that city staff to a degree would have access. Why would we not have the same access as professors at Texas Tech?
Well, I think they're going to be needing a lot more of the data than we do. We probably don't have as much of an interest in certain things that they're collecting, but we will have access to anything that would be beneficial to us.
Okay, that's my question. Mm-hmm. If we want access to all of the data, we can get it. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, we can. They have said that as a partner on this grant program, whatever we need access to, we will have it. We will have a login just like they would in order to access the information.
So obviously the professors who work on this project are going to release either a report or a paper or something, I would assume. Will we have any control over what is contained in that release?
No, ma'am.
So what does Texas Tech contribute other than there's some professors who are working on a project for which they will get credit, I assume? What other contribution is there by Texas Tech?
Well, I think some of the data that they will be able to collect will be very beneficial to the city as well. That being, again, traffic counts. That would be a huge asset for us to have real-time traffic counts. I think other things such as the temperature, maybe the impact on our roadways as we see temperatures increase or decrease. The benefit to the city in participating in the program is that we will get some data that we currently do not have, or we will get it on a more frequent basis than we currently have access to.
So the one that you showed that goes above the traffic arm is, what was that made out of?
That is the Array of Things node, and then it would be mounted by what's called a gusset tube on top of the traffic pole.
Wonder what happens when we get one of our 70-mile-an-hour winds.
And the gusset tube is the same installation that we use for our cameras today. Certainly it would be evaluated further if that really is the way we go, but preliminarily our staff thinks that it would be okay even in the wind. The Array of Things node, it really is pretty lightweight. It doesn't look like it, but it's truly not very heavy. Of course, everything would be engineered. Nothing would be installed if we feel at all that there is any safety concern. And one thing we have talked with Texas Tech about, if it is not possible to mount this node above the traffic pole, then it will be mounted to the traffic pole in a lower position. And they're aware that that's a possibility as well.
I can understand that some of our citizens may be a little suspicious because it's going to take photos and data of cars and people, pedestrians, everybody. How do we control that information? Even though you told us they said they wouldn't use it, how are we going to control that possibility?
That is an excellent question. I think I would have to have Texas Tech talk more about how that data is really analyzed at the device and not stored. But I think if this moves forward, public education would be a critical piece to this project so that people are aware of what this device is doing, how it functions, and what potential data could be on it.
I think that would be a real issue moving forward.
The reality of it is we have, as y'all know, we have cameras on many of these intersections today that we're already, many of these cameras will be redundant. They'll just be looking at different information. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. As I was looking at the node components in relation to the camera, vehicle and pedestrian traffic, it says those images are processed and discarded. Obviously, they are recorded for the data, but they're discarded as far as once the count is made. It does bring up a point that Councilman Chavez brought up, and that was environmental. This does have, on one node component, air quality sensors. So it can tell us carbon monoxide, sulfide, ozone issues if that node is used.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Chavez, then Mr. Massengill.
Yeah, that was my concern. Anytime I hear the word environment, I want a definition of it. If we're just monitoring cars, what is this information going to be used for? I guess is my question. Monitoring SO2, nitrous oxides, COs, that would be good. But what is the purpose for this? What do we get out of it, I guess is my question.
Well, I'll jump in and let Ms. McEachern speak in better detail. The original concept coming from Texas Tech is to take measurements primarily on weather and on traffic, be that vehicular traffic, pedestrian traffic, and that's going to vary hugely depending on where in town you are, because just the pedestrian traffic flows. and provide them data for their researchers to develop papers and other items. What we would get out of it, even at that most minimum level, if we choose to do this, is really those live, that ability to have live. We don't have that today. Our traffic camera system does not do that. I don't think what we have today could be made to do that. So we would get data that we don't have access to today if they choose to activate those environmental sensors. I think there are areas that could be of benefit to us. Certainly if we look some of our industrial areas around some of the processing type facilities, I think that over the long term could be very beneficial to them. The data privacy, what exactly the data is a huge issue. We've raised that with tech numerous times. I think Mr. Griffith, correctly noted, what we're being told is while that device is capturing images, after it's done its math on them, the images go away. Before we could ever get to hanging these up on our poles, we would have to contract with Texas Tech. I think that's where we're going to be able to say exactly what makes its way out of that device into these data hubs. Who can see it, who can't, what it's going to be, and what it cannot be. So there's a ways to go to get there. We bring the item to you today to tell you what it is, to take your questions, and you've raised some excellent points, all of you, and then determine if there's interest to move forward. Now, Texas Tech, through the grant, would be responsible for the cost of installing these and these other things as it goes forward. But we're kind of in a lockstep dance with them. They've turned in a pre-application, turned in the final. We need some consensus that we can keep moving with it. We'd still have to get that grant funded, or they would, and then move it into contracting. So, Jessica, did I miss anything?
No, sir, I think you did an excellent job.
What is the life of this program or this project?
We are anticipating a 3 to 5 year installation and rollout, but the sensors can last 20 years or more. So Texas Tech will continue the research through this deployment for a very long period, 20 plus years.
They update it. I bet they update the equipment before 20 years. I'll be brief. I know we're 10 minutes over. Seems to me to be very advantageous to have real-time traffic counts. Not only those are beneficial to commercial development as well as safety studies. Does that mean that would replace the other methods of counting traffic, which we would still do the other methods of counting traffic also?
Yes.
And then to the point the mayor made about the redundancy of the cameras, will some of these be on poles where we don't have cameras? And
No,
if
sir.
so they'll be strictly redundant. I didn't know if there was some practical use that you could tie into the EOC or traffic.
No, sir, I don't think so. We can explore that further. But again, this is not set up in a way that those images can be relayed back to a network. So our traffic cameras will still stay, and we'll keep those on our dedicated traffic network.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just 2 quick questions, please.
Please.
I'd like to know what Chicago has done with the data that's been collected over the number of years. I think that would be a good place to start. See what kind of papers have come out of that data out of Chicago. Do we know who the researchers will be at Texas Tech? If nothing else, what department would those folks be a part of? I think we still have some whys here. Why are they even doing it? As far as what do the researchers intend to do with this data that comes out of it? If we know any of the people by name, I don't see any reason why, if we move forward, that they couldn't make a brief presentation of what they intend their goals and objectives to be with this data collection. And I certainly think that it would make much sense that we implore them to have a part of the collection of data would be pollutants and environmental things that Mr. Griffith, Mr. Chavez has mentioned here. So those are just a few thoughts. Thank you.
No, so those are some great thoughts. There is a lot of information out about the city of Chicago and again, more the research from the University of Chicago that is really leading the program. So I will forward y'all some of that information. And then this project is being led by Dr. John Schroeder with Texas Tech. He would love the opportunity to come and present and give you some more information. So I'll work with the city manager and figure out when that would be a good time to do that.
Okay, good questions, good discussion. I think Ms. McCackern, let's keep moving on this. We've got, this is certainly a preliminary step. I think you brought it to us at the right time. I think things like these, have serve a purpose, but at the same point, it's important that we understand what our role is, and we have certain things that we want to be a good partner, but we also want to protect certain things also. So I think some of those questions came up today, and I appreciate you and the city manager bringing it our way. We'll move now to our next item on our agenda for today. It's our final item for the work session, and it's to get a brief update on COVID-19, including vaccination and financial matters. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. If you give me just a moment, we'll switch over to the presentation. We'll switch over to the presentation. There we go. Okay. We'll talk quite a bit about vaccination just real quickly. Council's aware two vaccinations are available. The first one is Pfizer. Of course, this is the one that requires ultra cold storage. It comes in very large quantities, boxes of 975 doses. And this is really not just in Lubbock, but statewide. This goes to the very large medical facilities. And originally, when it was released or approved on December 11, it started shipping on the 12th, phase 1A. And I'll go into detail on 1A and 1B here in a moment. The second vaccine that's been approved for COVID-19 is the Moderna vaccine. First made available on emergency use authorization December the 18th. Still also 1A. Shipping began very soon thereafter. In fact, it began to arrive on Christmas Eve. This vaccine has much more widely spread distribution. It does not require the ultra cold storage. And it basically comes in boxes of 100, 10 vials of 10 doses each, just to keep these week 1, week 2 things in focus. We're in week 5 right now of the COVID vaccination program. Some news that goes around the vaccination program. We've taken several questions about individuals that are in nursing homes, long-term care facilities. How are they being handled? So there is a federal program. You see the name of it listed on the screen. And these eligible populations are handled direct from CVS or Walgreens Pharmacy through a separate allocation. So statewide, there's been just under 500,000 of these doses received. They actually began in Lubbock Sunday 1 week ago, administering this to both long-term care and nursing home type facilities. It is a separate allocation. So when you hear the city has 1,000 doses, we have 5,000 doses, whatever you may hear, that is completely separate from the federal pharmacy long-term care program. I want to talk about second doses. Second doses have begun shipping and they have begun being used. Now, this also is a separate allocation. So when you hear again, City of Lubbock Public Health, 1,000, 5,000, at this point, that is not the second doses. And in fact, the only second doses that are in our community today are Pfizer doses at the big hospital systems. And they actually began administering those last week. So point of notice, if you initially receive a Pfizer vaccine, you become eligible for a second dose 21 days later. If you originally took a Moderna vaccine, you become eligible for a second dose 28 days later. So we're not quite to the point of pushing out the second dose of Moderna. but it's coming pretty quick. A few other items that have come up lately. The state expects on a weekly basis, and I should have noted that on the presentation, the state expects to provide 310,000 first doses and up to 500,000 second doses. Now, this is combined between Pfizer and Moderna for the rest of January. So the supply chain is filling up. It's starting to move much more quickly. I think more relevant to us, though, is the comment about public health. City of Lubbock's Public Health Department is now officially designated as a hub provider by the Department of State Health Services. What that means is we do have 5,000 doses that we received to use this week, week 5. And I think most importantly, we can now expect a similar commitment a week for the upcoming weeks. So we've talked a lot in the public about we have 1,000 doses and we don't know when or what the next shipment will be. We have 5,000 this week. We expect that we will get a similar amount in these upcoming weeks. And of course, we will continue then to run our clinics and to move quickly. There are 28 designated hub providers in 18 counties. The state of Texas is making a shift towards a lesser number of locations receiving the vaccine, but receiving a much greater quantity. And of course, the promise on the backside of that is to move quickly and to get as many eligible people in your community vaccinated as you can. We've done over 1,500 in a day through our clinics here. We're easily capable of doing 2,000 doses a day. So I take this one really as very good news. We're still to where demand is much greater than supply. Quantities like this or even greater, I think will begin to help with that. So we're a hub provider, 5,000 doses a week. Who's eligible? Phase 1A, it's real simple. That's frontline healthcare workers. That does include certain first responders. It does include the residents at long-term care facilities. But again, that is coming out through that federal pharmacy long-term care partnership program. And it is in operation here in Lubbock. And we've heard from facilities that have made tremendous progress in getting both their residents and their staff vaccinated. That right now is running at about 122,000 doses a week statewide. Week of Christmas, the state also said, let's go ahead and start on phase 1B. Phase 1B is people 65 years of age or older, or ages 16 to 64 if you're taking Pfizer, or 18 to 64 if you're taking Moderna, if you have one underlying chronic condition that causes increased risk. Now, this is a published list of what those chronic conditions are from the state, but we need to note that it says it's not limited to. So the listed ones are cancer, chronic kidney disease, COPD, heart conditions, organ transplant, obesity, pregnancy, sickle cell disease, type 2 diabetes. So this has now made a large part of Texas eligible. Certainly the 65 years of age and older, again, that does not require an underlying or chronic condition. But those other two age brackets with at least one chronic condition. So it's a very large population. And again, here in Lubbock, there's absolutely no doubt that the demand, the need from this group is still better than the supply. I want to say a few things that I hope we all begin to hear on a consistent basis about the vaccine. It's safe. It's effective. If you're working through the public health department, it's free. It's safe, it's effective, and it's free. Does require a second dose. The second dose allocation is handled automatically. It is not part of these 1,000 here, 5,000 there numbers. So when we move into the second dose allocation, we've been assured by the state that is not going to reduce our allocations for our first dose. So the simplest manner is if you get the first dose, we know that you're in the system. A second dose will be available. And as we begin to get certainty on the timing of those, arrangements will be made where we can deliver both the second dose and the new first doses that we receive. Public health, the vaccination program goal. We're a hub provider. We are committed to operating the mass vaccination clinics. We're going to do that as soon as possible when we receive the vaccine. Our commitment, Mayor, Council, to you and to the public, we're not leaving vaccine on the shelf. And in fact, before this clinic began today, that's running today, tomorrow, and Thursday, Lubbock Public Health Department had actually administered nearly 2,000 more doses of vaccine than we had received. And for that, I'd like to thank our partners with Covenant Medical Center and University Medical Center. They have been very generous when we have a clinic going and we have opportunity. They've been sharing with us to do that, but we're not holding back. We do not have vaccine in reserve. If we get it, we set the clinics up and it goes out. So this is the summary of those clinics that were operated prior to today. A couple of those I find very interesting. Nearly 1,300 vaccines delivered on New Year's Eve. I was there that day for that clinic, and it's just amazing to see people come through. Again, the demand is greater than the supply. Before we started today, we were just under 5,000 total doses that we have been able to administer. We will have added another 5,000 doses to that by 8 p.m. this Thursday. So here's those clinics today, tomorrow, and Thursday. You see two of those are the midday clinics. On Thursday, we are going to open late, but run late. We do have the 5,000 doses. The reservations filled in 3 hours. We did reservations for all three clinics all at once, starting yesterday at 10 a.m. And the demand filled that available supply in just 3 hours. Kind of the future plans, really a little bit redundant. Now that we are a hub provider, we're 100% committed to the mass vaccination clinics. The doses go out the same week we receive them. We know we can pull that clinic speed up to about 2,000 per day. I think for those listening at home, please know that as these consecutive allocations begin to roll out, that's going to give us more ability to have flexibility with the clinics. And by that, I mean looking again at evening and night type clinics, looking at weekend clinics. As we see that we have space in those allocations, we'll continue to find new ways or to modify the delivery methods and make those as absolutely available as possible. Also to the future, we now have we're just kind of tongue in cheek calling it the Vaccine Task Force. Those are professionals here locally with Texas Tech University, the Health Science Center, Covenant, University Medical Center. United is really coming on with some tremendous ideas that if they receive a bigger allocation, how they can help provide. We are working to request that same long-term supply for other providers. We think we can enhance distribution, and most importantly, we can continue to enhance access to our disproportionately impacted populations. All those are underway, not at a point where we've got details to announce, but we sure hope we can, maybe as early as next week. I'll take us back to testing just real quick as a reminder to the public. We're not done testing. You still have the 4 Texas Division of Emergency Management testing sites, Rogers, Combest, Lubbock Christian, and Texas Tech. And there are numerous private testing sites all through the community. If you feel you need a test, they're available. Please go get them. We did have one of these closed due to weather. They're all back up and running now. Jump real quick into kind of where the city stands. So council, I'm going to suggest that our city council and our boards and commissions need to remain virtual through at least February of this year. I'll get to some comments on how I think we can gauge reopening here in a bit. We've seen these other comments before about development services. We have the lobby limited, the Civic Center's not doing public events through at least February as well. Same thing with our athletic complexes. The museums and the libraries are open. Face masks are required. Want to give a shout out to Ms. Witcher, Mr. Van Gundy and his team. The senior meal program has continued uninterrupted. And you've now delivered over 21,000 meals made available to our seniors, even when we've had to close those senior centers. Animal services, running on the public side of that building at reduced capacity. I will tell you, I last gave this presentation in November, and we talked about staff from these closed operations going to help others. This is a big part of why your vaccination clinic is working as well as it is. Continued contact tracing assistance out at public health. We have staff at the airport that belongs to other areas. Council, everybody is staying busy, and really having the staff from these operations has played well into being able to do what we're doing in our clinic environment. Reopening. So Lubbock still remains at the high hospitalization rate. It's coming down a little. Remember, that was triggered when we first had 7 consecutive days where the COVID hospitalization rate was 15% or more. We have been up as high as just a little over 30% since then. We really kind of trended down into those mid-20s for quite a while, so the last several weeks. We had 2 days where we got under 20 in the last 7 days. One was in the high 18s, one in the high 19s. We closed yesterday at just a little over 20. The trend line is downward, but that trend line's moving slow. There is no question about that. So I would suggest that we consider returning to these normal operations when our county, and this is county level, is no longer at a high hospitalization rate. That's 7 consecutive days with the COVID hospitalization rate below 15%. When we triggered the first one, the high hospitalization rate, that's what made those additional pullbacks on local business, the closures on local businesses. When we drop back below this line, is when those get restored. So would suggest, council, from your city management standpoint, I think that's a good metric for us to use to look as to when we would return back into that fully open environment that we enjoyed through the summer. I just have a couple of slides. In the interest of time, I will finish them and then I'll go back and take any comments or suggestions you may have. The Coronavirus Relief Fund, or CRF reimbursement, owe you an update. Remember that we had a $14.11 million allocation. That was per capita basis. We received 20% up front. Since then, we have received several reimbursements, in fact, more than we had the last time we visited. So we have now had 10.75 million of the 14.11 million returned. Or look at another way, there's 3.36 million that is pending reimbursement. That is in review at TDM. That process has gotten much better. We're able to have visibility as to where we stand in the process. We foresee no difficulties in receiving this. So I'm going to expect, hopefully by the time maybe our second council meeting in February, be able to report to you that the full 14.11 has been returned to Lubbock. Just quickly how we used it, of course, 9.6 was public safety reimbursement. 2.8 million went for direct assistance and related. Council, those are those programs that you created, approved, and implemented so quickly during the early summer days. I've been asked, could you do more? Yes, we know there's more need, but remember that you were limited by the grant conditions to how much could go to direct assistance programs. So 2.8 there, 1.7 that are direct expenditures out of public health supplies, some public information, some media buys, things like that. Give you a picture real quick, and this only requires one bullet. You look around the state, there are 22 trauma service regions in the state. We're Region B. 18 of the 22 are areas of high hospitalization. This has really escalated around the state. It was first the El Paso region, then it was the Amarillo region, then our region. And it's really become the norm, unfortunately, rather than the exception. My conclusion, the vaccine is becoming more available by the week. It's safe, it's effective, and it's free through the city clinic. The supply chain is increasing. We will have more as we go forward. The second dose will be available. So again, if you've got dose 1, you will get dose 2. We have very high confidence in that. With that, Mr. Mayor, I will stop and take any questions, suggestions, or comments.
Thank you for that update, Mr. Atkinson. Council comments or questions on that? Mr. Chad. Mr. Chad.
Thank you, Mayor. Good presentation, Mr. Atkinson. Just a little testimonial. I've
Yes,
had with the vaccine, my wife did also. I didn't experience any side effects. The wife was a little tender on her shoulder overnight. She was doing well. Question. Well, first off, safe, effective. I really like the way that sounds. Even better than that is the free part. Question. I've taken my first immunization or the first shot, first vaccine. Am I going to get a phone call or an email, or how do I find out the reminder, I guess? How does that happen in case I lose the paperwork for the public out there? What happens?
Good question. We're looking at two models, and we'll know by the end of the week which of the two we deploy. So if you received a vaccination from the City of Lubbock Public Health, it was Moderna. That is all we are using, and we will continue to use Moderna. So you're on the 28-day layout between the two doses. The very first people who received dose 1 from us will become eligible for dose 2 the week of January the 25th. So that's kind of when dose 2 starts rolling out through public health. We will either implement a phone tree system, or we will be able to open a separate reservation line similar to the select a seat model that we're using to get people to sign up and come. And I appreciate the testimonial. Thank you for that. But let me also make this point. It's not exact. You don't have to be there on the 28th day. All of these do have a window in them. So you'll get it either because we've reached out and said, hey, you need to schedule this week, or we've opened a portal that it's available. And if you're eligible this week, sign up and we'll get it to you.
One more question and then I'll sign off. For the public, questions asked when they pick up the phone or the computer and make their reservation. What kind of questions are being asked?
It's very simple. To get started, we need a name and preferably a phone number to go with it. It's very simple. You don't have to bring a doctor's note. I would encourage people, if you have an underlying condition, contact your doctor before you call us, please. We cannot dispense medical advice. I'm on a certain medication or I've had a certain procedure. We cannot make that determination. You and your doctor make that determination. If your doctor says, yes, it's safe for you to get that, get with us. We're ready to do it.
Thank you. With that, I just encourage the public to come, take advantage. It's free. It's free. Can't emphasize it. It's free. Come get it. No questions asked. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chad. It's really good questions. Okay. Good presentation, Mr. Atkinson. I hope we'll make that readily available. I know it'll be on the website. It's really good information, and it's critical that we continue to message around this. I know we will be having our press conference again tomorrow, I believe at 11:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Starring, I think, maybe a few members of the council joining us tomorrow.
Starring a few members of the council, Mayor.
Okay. Council, I believe that takes care of our work session for today. We do have reason to go to executive session. City Council will hold executive session today for the purpose of consulting with city staff regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement agreement, and hold consultation with attorneys under section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code. Also to discuss personnel matters under section 551 of the Texas 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. And finally, to discuss or deliberate regarding commercial or financial information as it relates to economic development under section 551.087 of the Texas Government Code. It is 4:06. Lubbock City Council is recessed to executive session. Council, I would remind you to leave this meeting, use the Zoom link for executive session. We will begin there in exactly 5 minutes. Thank you.
Pastor Wolfington was chatting. Don't know if we've got audio on him or not.
We haven't. We were just waiting on the mayor to reconvene in regular session.
Okay, well, no one responded to him. I was just responding to him. So, okay.
Okay, looks like we've got Mr. Christian, Mr. Massengale, Ms. Patterson Harris waiting on Mr. Chattis, Mr. Griffith, Ms. Joy. Mr. Griffith joined us now. Now we're just down to Mr. Chattis and Ms. Joy.
Ms. Joy is here. She just isn't in her office.
I understand. There she is. Okay, there's Ms. Joy.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
am I in?
You are. We've got audio on you. We're good. We're waiting on Mr. Chattis and we'll be good to go.
I'm here.
Christian responding.
That was Mr. Christian, right? Juan, are you with us? Okay. Well, I've asked.
Yes, that was me.
Okay. Thanks, Randy. I think we're checking on, make sure Juan does not have, we're not having technical problems.
Still not in. Okay, we just added one panelist, so it looks like Juan coming live.
Okay.
And Pastor Wolfington is on as well.
I see him. Yes. Good evening. Good evening, Pastor. Okay, we're still waiting on Mr. Chattis. He was here briefly and then he went away.
There you go.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call our meeting to order. Mr. Chattis we're working on his technology right now, and I think we'll have him prior to any action items. It is it's 5:15. Today is Tuesday, the 12th of January, 2021. I call the Lubbock City Council is back from recess. We will do our ceremonial items, our invocation and pledges before we have our call to order for our regular meeting. We're joined this evening by Matt Wolfington, who's the pastor at St. Luke's Methodist Church. Pastor Wolfington was with us in December, and our meeting ran long, and he was traveling. Our executive session ran long. He was traveling, and he went out of cell service, and so we apologize for our not getting to you quicker that evening, and we're so glad you're back to help us open our very first meeting of the year. Following Matt's prayer, the Mayor Pro Tem will lead us in the pledges. So I would ask everyone I'll turn it over to the pastor for his invocation. Pastor Wolf.
Thank you for the invitation, and no need to apologize. I've been in several long city council meetings. I know how that goes. And if any of y'all have, whoever attends a church and has been on leadership, city council doesn't hold a candle to a finance meeting. So would y'all join me in prayer? Heavenly Father, we just thank you for your son, Jesus Christ, Lord, in whom we have our freedom today. And Father, really our freedom forevermore. Thank you for the sacrifice that he gave to us for that freedom, for all who choose to accept it. Lord, I really thank you for every person that's filling the seat of leadership here today. Lord, they give of themselves and sacrifice their time, their talents, and their efforts. Lord, I thank you for their families who also make sacrifices while they are away. Lord, I pray for unity of hearts and minds among this council as they lead the people of our city. Lord, knowing full well that their choices affect livelihoods and freedoms of each person within Lubbock, Texas. Lord, I pray that there's conscious and lively debates, but settled and agreed decisions in this coming year. Lord Jesus, let the work of this council, the work of each person, even in our own individual lives. Lord, I pray that we would just come alongside of you and work alongside of you in the acts of reconciliation and transformation. And Lord, finally, I ask, Lord, that you would help transform the hearts and minds of all people, Lord, to facilitate peaceful accountability in international, national, state, and local government. And Lord, and not riotous, outlawed actions against fellow human beings who really, when it boils down to it, just simply think differently than they do. Lord, I ask that you would cover our city with your peace. Let our weaknesses become our strengths. Let our valleys become our vistas, and let our hospitality become our hallmark here in Lubbock, Texas. Offer my prayer in the matchless and powerful name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Pastor. If you are able, please stand and join me in the pledge to our nations and states' flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty
and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance
to thee, Texas,
one state under God, one indivisible. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Pastor, we thank you so much for opening our meeting. God bless you and the people, good people of your church and the good people of Lubbock, Texas. Mr. Maskell, also thank you for leading the pledges. Council, that concludes our ceremonial items, and it is 5:20. I'll call the Lubbock City Council to order for our first regular meeting of 2021. Happy New Year to everyone who's assembled here and is watching us on City TV or on the World Wide Web. Our first item tonight are citizen comments. Now, in this mode of virtual meetings, we do this a little bit differently. And those comments must be received in today's case by 2 p.m. prior to our meeting. What we will then do is each one of those comments will be read aloud for a period of time not to exceed 3 minutes, which is pursuant to our city council rules. I would remind everyone that citizen comments are an opportunity for citizens to make comments or express a position on items that are on today's agenda. Any comment received that is in the nature of asking a question will be referred to appropriate city staff for response. Comments that are on items not on the agenda are not germane. It would not be read prior to our meeting. I also would remind folks that we have a number of public hearings tonight. In fact, items 8.3 through 8.9. We will handle public comments for those at that time. And people that want to speak, we may do so via Zoom by using the raised hand feature. When you're utilizing Zoom through a telephone, you press *9 to raise your hand and you're entered into the queue. I believe that we have a number of comments today. I think they are related to zone cases, but my guess is that those citizens feel more comfortable putting their thoughts in writing than they do doing public comment via Zoom during public hearing. So with that long preamble and my apologies, I'll send it to the city secretary's office and they can coordinate this for us. Ms. Garza, Ms. Paz.
Hi, Mayor. My Courtney Paz here. Jennifer and I, Clements in our office, will be alternating reading. We have received 9 total citizen comments. We have 8 from Cody Keller, 8 letters of support, and then we do have that additional one from Teresa Jewell that will be read last, but Jennifer and I will alternate letters. The first one tonight is from Christy Tucker on behalf of Ag Texas, and it reads, "Dear council members, I'm writing this letter to express my support for 2 upcoming zone cases, 2011H and 2144A. The applicant is seeking a specific use permit to install 2 billboards within the city of Lubbock in heavily commercialized areas. Ag Texas utilizes billboards regularly, and as such, I know the benefit of them firsthand. Billboards are a relatively inexpensive option for local businesses to get their message out to their target audience. This is a major necessity in Lubbock, especially during our current situation of the COVID-19 pandemic. I have reviewed both proposed sign locations and cannot see any detrimental effect to their respective areas, and in fact, only positive impact for local business owners. Additionally, it is my understanding that both properties are currently zoned M1, which is the zoning classification that has historically allowed billboards. Please allow this letter to act as a formal endorsement in support of zone case 2011H and 2144A. Sincerely, Christy Tucker, VP Marketing Manager."
Good evening. Dear council members, as an owner of multiple local businesses and franchises, I am well versed in the needs of small businesses and the benefits of outdoor advertising. Billboard advertising is a relatively inexpensive yet effective method for small local businesses to get their message out to a large number of citizens. I am writing this letter in support of 2 zone cases, zone case 2011H and 2144A, which will be on the city council agenda on January 12, 2021. It is my understanding that both sites are zoned M1, which has historically allowed billboards as a use within this zoning designation. I cannot see a scenario where either of these billboards would have a negative impact on their respective areas. I only see a benefit for small, locally owned businesses by way of effectively reaching their target audience. I feel this is especially true during a time when COVID-19 is heavily impacting local shops and restaurants. These businesses need a way to communicate how they adjusted their operations to adhere to COVID-19 protocols. In accordance with the recommendation by staff and the decision by the Planning and Zoning Commission, I would ask that council approve both zone case 2011H and 2144A. Thank you for your time and consideration. Justin Sharbut, 4907 118th Street, Lubbock, Texas.
Next up is from Steven Spielberg, owner of Chrome. After reviewing the site of your proposed billboards, I agree that these are idea outlets that will not only serve the Keller Company, but also the general public. Electronic billboards are a solid, affordable avenue that helps support ad placements for local businesses. It's a cost-effective way for a lot of mom and pops to keep their names circulating in the sea of chains here in the city. Please accept this email as an in support for your new location. All the best. Steven Spielberg, owner, Chrome, 6033 45th Street, Lubbock.
Our next letter is from Barry Orr, CEO, Chairman of the Board, 9816 Slide Road, Lubbock, Texas. Dear Mayor Pope, I am reaching out to express my support of two zone cases, Zone Case 2011H and 2144A. These zone cases will be on the City Council agenda for January 12th, 2021, and were both recommended for approval by staff as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission. As the CEO of a local bank, First Bank and Trust, and as chairman of the board for the Lubbock Economic Development Alliance, I know firsthand the positive effects a billboard can have on local businesses. While I do not feel that billboards are appropriate in all areas of Lubbock, I have reviewed both of these proposed locations and see only a benefit to our community and the businesses in the respective areas. Both locations that the billboards are being proposed on are properties that are currently zoned M1. This is a zoning classification consistent with the proposed use of an outdoor advertising sign. COVID-19 has hit small, locally owned, operated businesses very hard in Lubbock. Both of the proposed billboard locations would be a great opportunity for these types of businesses to get their message out in an inexpensive manner while having little to no negative impact on the surrounding areas. I would respectfully urge you to uphold the decision made by staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission and vote in favor of Zone Case 2011H and 2144A. Sincerely, Barry Orr.
Next up is from Jeff and Mariah Dixon, Wolforth Farmers Market, 8924 County Road 7100. They do live in Wolforth. City of Lubbock, we are business owners in Wolforth, Texas, and we are writing this letter on behalf of Keller Outdoor Advertising. Our family has lived in Wolforth for 45 years, and we still have over 30 family members living on 20 acres, located just half a mile west of Friendship High School. In 2017, we started selling homemade pickles at the Lubbock Downtown Farmers Market. And when the season ended in October, we realized that there were still many local farmers and businesses that had products to sell during the fall, winter, and spring months. So the next week, we opened up our land to vendors and customers. We only had 7 vendors on that day, and we now have over 100 vendors at our market. We still sell our pickles at the Lubbock market, and we are so thankful for the opportunity they have given us to be included in their amazing farmers market. The hardest part about owning a year-round farmers market is getting the word out that we are open. If we don't have enough customers, we lose vendors, and if we don't have enough vendors, we lose customers. Because we are a family-owned business and not a nonprofit, all market upkeep and advertising costs come out of our own pocket. We have 15 children, so we don't have a lot of extra money for advertising. We currently have a billboard advertisement across from the street from the Friendship High School football stadium, and we have people tell us all the time they saw our billboard when they were traveling through Wolforth. We are only open 4 hours per week, and the market is how many local businesses make a living. And because our market is not in a location that gets much drive-by traffic, it is very important to have a billboard that tells our community our times and days of operation. Cody Keller has been great to work with, and we encourage you to allow the new billboards to open up opportunities for other businesses like ours to get the word out about their business. It is especially important during these times to give businesses every opportunity possible to stay open. We are all fighting an uphill battle right now, and it is amazing to see how our community has come together during this time to try and save small businesses like ours. Thank you, Jeff and Mariah Dixon.
Next, we have Troy Pickering, 3801 85th Street, Lubbock, Texas. Dear council members, please allow this letter to act as my formal support of two zone cases that will be on the city council agenda on January 12th, 2021. The case numbers are Zone Case 2011H and 2144A, and both cases were recommended for approval by staff as well as the Planning and Zoning Commission. As a Lubbock native and being involved in locally owned and operated companies, I understand the needs of local businesses. It is my opinion that billboards have a place in the Lubbock market, and while I do not feel they are appropriate in certain areas, I do think that two proposed sites make sense and would be beneficial to businesses in their respective areas. It is my understanding that both properties that these billboards are being proposed on are zoned M1, which is consistent with the use of a billboard. I also have an interest in a local restaurant and know firsthand the impact that COVID-19 has had on these types of businesses. It has hit small, locally owned and operated businesses very hard in Lubbock. Billboards are an inexpensive way for local restaurants and retailers to get a message to their target audience about how they have altered their businesses to meet COVID-19 protocols. This is very important during these times, and I feel the benefits greatly outweigh and perceived downsides. I would respectfully ask you to uphold the recommendation made by staff and Planning and Zoning Commission and vote in favor of Zone Case 2011H and 2144A. Sincerely, Troy Pickering.
Next up is from David Zwiker, General Manager, Scoggin Dickey Chevrolet Buick Subaru, 5901 Spur 327. Dear council members, I am writing this letter to express my support for the upcoming zone cases 2011H and 2144A. The applicant is seeking a specific use permit to install 2 billboards on 2 separate properties in heavily commercialized areas. As a local business owner, I know the benefit of the utilization of billboards firsthand. Billboards are a relatively inexpensive option for a small business to get their message out, and in the current times of this pandemic, there is a serious need for more options like this in this area. Additionally, both properties are zoned appropriately for this use. Please allow this letter to act as a formal endorsement in support of the above mentioned zone cases. These 2 billboards would greatly benefit local Lubbock businesses with no negative impact on this area. I ask that council uphold both staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation of approving Zone Case 2011H and Zone Case 2144A. Sincerely, David Zwiker.
Next, we have a letter from Katie Weddage, owner of Katie and Company, 6616 Milwaukee Avenue. Dear council members, I am reaching out in regard to 2 zone cases that will be on the agenda on January 12, 2021. I own a small local business called Katie and Company that is located at 6616 Milwaukee Avenue. I have seen firsthand the impact that COVID-19 has had on not only my business, but also a lot of other small businesses on the Milwaukee corridor. Now, more than ever, we need effective ways to get messages out about our products and services, and digital billboards can do just that. I have reviewed both locations and think they will benefit many of the businesses like mine by offering an affordable advertising medium that can direct customers to our shops or restaurants. This would be an opportunity to separate our locally owned and operated businesses from the many chain retail stores and restaurants that have much larger budgets. I feel that the positive impact these 2 signs would have greatly outweighs any possible negative impact. Please allow this letter to serve as my endorsement for the 2 aforementioned zone cases. Thank you, Katie Weddage.
Last one. This one is from Teresa Drool, 3604 East FM 1585, Slayton, Texas. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to submit my comment this evening. My name is Teresa Drool and I reside at 3604 East FM 1585. I am a practicing architect in our community and I own property within the city limits. Please oppose billboard zone case agenda items 8.5 and 8.6. You have all heard concerns that static billboards and digitalized LED illuminated billboards obstruct views, distract motorists, displace alternative uses of land, and basically provide urban blight. Billboards are both a cause and a symptom of urban blight. They are a cause because billboards degrade the urban environment and lower property values. They are a symptom because one form of blight breeds another. More billboards, graffiti, trash, abandoned buildings, etc. As an architect, my responsibility to my client is to enhance their vision and create the highest and best use for their property, all while maintaining the health, safety, and welfare of their employees and the public, and increasing the value of their property. Any type of billboard distracts from my client's property, not just visually, but monetarily. Billboards are a form of pollution, visual pollution. All billboards reduce the value of the property, both on which they are located and the value of the adjacent and surrounding property. Therefore, I ask that you please vote no on both billboard zoning cases. Thank you for your time and consideration of my opinion, Teresa Drool. And that concludes all of our comments received.
I received another one that came to. It looks like Bob provided to us. It looked like it came in at 10 o'clock today to Ms. Garza. Do you guys-
Right. We received it via email, but we did not receive it via, like in the form of a citizen comment for tonight. I think it was more of a wanting people to know how they felt. I mean, we'd certainly be glad to read it if you all want us to.
I think it should have been on your list and should be read.
I can read it.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
we
Let's go ahead-
have
let's go
it.
ahead- Let's go ahead and do that. So just for people who might be watching, Ms. Garza, this could maybe be a learning moment. How would we prefer them to do it through the formal citizen comment portal? Is that correct?
Right, that way we can track what's coming in, and I mean, we certainly get various emails all the time, and this way we can track what's coming in that they want read for citizen comments, but this was a little different, but we'll read it.
Thank you.
Okay, this one is from Marissa Sheaf, and she did not provide an address in her email. This is regarding the proposed billboards at 43rd in Milwaukee and Loop 289 and Spur 327. To whom it may concern. My name is Marissa Sheaf, and I am a Lubbock resident residing at 7002 50th Street. I am against the proposed billboards for safety reasons. Milwaukee is a very busy, chaotic street. It has numerous distractions, such as stoplights, intersections, a very busy and misused left-hand turn lane, business entrances where cars are entering, exiting shopping centers, and an elementary school. It has a very high traffic volume. Drivers need to have their eyes on the road and the other cars around them, not on a billboard. The merging of Loop 289 and Spur 327 is another area of safety concern, and therefore not a good place for a billboard. Traffic is moving at a high rate of speed as it merges from the loop and Brownfield. Again, drivers need their attention on the road and the cars around them, not a billboard. I understand and sympathize with our local businesses and their need for advertising. I understand that council is charged with furthering economic growth. We all want to support our local businesses, but public safety must come first. Other locations for billboards need to be found. Areas such as Marsh Sharp Freeway are better as traffic is more fluid and there are fewer distractions, unlike the locations proposed. I thank you for your consideration. Safety first. Kind regards, Marissa Sheaf.
And she did include her address.
Yes, I did read that once I got into the email, 7002 50th Street.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Courtney and Jennifer, thank you for reading. Y'all did a wonderful job. Okay, I believe that concludes citizen comments. Council, we will now move to the minutes. That's item 6 on our agenda. The minutes of the November 23rd, 2020 Special City Council meeting, COVID-19 update, the December 1st, 2020 regular City Council meeting, the December 9th, 2020 Special City Council meeting for the Lubbock Economic Development Alliance, and the December 21st, 2020 Special City Council meeting for the proposed public health facility were all included in our agenda book. To begin consideration of these minutes, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Second by Mr. Chattis. Are there additions or corrections to these minutes? All right, council, all those in favor of the motion to approve the minutes included in our agenda for this meeting in the form that they were presented, please say, please support your, make your support known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. By the way, it's probably appropriate for me just to mention again that, as I did in work session, that all 7 members of the council are with us via video conference this evening. Okay, we'll now move to the consent agenda. It's number 7 on our tonight's agenda. Items that are considered to be routine and enacted by one motion without separate discussion are those that are on the consent agenda. However, if a council member desires to discuss one of those items separately, they can have them removed from the consent agenda and considered in that manner. I don't believe, Mr. Atkinson, that we have any pulls this evening. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay, council. I'll open the floor for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Council, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed by the same sign? That motion carries 7-0. All right, we'll move now to our regular agenda. As we talked about, that begins with item 8.1 on page 659. Council, we talked in work session about going a bit out of order this evening, and with your, as long as you're still okay with that, I'd like to move item 8.13 to the beginning of our regular agenda. 8.13 is an item from planning, and it's to consider a resolution accepting the second annual report from the Comprehensive Plan Oversight Committee. As we all know, and hopefully some of our citizens know, we saw a report this afternoon in work session given by John Zwiker, who's the chair of that Oversight Committee. Mr. Zwiker also was the chair of the group that created the comprehensive plan. And he's joined on the Oversight Committee by 6 other citizens, if I recall correctly. We also had comments tonight from, or this afternoon, from the city manager and from our director of planning. So before we begin discussion, is there a motion to consider item 8.13?
Move for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Thank you, Ms. Joy. Council, is there discussion, questions or discussion comments on item 8.13? Okay, all in favor? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Patterson Harris.
I just wanted to reiterate from work session today when this report was submitted, how important it is going forward that we make sure, and understanding that COVID has been a thorn in our side, among other places, that we make sure that we really take a look and begin to work and do everything that we can to ensure that everyone on that committee fully understands all of the information that gets provided them, and that they work with the council in addition to city staff to engage the citizens in the community so that we have the input that we should be paying attention to when it comes to these types of events and decisions in the city.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Further comments or questions? Okay. We have a motion on the table to approve item 8.13, the CPOC annual report. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed by that same sign? That motion carries 7-0. I want to thank again the citizens that comprise that committee for their work. I think Mr. Zwiker rejoined us this afternoon, and we appreciate his efforts. We'll now move back to item 8.1. As I indicated previously, 8.1 begins on 8:59. 8.1 is consideration of board and commission appointments for the first quarter of this year. As most of you, as the council knows, and as many of you that follow us closely know, we've been now for, I guess, a bit more than a year, maybe a year and a half, trying to handle the bulk of our boards and commission appointments at the first meeting of every quarter. And tonight is that meeting. we have a number of different boards to work through this evening. These are important to us. The 50-some odd boards and commissions manned by citizens for no pay, just doing their civic duty, so much allow us to get our work done, and we're so thankful for what their willingness to do that. So we'll start tonight with the Building Board of Appeals, and I'll ask Ms. Joy for a motion on this appointment. Ms. Joy?
Move to approve Alexander Salter to the Building Board of Appeals.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Council, are there other names that you would like us to consider? All right. Are there questions or comments on Ms. Joy's motion? All those in favor of the motion to appoint Alexander Salter to the Building Board of Appeals, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? The motion carries 7-0. We'll now move to the Central Business District Tax Increment Financing Reinvestment Zone Board of Directors. Mr. Chidis, would you help me with the motion on this, please?
Certainly, Mayor. I would like to nominate David Alderson, Suzanne Blake, Dan Williams for reappointment.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chidis. Thank you, Ms. Joy. 3 reappointments with the motion on the table is for 3 reappointments to the CBD TIF Board of Directors. Is there discussion on this motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, let's go down to the next item, which is the Community Development and Services Board. Mr. Massengill, can I call on you for a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Netra Barnes and Bill Stubblefield to the Community Development and Services Board.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Is there discussion on Mr. Massengill's motion? All those in favor of his motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. We'll now move to the Comprehensive Plan Oversight Committee. Mr. Griffith, can I ask you for a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to reappoint Leanne Lamb-Vines, AJ McLeod, and John Zwiker to the Comprehensive Plan Oversight Committee.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith, for the motion, Ms. Joy for the second. Is there discussion on this motion?
The only discussion is this is the group that we just approved their report. And I think it's important that we recognize these 3 people particularly for agreeing to serve again.
Nice. Well said. Other comments? Okay, all those in favor of Mr. Griffith's motion to reappoint 3 citizens to the Comprehensive Plan Oversight Committee, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? That motion carries 7-0. We'll now move to the Cultural Arts Grant Review Standing Subcommittee. Mr. Christian, do you have a motion? Mr. Christian, you're on mute, I believe, sir.
Sorry, I am. Thank you. I make a motion to appoint Christina Gonzalez to this Cultural Arts and Grants Standing Subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Massengill, is that a second, Mr. Massengill?
Yes, second.
Okay. Any discussion on Mr. Christian's motion? All those in favor of the motion to appoint Ms. Gonzalez to the Cultural Arts Grant Review Standing Subcommittee, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed by that, any opposed by that same sign? The motion carries 7-0. Okay, let's move to the Libraries Board. Ms. Joy, do you have a motion?
I move to reappoint Kelly Davila and Sherry Lewis to the Libraries Board and to appoint Darnell Dingle. That is a slotted position for the president of the South Plains Genealogical Society, and she qualifies for that position.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Is there discussion on Ms. Joy's motion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, Ms. Joy's motion to appoint a new member and reappoint 2 existing members to the Library Board, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, let's go now to the Lubbock Business Park Tax Increment Financing Reinvestment Zone Board of Directors. Certainly have nothing. Mr. Chavez, do you have a motion?
Yes, sir, Mayor, I do. I'd like to make a motion to, I move to appoint Tyler Young to the Lubbock Business Park Tax Increment Finance Reinvestment Zone Board of Directors to finish out the term vacated by Les Gillett, ending on March the 1st, 2021, and for the subsequent term beginning March the 1st, 2021, and ending on March the 1st, 2023.
Okay. Would you take the 2 reappointments there also, if you don't mind, Mr. Chavez?
Yes, sir.
Add those to your
I've
motion.
got Sonny Garza for reappointment,
Okay.
and I've lost my place. And Christine Gonzalez Palomino.
Wrong one. Cassandra Henry, right? Right. Right below Mr. Young.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Sorry, my apologies.
You jumped ahead of us there. Okay.
Yes.
So
on the wrong page.
that's okay. It's on 2 pages and broken up in certain ways. So that's a motion to reappoint Mr. Garza, Ms. Henry, and to appoint Mr. Young.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there discussion? Okay, all those in favor of Mr. Chavis's motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll move now to the North Overton Tax Increment Financing Reinvestment Zone Board of Directors. Mr. Massengill, do you have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Kurt Metcalf, also reappoint Patrick Murphy, and appoint Lisa West to the North Overton Tax Increment Financing Reinvestment Zone Board of Directors.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Mr. Griffith, is that a second right there, Mr. Griffith?
Second.
Thank you. Is there discussion on Mr. Massengill's motion?
The only discussion I have is I welcome Lisa West to that board. She is a business owner in that district and well-known in Lubbock. Look forward to having her on that board.
Lisa will be good.
She's owned a business in that district for a long time.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments? All right. All those in favor of Mr. Massengill's motion regarding the North Overton TIF board, please say aye.
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 Any opposed to that motion, please say aye. Okay, that motion carries 7-0. All right, so let's go to the Permit and License Appeal Board. I'll call on Mr. Griffith for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to nominate Garrett Nolan for the Permit and License Appeal Board.
Second.
Motion to appoint Mr. Knoll, second from a motion from Mr. Griffith, second from Ms. Joy. Any comments on the motion? All right, all those in favor of Mr. Griffith's motion regarding appointing Garrett Knoll to the Permit License Appeal Board, please say aye.
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 Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, let's move to the Urban Design and Historic Preservation Commission. Mr. Christian, looks like we've got 3 potential reappointments and a new member. I'm going to call on you for a motion.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I move to reappoint Jared Hosford and Sammy Kreitz, Gretchen Scott, no, excuse me, Betty Wheeler, and adding Mary Kreitz as a new member of this commission.
Okay, so that's a motion to reappoint Mr. Horsford, Mr. Cryer, and Ms. Wheeler, and also to appoint Ms. Kreitz. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Is there discussion on this motion?
Just briefly, Ms. Kreitz is pretty familiar, I think, to the council and been very active in this area. I think she'll make a really good addition.
All right, other comments or questions? All those in favor of Mr. Christian's motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed by that sign? All right, motion carries 7-0. Okay, let's go to Urban Renewal Neighborhood Redevelopment Commission. Ms. Joy, I'll ask you for a motion.
Move to reappoint Marissa Huerta, Brian Palomino, Stuart Townsend, and Lawrence Valdez.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Is there discussion on Ms. Joy's motion? Okay. I just point out that like a number of these boards, and 3 of these citizens serve in slotted positions. We're reappointing them, but some important work they do. If there are no comments, I'll ask for a vote on Ms. Joy's motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed by that very same sign? All right, motion carries 7-0. Okay, Mr. Childis, I'll turn to you for a motion on the Water Board of Appeals.
Thank you, Mayor. For the Water Board of Appeal, I nominate Greg Coward.
Okay, motion to appoint Mr. Cowart. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there any discussion on Mr. Chattis's motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. I believe we have one more this evening. Mr. Massengale, I'll call on you for a motion to the regarding the Zoning Board of Adjustment.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make a motion to first reappoint Stace Jones, reappoint Rebecca Poster. I'd like to promote Matthew Hadley from alternate to member. Furthermore, I'd like my motion to include Catherine Gonzalez Paulino as an appointment to that board and Duana McPherson.
Thank you. And the 2 new appointments would go in as alternates, right, Mr. Massengale?
That's correct.
Okay, is it Ms. Paris Harris? Can I call on you for a second there?
Second.
Okay, all right. Is there discussion or comments on Mr. Massengale's motion?
Well, this comment is because Joe McKay will be going off the board, been a long-serving member and been very valuable in his service and very conscientious about it. So we'll miss Joe McKay.
Great.
Well said. Other comments or questions? Okay, all those in favor of Mr. Massengale's motion regarding reappointments, promotions, and new appointments to the Zoning Board of Adjustment, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed by that same sign? The motion carries 7-0. Thank you, council. Particularly thank you to City Secretary staff, Mr. Childis and Ms. Joy for serving as our subcommittee for this quarter. Okay. Okay, let's move to item 8.2. Item 8.2 is also from the city secretary's office. It's board appointments. In this case, it's regarding the Lubbock Housing Authority Board of Directors. Council, as you're aware, those appointments are made by the mayor. And we have 3 appointments tonight that need to be read into the record. So I've asked Mr. Massengill to do that. Steve?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to declare Toby Cecil, Vasilia Mann, and Jerry Ramirez as the mayor's appointments to the Lubbock Housing Authority Board of Commissioners.
Thank you very much. Ms. Garza, I think that would suffice for what we need for the record. Is that correct? I see a
Yes,
nod.
sir, that is correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see a nod from Mr. Weaver. Okay, that'll take care of that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, Council, let's move to item 8.3. We have several zone cases tonight. 8.3 through 8.8 being more of the traditional type, 8.9 being a little different, more of a staff-driven kind of zone case. I thought what we might do is ask Mr. Isom to give us an overview on items 8.3, 8.4, 8.5, 8.6, 8.7, and 8.8 before we before we decide how we're going to handle these and open the public hearing. Council, if you're okay with that, we'll call on Mr. Isom to provide us that overview. I see no objection. Mr. Isom.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brian Isom, Director of Planning. Item 8.3 is case 0355B for Rudy Morin, represented tonight by Gary Arthur. The request is for a specific use for a game room on property zone Commercial District C4 at 1819 East Broadway.
Mr. Isom, I'm going to interrupt for a minute. We had that same issue with your audio. You sort of coming in and out. So I don't know if you need to. It doesn't look like your head's moving a lot, but just be aware of that and maybe try to project a little bit. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We sent out 14 notifications and we received 1 in opposition. We show the opposition north of the subject site. Here we show the subject site outlined in black, generally located north of East Broadway and east of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Current zoning on site is C4, with C4 to the east, west, south, and light manufacturing M1 to the north. The future land use map calls for commercial in this area. And here we show some site photos, the views to the east, the existing property to the north, and then the view south and west down East Broadway. This is a site plan that was provided by the applicant showing that he does meet the parking requirements. The request is consistent with the future land use map and comprehensive plan, as commercial uses can take many different forms. And this one, again, is only requesting a specific use as opposed to a change to the C4 zoning. The request is also consistent with zoning ordinances that proposed use is appropriate next to adjacent existing commercial uses. The proposal is consistent with the surrounding zoning and land uses. And with that, staff recommended approval of this request, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial of the request by a unanimous vote.
Okay, let's pause there. We're working on, I understand we're working on Mr. Isom's audio. We may have to switch devices because we're cutting in and out. Brian, as you work on that for a minute, Council, I'll ask if you have any comments on this one. Bear with me for one moment, please. Yeah, it's gonna take about 3 or 4 minutes for us to get Mr. Isom's device switched out. We feel like we have a bit of a malfunction in his speakers. So council, we'll take a pause right now unless, I guess we could, if you chose to do the public hearing around this one on its own right now. What's your pleasure on this, council?
Why don't we consider, go ahead and do the public hearing?
Okay.
So he
Yeah.
can get
Well, if you
audio.
guys are okay with that, we'll go ahead. While we're waiting on, it gives Mr. Isom a chance to switch his machine out. Okay. All right. So we've heard an overview from staff on item 8.3. I'll open the public hearing for item 8.3, and I'll invite anyone who would like to speak in opposition to item 8.3 to please raise your hand, or if you're just joining via phone, to hit *9. Okay, and there's a raise hand function in Zoom. All right. Mr. Yearwood, do we have anybody that has indicated their desire to speak on item 8.3?
No, sir. There is no raised hands yet.
Okay, let's open it up for anybody in opposition or in favor to this item. We'll open it to anybody on 8.3. If you're here to talk either in opposition or in favor, please raise your hand, or if you're on audio only, dial *9.
Once again, no takers.
Okay. Mr. Yearwood, would you remind a citizen that was joining us tonight how they would raise their hand in Zoom?
Let's see, I believe if you, in Zoom, there is going to be a raise hand feature in whatever app you're using, whether it's the Microsoft Windows or the iPhone or iOS or Android. There is a raise hand feature. If you're on a phone, I believe it is *8. But we have nobody that is on the telephone on this meeting.
And the reason those of us that are panelists don't have the raise hand is because we're panelists. If you're not a panelist, you have the ability to hit the raise hand button and offer a comment, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, anything else on item 8? Anybody, one final offer, anybody in favor of or in opposition to item 8.3? Okay, I'll close the public hearing on item 8.3 and open the floor for a motion on item 8.3. Is there a motion to begin consideration of item 8.3?
Move for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Discussion on item 8.3. Ms. Patterson Harris, you want to start?
Oh, yeah, I can do that. Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Something that Mr. Isom did not include is information from the Planning and Zoning Commission's meeting. I can't recall the date on last month regarding this particular item 8.3. There were several citizens who spoke up in opposition, who took the time out to come and voice their concerns. And I believe there was also a citizen who sent in the response page that was mailed out to the citizens again in opposition. I believe that individual would be directly across the business owner directly across the street from the proponent who owns a barber shop that he serves the community in, both young and older and middle-aged citizens. There were also presence of a pastor speaking for several of the pastors of the churches within the community directly in the area of the actual location as well. And he too, in addition to speaking for some of the other churches, opposed this type of businesses being in the area. Number one being because of the type of activities that they have for their families and the children that attend their church. Also during the planning and zoning meeting, it was brought up by members of P&Z, the fact that there is a facility, a office building for Children's Protective Services, or Texas Department of Regulatory Services, I think Parent Regulatory Services, there that is just across the way from this very location, in addition to the business that is directly north of the proponent, who is also in opposition of the business going in this location, that being traffic issues, access to their property by way of this business being there. So, and I too have heard nothing but opposition to this very item. So I would tend to agree with what the planning and zoning indicated for those reasons. In addition to the fact that there is a community of homes being built not too far, maybe a stone's throw from this particular business, and the desire is to attract families, parents with children. So I can't support this, given the fact that the citizens in the community are totally against it. In addition to the funeral, I forgot one additional, the funeral home services that is just a lot over from this business also being in opposition of it. So that's where I stand. I stand in support of the citizens, and I also agree with the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Other comments? Any other
Mayor,
comments? Ms. Joy.
Minutes of planning and zoning do reflect those persons who appeared in opposition. If anyone needs to refresh their memory about that it is reflected in the minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Other comments or questions? Okay, council, there's a motion on the floor to approve item 8.3. We'll do this tonight by we'll do a voice vote on this, and I'll open the all those in favor of approving the motion to approve item 8.3, please say aye. I think that's 0 in favor. Those opposed to approving the motion supporting item 8.3, please say aye.
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 Okay, motion fails 0-7. Okay, let's go to item 8.4. Mr. Isom, you're back. If you're ready to share your screen, we would like you to go through items 8.4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, take it away, Brian. Brian, can you hear us?
I'm not seeing any audio out of his device.
Okay, Brian, try it now, please.
Are you able to hear me now?
We are actually. Yes.
Is it better than earlier or?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So if you'll share your screen with us and get going, get started for us. 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Item 8.4 is case 1112E for Solutions represented by the Brand Tattoo Studio. The request is to rezone property to Commercial District C4 from Restricted Local Retail District C2A at 4412 50th Street. We sent out 21 notifications and received none in support nor in opposition. And we also had no one show up to speak about this case at the Planning and Zoning Commission. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located on the north side of 50th Street and west of Quaker Avenue. The current zoning on site is C2A with a mix of C2, C2A, and C3 to the east and west, and R1 to the north and to the south. The future land use map calls for commercial in this area. And here we have some subject site photos that include the existing commercial strip development, as well as adjacent commercial development up and down 50th Street. The request is consistent with the future land use map and comprehensive plan principles, as commercial uses can take many different forms. The request is also consistent with the zoning ordinance, as the proposed use is appropriate next to adjacent existing commercial uses. This proposal is consistent with the surrounding zoning and land uses, and the site has adequate access and public infrastructure. With that, staff recommended approval, as well as the commission recommended approval of the request by unanimous vote.
Okay, anything for Mr. Isom on 8.4? Okay, let's go to 8.5, Mr. Isom.
Item 8.5 is case 2144A for Keller Outdoor Advertising. The request is for a specific use to allow for a billboard on property zoned M1 at 5702 Spur 327. We sent out 3 notifications and received none in support or in opposition. As you guys are well aware, we've received a number of letters both in support and opposition, some included in your packet, some that were sent in today. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located north of Spur 327 and west of Loop 289. Current zoning on site is M1, with M1 surrounding to the north, west, and to the east, and R1 and C4 to the south across Spur 327. The future land use map does call for commercial within this area. And here are some site photos showing the subject site, the adjacent vacant big box store, which was previously Best Buy, and some of the development in the immediate area. These are some images provided by the applicant that show the location of the billboard on site, as well as its setback from the front property line. This is an image, a rendering that would show the billboard as you would travel west on Spur 327, and then if you were traveling east on Spur 327. With that, the request is consistent with the future land use map and comprehensive plan. While the existing M1 zoning may not be in conformance with the future land use map, the M1 zoning is existing and is not what the staff reviewed as part of the specific use permit. With this, the request is also consistent with the zoning ordinance, as the existing and adjacent property is also zoned M1. The proposal is consistent with surrounding development. While much of the surrounding development, again, is commercial in nature, the existing zoning of M1 would allow a host of industrial and manufacturing type uses in this area by right. Staff recommended approval of this request, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 6-3. Again, on this item, we did have a number of individuals speaking in opposition, and I believe one individual that spoke in favor at the Planning and Zoning Commission, and their comments are reflected in the minutes in the case information.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Questions on item 8.5? Comments? Okay, let's move to item 8.6, please, Mr. Isom.
Item 8.6 is case 2011H for Keller Outdoor Advertising. The request is for a specific use to allow for a billboard on property zoned M1 at 4525 Milwaukee Avenue. We sent out 7 notifications and received 3 in support and none in opposition. Here we show the location of the letters of support that we received. Again, we received many additional letters in support and in opposition, some included in your packet, some read into comments today. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located north of 50th Street and east of Milwaukee Avenue. The current zoning on site is M1, with M1 surrounding to the north, south, east, and west, and high-density apartment district to the northeast, and again, further to the west across Milwaukee Avenue. The future land use map does call for commercial within this area. And here we show some subject site photos that show the existing commercial strip development, as well as the vacant property across Milwaukee Avenue and some adjacent development up and down Milwaukee. Again, some photos provided by the applicant, the location of the billboard, as well as its setback from Milwaukee Avenue. And this is a rendering of what the billboard would look like if you were driving north along Milwaukee Avenue, and a rendering of what the billboard might look like if you were traveling southbound. This request is consistent with the future land use map. Again, the M1 zoning may not be consistent with what the future land use map designates this area for. However, the request is not to change the M1 zoning. It's to propose a specific use for the billboard. And again, the M1 zoning would allow a host of industrial and manufacturing type uses in this area by right. And staff feels that the billboard is in conformance with those existing and future uses. And it is consistent with the surrounding zoning and development. And staff recommended approval of the request, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommended approval by a vote of 6-3. Staff is available for questions.
All right. Questions for Mr. Isom? Okay, let's go to 8.7, please, Brian.
Item 8.7 is case 2538R for the Walter B. Mantooth Estate, represented by Derek Cooper. The request is to rezone property to Family Apartment District A1 from Single Family District R1 at 6801 4th Street. We sent out 44 notifications and received 1 in support and 5 in opposition. Here we show the location of the 1 support letter to the southwest, as well as the opposition letters in the adjacent single-family development and 1 property owner north of the subject site. Here we have the subject site outlined in orange, generally located east of Upland Avenue and south of 4th Street. Existing zoning on site is R1, with R1 surrounding to the east, south, and west, and 2-family district R2 to the north. The future land use map does call for low-density residential within this area. And here we show some subject site photos, the existing vacant lot, as well as some vacant lot to the north, or to the east and to the north. What's not pictured here is the subdivision that is existing to the southeast. While the area calls for low-density residential in this area, this designation may take many forms. Based on this, the proposed A1 zoning may adhere to the spirit of the comprehensive plan future land use map, as well as it could act as a buffer to the existing existing substation to the west. This would not require any additional infrastructure as well. With that, staff recommended approval of this project, and the Planning and Zoning Commission also recommends approval of this request by a vote of 7-2.
Okay, questions on item 8.7? Okay, Brian, move to 8.8, please, sir.
Item 8.8 is case 2995 EE for the Hub Texas, represented by King Louis LLC. The request is to rezone property to Commercial District C4 with a specific use for a bar from Local Retail District C2 at 7604 Milwaukee Avenue. We sent out 8 notifications and received none in support or in opposition. Here we show the subject site outlined in orange, generally located south of 74th Street and west of Milwaukee Avenue. Current zoning on site is C2 with a mix of C2, C3, and C4 districts surrounding the subject site, as well as transition in R1 to the west. The future land use map does call for commercial within this area. Here we show some subject site photos of the existing King Louis business, as well as some adjacent commercial property. The request is consistent with the future land use map and comprehensive plan principles, as commercial uses can take many different forms. The request is also consistent with the zoning ordinance, as the proposed use is appropriate next to adjacent existing commercial uses. The proposal is consistent with surrounding zoning and land uses, and the site has adequate access to public infrastructure. The staff recommends approval of this request, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote.
Okay, any questions on item 8.8 from Mr. Ison? Okay, thank you, Brian. Why don't you end the screen share for now? I'm sure, I would imagine we'll come back to that. Okay, council, how do you want to handle this? Do you want to do one public hearing? Do you want to do separate public hearings? What's your pleasure?
Mr. Mayor, I think we probably should do separate public hearings on these cases.
Okay. If that's the case, then let's go to item 8.4. This is a zone case 112E, and I'll open the. Excuse me. We'll open the public hearing for item 8.4. We've seen an overview from staff, and we'll invite anyone that would like to speak in favor or opposition to item 8.4 to use the raise your hand capability in the Zoom app.
Mayor, we have one citizen who has a hand raised, so allow us to talk.
That'd be great. Let's if you could identify the citizen, and we'll let them get started.
The only thing on her screen name is Mary.
Okay. Mary, welcome to our meeting. If you would identify yourself and your address, we look forward to hearing your input.
Hi, my name is Mary Kreitz, but I'm actually wanting to speak about 8.5.
We look forward to hearing from you in a few minutes on 8.5, Mary. Okay, thank you. Anybody that would like to speak on 8.4? This is the regarding the request of the brand tattoo studio for Omega Health Solutions.
Okay, Mayor, we have, no, they lowered their hand, so never mind.
How do you lower your hand?
Ms. Kreitz, I would suggest, why don't you just mute yourself, and we'll call you in here in just a minute. Okay. All right. Anybody that would like to speak on item 8.4? Mr. Yearwood, do you see anything?
No, sir, none so far.
Okay. We will close the public hearing on item 8.4. I'll open the floor for a motion to begin consideration. I think that was a motion moved to approve from Mr. Griffith. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Council discussion on this one. Questions, comments on item 8.4? Mr. Griffith, you're on mute. Why don't we start with you, and then we'll go to Ms. Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. The, this is across this is not actually my district. This is across the street from my district. This is actually in District 4, Mr. Massengale. As concerned, my concern is that we had a major fast food chain, McDonald's, that scraped that corner. And since that has happened, we've lost a lot of retail, and I believe redevelopment is needed in that corridor along 50th right there close to Quaker. I feel like it's a good fit. I think that these people are above grade and run a good business from what I've seen on 34th Street. So I'm in favor of this because I think it is a very good fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Ms. Joy.
My comment is simply, it always concerns me when the applicant is not present at planning and zoning and doesn't attend when it comes before the council. I understand we're doing everything by Zoom, and that may be an issue for some people. Just a caution that very often there are questions that arise at planning and zoning or here at council, and there's no one here to give us the answers. So it's just kind of a cautionary idea that if you feel strongly enough about your project, you probably ought to be present.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Other comments or questions?
Mayor,
Mr. Massengale.
I don't have a lot to add, except I concur with Mr. Griffith. It is in District 4. If you're familiar with that intersection, there's a lot of personal service businesses. And I think we're certainly welcome anything new that's coming in there right now.
Thank you, Mr. Massengale. Any other comments? Questions? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve item 8.4. All those in favor of the motion of approving it on first reading, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed by the same sign? All right, that motion carries 7-0. All right. We'll move to item 8.5. Item 8.5 begins on page 760. And I will open we've seen a public hearing, or excuse me, we've seen an overview from staff on item 8.5. I will now open the public hearing on item 8.5. I might note that we also received a number of citizen comments related to this item, I believe, and this item and item 8.6. So I will, public hearing is now open, and I will call on Mary Kreitz, who was the first person to raise her hand. So Ms. Kreitz, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I submitted a PowerPoint presentation to Kristen Sager. I'm hoping that Brian is able to maybe pull that up. Perfect. Perfect. And Brian, I'm assuming you're going to move the slides?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. So my name is Mary Kreitz. I live at 4617 8th Street, and I really appreciate being here tonight to talk to you about this specific use permit. You could change the slide. Change. I urge you to oppose this specific use zoning variance request because of concern about safety specific to the site, because it is not compatible with surrounding uses, and it does not comply with the council-approved 2040 comprehensive plan and the future land use map as part of that. Next slide. This tract of land is bounded with 3 major streets all merging. Next slide. I routinely drive this area, and you've got drivers who are turning on a radius, merging lanes, changing lanes, and driving at 50 or more miles an hour. And candidly, oftentimes I'm seeing illegal maneuvering, merging lanes when they're not supposed to be, trying to take that exit when, you know, they're really supposed to have been past that opportunity. And that's disconcerting in terms of having a billboard at this location. Next slide. Because at this location, drivers should be more focused on the road. Next slide. The billboard industry says their purpose is to attract attention to their advertising message. And I get that. But what that really means is that they're distracting drivers at location. And at this location, they shouldn't be distracted. They need all their attention on the road. If you look at the little flow diagram shown here, the little red arrows are where I've seen illegal maneuvers occurring, i.e. changing lanes when you're not supposed to and trying to exit when you're not supposed to. The proposer indicated at the P&Z meeting where this was brought up that the east side of this billboard is going to be static because of safety, because of traffic concerns. So safety is an issue here. Next slide. The TxDOT website has graphics showing crash data. And the orange, what's important here is the orange represents the highest concentration of accident locations. And the orange doesn't differentiate between the main road and the access or frontage roads. Accidents happen here, and they're happening at 50 miles an hour or more. Is someone's life really worth this billboard? Next line. Billboards are not permitted in an M1. Let's be more specific. They allow billboards as a specific use in M1. There's no M1 uses in this area. It's commercial. Next slide. The council adopted in December of 2018 the 2040 comprehensive plan and the future land use map after 18 months of study. The comprehensive plan says that the planning department is going to primarily use the future land use map to review zoning cases, and that the commission would essentially do the same. Next slide. The new plan calls for this land to be zoned commercial, where billboards would not be allowed. Why did the city pay for and approve an interim plan if it's not going to be used as a guide for staff and P&Z Commission in their deliberations on zone change requests and or for the council to in your deliberations? Next slide. I again urge you to oppose this billboard case because of safety, concerns about safety specific to the site, that it's not compatible with the surrounding commercial uses for this specific use, and that it does not meet council-approved 2040 comprehensive plan and the land use plan. I want to take one other comment or make one other comment in regards to a number of the letters that you read or that were read at the beginning during the citizens' comment. Many of them talked about their concern about lack of retail, lack of advertising for retail and how good billboards would be used for that. And in looking at Scenic America, their website, they indicate that a number of studies have shown that that does not happen when billboards are not used or when billboards are not allowed. And in fact, just as one sidebar, Houston, Texas, they banned billboards back in 1981. And the very next year, they had $9 billion of more revenue from retail. Don't think this is the end of retail if you don't do billboards specific and particularly on this tract of land. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kreitz. I might mention, council, you can see the number, the phone, the 806-775-3029. That's Mr. Isom's. He's connected via phone to work on, to try to get good audio tonight. So Brian, we appreciate your efforts. Okay, others, other proponents or opponents to this item?
The next citizen up is Chris Kincaid.
Okay. Good evening, Chris. The floor is yours. Chris, you need to, looks like you may need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
So my name is Chris Kincaid, and I own and operate multiple businesses here in Lubbock that have or would take advantage of billboards. It's Kincaid Roofing, and I'm a general partner at the Falls Tennis and Athletic Club. And something to consider is I really believe these are completely appropriate places for these billboards. I've been to both sites. I disagree that it's going to be safety issues. Most of these, any type of billboard, it's not where you're reading a paragraph or sentences. It's usually something very quick and efficient. So they're not as distracting as I believe the former had indicated to. I don't have a great PowerPoint presentation or anything like that, but one of the things now with COVID and billboard advertising, it's much more, as you guys probably know, or less expensive to brand and to help get the word out, depending on budget. And so it's one of those, I think it's a very effective way to advertise as long as it's done right. I also believe that Mr. Killer's business also lends itself directly towards local businesses and not national chains. So at the end of the day, it benefits local business owners. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kincaid. Next speaker.
Next up is Dan Odom.
All right, Mr. Odom.
Before we proceed, did Mr. Kincaid have an address?
16601 County Road 1920 in South Fork Ranch.
Thank you, Mr. Kincaid.
Is that in the city?
Yes. Or it's just, sorry, excuse me.
I'm sorry?
He's gone.
Good evening, council. Dan Odom, 4602 18th Street, Lubbock, Texas. I think I must have unmuted there for Mr. Kincaid, so.
You're good. Please continue, Mr. Odom.
I'll keep it short and sweet. Own and operator of a business here as well in Lubbock. I am for the billboards. We've got many small businesses. I'm not going to repeat everyone else, but COVID-19 has been a huge issue. There's all these small businesses competing against all the retailers that are online. Our local businesses, we don't know which ones are open or which ones are closed. This is an avenue for them to get up there. It's a cheap alternative to advertising. I think there's, billboards around a couple of these locations already. I don't have any issues with where they're at or safety concerns with that. I drive these all the time. One of them's on the way to one of our locations as well that I've been by, thousands of times. So I just ask you all, the council, to uphold the recommendation of the staff and Planning and Zoning Commission and approve these proposed designations for these billboard locations. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Odom. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Cody Keller.
Good evening, Mr. Keller.
Good evening.
I have a presentation. I wasn't sure if that was supposed to go at the beginning or how y'all wanted to handle that. Typically it kind of goes right after Mr. Isom's, but I can handle it however you guys want to.
If you sent that, have you already sent that to staff, Mr. Keller?
Yes, sir. Sure have.
Okay, let's go ahead and let Mr. Isom pull it up.
Okay.
And we'll let you do it right now. Okay. All right. Bear with us for just a moment.
Sure, no problem.
All right. Looks like we're up.
Okay. Brian, you can go ahead and go to that next slide. Okay, so I'm sure you guys remember my previous zone case that I had a couple months ago now, and actually, decided to withdraw that one. It became controversial, and there was a lot of concerns about actually rezoning the property to M1 and what other allowed uses could potentially be used there. So I'm making an effort to find locations that are not controversial, and this location is already zoned M1, only requesting the specific use designation, obviously. Billboards are allowed in M1 designation by the specific use in the ordinance. Historically, they'd been allowed in the M1 zoning classification since the 70s, I believe, by right. I reached out to every council member to discuss these cases. I'm very appreciative of those that got back to me. It means a lot to me, and I appreciate y'all's time. Obviously, a couple people have already hinted at this, including Brian, that both staff and Planning Zoning Commission did recommend approval of this, unlike the previous case as well. There was no opposition on this specific location from surrounding property owners. There was a call from an individual from Cinemark on this location on the Planning and Zoning meeting, and they had some questions about content, and I believe I put her mind at ease as far as the type of businesses that I advertise, and just based on my morals. And then I want to go on to whether anyone believes this or not, including opposition. I do consider myself and my business a local business to Lubbock, Texas. I'm a Texas Tech grad. My wife was born and raised in Lubbock. A lot of my family still lives in Lubbock, and the majority of my friends still live in Lubbock. And I'm there all the time. I actually started my business in Lubbock and lived in Lubbock for 10 years after graduating Texas Tech. I want to say that 100% of my advertisers in the Lubbock market are local to that area. I don't think there's another billboard operator or company that can say the same. I pride myself on that. And I'm not a national publicly traded company that would come in and only be selling space to national buys, like say Coca-Cola or something like that doesn't necessarily benefit Lubbock. My business is I benefit local businesses, and that's what I try to stick to. Interestingly enough, I would actually probably still live in Lubbock and would love to live in Lubbock. There was one reason that I don't, and that was solely because of the difficulty that I had growing my business while living there. Just obviously how difficult it is to get billboard locations. Next slide, please. A lot of these things Brian has already shown, so I can kind of go through them quickly, not to binge y'all's ear for too long. So you can see the location here. You can go to the next one, Brian. That one there shows the billboard pole location and the setback. Next slide. As Brian said, all adjacent properties that this touches are also zoned M1. And then the next two are just the renderings that you've already had a view of. So we can move on to the next couple slides here. Everyone is completely entitled to their own opinion, and I truly believe that. I know there's going to be people in opposition. There already has been one to what I'm proposing, and I want to address some of their concerns or arguments prior to the rest of them. You're probably going to hear something about visual pollution. It's my opinion that was taken care of by the ordinance that was previously put in place, by the spacing, setback and things like that. And, you know, interestingly enough, some of the people, or a lot of the people that are opposed to any billboards in Lubbock, were instrumental in developing the ordinance that both zoned these properties M1 and previously allowed billboards by right in M1 before it became a specific use situation. So, you know, you'll probably hear concerns also about the size and setback. I want to make it clear that I will meet all regulations by Lubbock and TxDOT. The Lubbock ordinance actually allows 750 square foot on signs, and I'll make a concession there is what I would agree to only build the sign at 672 square feet, which is significantly smaller. And I want everyone to be clear that I still have to go through the sign permitting process with the planning department to make sure that all these things are adhered to. That this is just the actual zoning portion of it. You know, you'll hear about, and you already have, about billboards being a traffic hazard. You know, billboards do not increase traffic. I know that for a fact, and there's a lot of studies that show they do not increase accidents. There's been a number of studies that have been put into place to prove the danger of billboards, and they actually ended up proving the opposite. And I'm more than happy to provide these studies to anyone on council. A lot of these studies found that billboards actually increased awareness because it kept drivers' eyes forward out of the car as opposed to focused in the car on things like your cell phone or anything like that. And the goal of a billboard is, as you're driving by, you see it ahead of you and you pick the optimum time to look at it, and then you can continue focusing on traffic. It doesn't distract or take away from driving necessarily. Next is that in 2013, there was a ZBA case VZ4080, that allowed Lamar to raise a sign and add a digital to it. This sign is literally only 850 feet to the west of my sign that I'm proposing on Spur 327. There was no opposition. The Zoning Board of Adjustment voted unanimously to approve Lamar to raise the sign. Their argument, which is a good argument, that by the sign being taller at that overpass, that it made the sign safer. I would be, you know, it would cost me significantly more money to build the sign taller, but if that would alleviate some of those concerns about safety, I'd be more than happy to do so. Let's see, there's an argument about the future land use plan, and really all I can say to that is that I can only apply for a specific use permit on the current zoning. I can't apply for the future land use plan. So that's really all that I can do. And that's what I am doing. And I'm trying to adhere to the ordinance and work by it as best I can. If you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, some final comments here. So again, I've reached out and tried to speak with each council member to, you know, address any concerns that anyone may have. I even reached out to people that speak in opposition on these cases with no responses other than one person, and that was actually Mrs. Kreitz, who already spoke. And I didn't intend or plan or hope to change her opinion. I just wanted to discuss it with her, and I really appreciated her giving me a call back. I felt a positive conversation, and I appreciated her time in doing that. You know, I'm trying to go about this process the right way and work with the city, again, and pick sites that are not controversial, that are already zoned appropriately previous to the specific use. You know, I'd like to find some common ground with the opposition on these sites. I do want to make it clear that I support the current sign ordinances, and I'm just doing my best to operate under those parameters. I don't want billboards on every corner and saturating the market. That doesn't do me any good whatsoever. You know, I will say that commercial signs and billboards do drive local business. City of Lubbock is really big on local business, and rightfully so. It's one of the best things about it, in my opinion. Billboards do benefit local businesses. And like I said previously, those are my advertisers. It's not national chains. You know, I want to say that I'm committed to working with the city. I'm more than willing to make allowances for usage on the sign by the city of Lubbock for COVID messages or any message they see fit, as well as the Lubbock Police Department as needed if there's any message alerts that they need to get out, I'm committed to working with them on that. You know, back when the changes were made to make billboards a specific use, it was my understanding that the main concern was billboards in C4. I was at the meeting, not necessarily in M1. And so, you know, I think that this is an appropriate location to that. To the extent possible, I'd love any opportunity to sit down with staff, council, and like I said, even opposition to come up with equitable solutions moving forward on this. And one little thing about Houston and how the retail increased after billboards. Interestingly enough, the city of Houston themselves, that entity, 2 weeks ago put out an RFP as they want to put billboards up on their property that they own. So interestingly enough, after the comment about Houston. And you can go to the next slide. I just have some examples of how these obviously the city of Lubbock has used billboards, digital billboards, to get COVID-19 messages out. You can go to the next one. Texas Tech has done the same thing near El Paso. I'm sure they've probably done the same thing in Lubbock as well. Next one is UMC. They put messages up on digital displays to get messages out about COVID. And then finally, the last one is an example of what local businesses can do with these digitals. They can say that, look, we're open. We're open for takeout, delivery, or curbside. Even if their main restaurant isn't open, or even if a shop isn't open, they can tell potential customers, keep us afloat. We can adhere to whatever we need on the COVID protocols. We can bring everything out to you. You can shop online, and we can bring your whatever products you bought out to your car. There's a lot of this going on right now, and it's really helping local businesses. And I think that would be very beneficial to all of them in Lubbock as well. In closing, I'm asking that council uphold the recommendation of both staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission and approve the specific use to allow a billboard on this property. And with that, I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Keller. We'll probably hold questions until we finish the public hearing. I'll open the floor for the next speaker on case 8-5.
The next speaker is just identified as Jim and Charlotte.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, speaker. Looks like you're on mute. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Mayor and members of the council, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you on this case. My name is Jim Bertram, and I reside at 57 South Lakeshore Drive, Ransom Canyon. And I believe that this specific use request for a billboard should not be approved for the following reasons. The first is that although the property is zoned M1, the Planning Commission and City Council agreed in the comprehensive plan update that it should develop in the future as light commercial. That's the purpose of a future land use plan, is to look at what's there now, but look at what you want it to be in the future. And the only way you make what you want it to be is to incrementally make that happen. And I believe you reaffirmed your land use plan tonight unanimously. Quite frankly, a 700 or approximately 700 square foot digital billboard is not a light commercial use, which is what your land use plan shows. In fact, you even recently removed billboards from even a C4 heavy commercial as being incompatible. Secondly, although the property is zoned M1, the adjacent land uses are light commercial in nature, which is what is shown on the future land use plan. Billboards are classified as industrial land uses, not light commercial. Thirdly, the maximum size of any freestanding commercial sign in this area, which is commercial, is 250 square feet. Billboards up to 700 square feet are allowed in M1, and that's almost 3 times the size of any other commercial freestanding sign. In fact, if you'll notice out there, Cinemark uses a low-profile pedestrian, a pedestal sign, not a pole sign. And the fourth reason is, or denial, is a digital billboard with changing messages every 8 to 10 seconds could be a distraction and traffic hazard in close proximity to the emerging traffic that was shown by Mary Kreitz at Loop 289 and Spur 327. And according to Keep Texas Beautiful, over 1,000 Texas cities now prohibit digital billboards, including Houston, Austin, Fort Worth, Galveston, San Antonio, and yes, even Bernie, Texas. In summary, this case does not meet the requirements for a billboard-specific use and should be denied. Thank you for your opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Bertram. Next speaker.
Next up is identified as Michael Klinsman.
Good afternoon. Good evening, Mr. Klinsman.
Hi, guys. My name is Michael Klinsman. I reside at 4606 118th Street, Lubbock, Texas. I am a local business owner. I own Atomic Pizza Kitchen, Local Bar and Grill, and Bar PM. I won't beat a dead horse. I just would like to speak to the fact of someone who has advertised with Keller Outdoor Signs. I've seen a return from them not like any other advertising. And, the Scenic America might say it's not viable, but it sure is. And I'm a testament to it. Just to give you an example, their advertising rate is $750 a month. And when I do radio ads with Raymar, it's $1,200 a month for 75 30-second spots. So for $1,200, I get a little over 30 minutes of advertising on the radio. And with TV and music all going to streaming, the way to get our name and our brand out is becoming more limited. It's been a great return. We had people come in and say that they saw our billboard, didn't know we were there. We did it our second month open, and we were open 2.5 months before the COVID shutdown. And I really look forward to advertising with him again when I have expendable income to let people know and the community know that I'm still here and I'm still open. And I appreciate all of y'all's hard work and being pro-business, and thank you for your time. And I hope you consider 8.5 and 8.6. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Klinsman. Next speaker, please.
Well, the next speaker was Joe McKay, but he lowered his hand.
Okay. Any other speakers on 8.5?
Here he is. He's back on.
He has his hand back up.
Okay. Mr. McKay. You're on mute right now, I believe, Mr. McKay. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I'm just to reinforce what Jim Bertram was saying. I'm been a member of the CPAC, spent almost 2 years working with the different groups to try to come up with a fair and equitable solution and a comprehensive use plan that could be used for many years to come, like our previous one was, except things did not necessarily grow the way that we anticipated them to grow, and things change. The area certainly is commercial if you drive through that area. The leftover M1 was because at one point you had a railroad spur out there that was carrying traffic into that area, and it was anticipated to be warehouses and those type of developments, and it did not happen to occur that way. The danger is there, as this text dot slide showed, that they do have multiple accidents there, and you add a billboard for distraction, and this is going to happen again. But the major cities that have outlawed billboards certainly have done so for various reasons, and one of them being safety. And I think this is a very serious location to put a billboard that's attracting people's attention. Thank you. I'll speak later on the Milwaukee case.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Next speaker, Mr. Yearwood.
That's the last of them, sir.
Okay. I'll give it just one more moment and then we'll close the public hearing. Okay, we'll close the public hearing on item 8.5. But to begin consideration, council, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Matsgill. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Christian, for that second. I'll open the floor for questions of staff or of proponent or comments.
I'll start.
Mr. Matsgill.
I don't know if Mr. Keller's on or if staff can comment. I'd like more information on if the height of that sign or the height of the billboard is the same as the one that's just west of it. How tall would it be? How tall is it now and how tall would it be? That's my question. Who can answer that for me?
I can answer that. Councilman Maskingo, this is Cody Keller. So the current ordinance in the city of Lubbock allows billboards to be 35 feet tall overall. That ZBA case that I mentioned on the sign to the west allowed Lamar Advertising to raise that sign to 50 feet overall. Okay. And again, the argument was that in putting a sign up, you want drivers to have a long span to see the sign and identify when is a good time to look at it, as opposed to it being a short, brief look at it as you're driving by.
Okay.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. That for now that does.
Okay.
You have anything further, Mr. Maskingo?
No, thanks, Mayor.
Other comments? Ms. Joy?
Yes. And since Mr. Keller has mentioned his prior case, I think for clarification purposes, we need to make it clear that planning and zoning denied that case. We set at least 3 different hearings on that case at which Mr. Keller was either unable to attend, too busy, or for some reason wasn't there. And we brought lots of our citizens in to speak who got sent home without being heard. So the truth is that Mr. Keller withdrew that case because he was not confident that it would pass. So he goes across the road and identifies another M1 zoned property. I believe Mr. Bertram, when he spoke at Planning and Zoning, and I was present for the entire Planning and Zoning meeting, heard all of the comments, including Mr. Keller's. And I believe what Mr. Bertram said at that hearing was that staff got it wrong. I agree with that. And here's why. I want to, and I think Mr. Isham can pull it up. Under conformance with comprehensive plan principles and future land use. The principles outlined in the comprehensive plan designates this area for commercial and notes that land uses in these areas can take numerous forms depending, and I can't get all of that to show up on my iPad, on the intensity of a billboard is appropriate for this area. And it talks about the spirit. Let me see if I can find that exact language. The staff says something about it adheres to the spirit of the comprehensive land use plan and the future land use plan. I haven't found a definition of spirit anywhere yet. Staff totally ignored the comprehensive plan. And I've been on council long enough to know why we have a comprehensive plan and a future land use plan. When I came on council, we had cases like this where the zoning did not fit and was not compatible with the rest of the area. And there was nothing we could do because we had to approve the zone request as it existed at that time. The tool that we gave planning and zoning was that they could and should, and I think the language under Ms. Kreit's presentation is they will conform to and adhere to the comprehensive land use plan. They have totally ignored that and replaced it with some language about the spirit of the plan. The truth is that tract, as Mr. McKay indicated, is M1 for only one reason. There is no other M1 anywhere around it, nor will there be. And when we made the change that we made, billboards M1 specific use, it took away the right to have a billboard in M1. Now, we can talk about businesses and advertising, and is it a good way or a bad way, or did it help me or it didn't? That has nothing to do with this zone case. If we're not going to follow our own rules, then we are lost when it comes to zone changes. We absolutely have to adhere to and look at the future land use plan and whether or not it's in conformity with the surrounding area, which it is absolutely not. So for Mr. Keller to come in and ask Lubbock to have billboards when his own city apparently doesn't, that's a little bit disingenuous to me. And I will tell you that people don't shop by billboards. The current way you shop, one is if you pick up your phone and you Google anything, you're going to see more advertising than you could shake a stick at. And it's cheap because that's why people do it. If they want to know where a business is, they Google it and they put it on their GPS and they find it. So to say that's the only way that that businesses can advertise is not correct. This is just an attempt to go around what the council did when it moved billboards into M1, specific use. There is no right for a billboard in M1. And if we're not going to look at the comprehensive plan and the future land use plan and adhere to it, then we're wrong. Staff got it wrong. Now, let's talk about the conversation that was had at planning and zoning. Yes, they approved it 6-3, but the conversation was, oh, this is M1. I even had a commission member say, well, we have to look at the current zoning. That's wrong. That's totally wrong. We have to look at the future land use plan and the conformity with the surrounding area. And the conversation and the frustration from planning and zoning was that we've got some of these little pockets that they don't like, and they know that it should not be allowed in that area. And they know it, and they're frustrated because we haven't done anything to change it. But we gave them the tools that they needed. And 3 people voted against it. And one of them was very articulate in his rationale, and it was exactly. And he was a former member of the comprehensive land use plan and was actively involved. And he said, it's not in conformity with the land use plan nor the area. The others wanted to talk about, well, why don't we change it, that sort of thing. And I think just gave up in frustration. I don't think a 6-3 vote is very compelling, particularly when there was so much discussion that they knew that was not the right place for a billboard, but they didn't think they had the ability to do otherwise, when in truth and fact, they did. Our staff got it wrong, planning and zoning got it wrong.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Mr. Isom, so the current, I'm a little confused by some of the things that Ms. Joy said. The current, the zoning on this area and the surrounding properties today is M1, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And there's a billboard just southwest of this that Mr. Massengale was asking questions about. Is that correct?
I believe it's directly to the west. If you'd like, I might be able to pull up my presentation.
Yeah, I can see it in the pictures. It's west of it. So, you know, maybe just due west, I guess. You or Mr. Christian, it's his district, I think. Where are other billboards in that on the spur right there? Can you help me? Anybody help me with it?
There's quite a few. There's a couple a little further down from the one that Mr. Massengale is suggesting. I believe that billboard is over the over the Goodwill store right there, and then you go past Frankfort. There's some a little west of Frankfort as well. There's 1 or 2 on the south side of the loop, a little past the intersection of the South Loop and Slide Road, approximately where that restaurant and hotel is. So there's, I would say, within a quarter mile, half mile, somewhere in that radius, there's probably at least a half dozen.
Yeah, there's a
on both sides of the road.
There's a large digital board north on Frankfurt, right before Lowe's.
Correct, and then that's right. I forgot, Steve, that you turn north on Frankfurt. You have between Frankfurt and 50th, you probably have another 4 or 5. So there is a history of boards being there. And in regards to traffic, I did a little of my own homework on crashes and accidents and stuff like that. And I got information from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, and there is no statistical information or conclusion that billboards do cause accidents. I think that Mr. Keller made a good point earlier on this location, that you're not going to increase traffic. You're just not. There's that traffic right there in the way it swings around. A billboard is not going to increase traffic. If there's anything that's distracting in regards to our driving right now, certainly, in my opinion, is not outdoor advertising. Also, when Ms. Joy was talking about the last time we had Mr. Keller in council, I was thinking that we moved that one meeting he was there, and we moved it to a date certain And then afterwards, he decided to pull it. And I thought he was very smart at it because he would have had to a super majority. So it was kind of a, why go through that when it's going to be almost impossible to get it approved. In my opinion, I appreciate the people that are very adamant about not having billboards, but Mr. Mayor, this all came to my thoughts when we had a council meeting a couple of weeks ago, and there was a gentleman that spoke about a council meeting, and he used a baseball metaphor. He used a home plate. And if you remember, that man started talking about how we continually widen the plate in regards to this particular case that we looked at several weeks ago. To me, this is the reverse of that object lesson. As long as I have been, and I've been in, as you well know, I've been in the advertising business for a long time. And yes, billboards do sell merchandise. Billboards build brand. Do you buy a whatever from a billboard? No, but you see where you can get that X piece of merchandise or that widget or whatever, but it continually reminds you of that product or service. To say that it does not promote and it does not sell product and service is completely, that's not right. It's a part of an advertising mix. But back to my baseball and my home plate analogy. What we continue to do is we make the plate smaller. I remember when I first came on council, we still had a moratorium on boards because we couldn't figure out what to do with them. So we just punted. Then we came back and made everything just M1s. Well, guess what? Mr. Keller, a nice young man, an entrepreneur who would like to be in Lubbock, Texas, saw that they did the right thing, first of all, by taking down his previous requests, because for obvious reasons. He applied and did all the things right, all the things that we have said you need to do. I understand the part about the 2040 plan, but as of we speak today, those locations are M1 and they are prime locations and where you would want a billboard. If I had a business, I would want to advertise on both of these because of traffic counts. There are compatible businesses there. There are reasons that it should be passed. And most importantly, Mr. Keller did the right thing and he's abiding by that very small little home plate that we collapsed until the only place you can do boards in Lubbock, Texas is M1s. Do we have some work to do on this? Yes, we do. But that's not Mr. Keller's fault. I've been told more than one time while I've been on council, hey, don't go in the weeds. This is a zoning case. It is a zoning case, but it is compatible. I don't think the zoning P&Z got it wrong. They did what they thought was best based upon where we are today in this process. And as far as the 2040 plan, there was something in Mary Christ's presentation that I believe in her presentation, I think it says the 2040 plan is a guide. It didn't say it was chiseled in stone. It is a guide for us as a council and future councils to make decisions like what we're talking about tonight. But what irritates me is, as much as anything, over the years, we've continued collapsing that home plate to make it about this wide and nobody can hit it.
Thank you, Mr. Christian.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond to your comment?
Yes. I think mine was a question, not a comment.
But you asked, was the zoning around it M1? What happened is what you have is it's commercial use, and that's the word. What is the usage around it? And it is commercial. Now, understanding that you can put commercial in an M1 zone if you choose to do that, which is what some of those businesses have chosen to do because it is a lesser use. And so use is the proper term, not how it's zoned, but what is the usage in that area. Historically, our current billboard ordinance was done by an agreement between billboard companies and the city. That's why there are some billboards, because there was an agreement that some would continue to exist, and then under the new ordinance, everybody would adhere to it. And that was an agreement. I understand that was in the 80s. So when people talk about where they're located, you need to understand this council hasn't approved any billboards since I've been on it. So I think, you know, in the practice of law in law school, they tell you, watch out for the red herrings. We have had lots of red herrings that talk about everything from, are they useful for businesses? Do they benefit businesses? That sort of thing. That's not what we're here about. It's what Mr. Christian said. It is a zone case. And that comprehensive land use plan is more than a guide. It says that this area is intended to develop as commercial because it is surrounded by commercial. The people who did the plan didn't just flip a coin and say, okay, this track's going to be commercial and this is going to be something else. They did it based upon what the existing uses are, and that's the operative word, uses. So whether you think they are they're good for business, that doesn't have anything to do with this. That's not what this is about. Are we going to follow our own rules? Or are we going to make up things like, well, it's in the spirit? Now, I happen to know that Mr. Keller, before the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, he went to every Planning and Zoning Commission member to present his case, which is something that I doubt very seriously that those persons who were in opposition and appeared at Planning and Zoning had that opportunity.
Why would they not have that opportunity?
Well, first of all, they have to know that there is a case. And secondly, they have to know who the members are. And Mr. Keller had the inside track because he knew staff and he knew. So I didn't expect the opposition to have the same opportunity that Mr. Keller had.
I would like to.
And I just think if we don't follow what our zoning ordinance and our comprehensive land use plan and our compatibility issue, then we're ignoring what we spent lots of money and time doing. Now, I happen to know that the chairman of the comprehensive land use plan is in opposition to this case. And I think that is because he understands. One of the planning and zoning members who was on comprehensive plan is also opposed, and he voted against it. And he understood. But all this other stuff about whether it's going to benefit my business or it's going to be cheaper, that's not our issue, in my opinion.
Mr. Mayor, I just have to, what, John Zwiker sent in a letter in favor of this.
It was David Zwiker.
Huh?
It was David Zwiker. It was his son.
Well, that's what I meant, but John sent one in favor, correct?
No,
I haven't seen a letter from John.
no, I haven't seen a letter from John either.
Okay, I sorry about that. I thought that he sent one in, but I do think that every person in opposition of this zoning did have as much an opportunity to speak to those members as Mr. Keller. I admire his initiative to do so. He went out of the way, but to make a statement to say that there was some sort of, wrongdoing on Mr. Keller's part to take advantage of that, I think is totally inappropriate. Because all the other people that they live here, they probably know most of those. So I just take exception to try to paint Mr. Keller as somebody that he did something wrong by reaching out to those committee members. That's just not fair.
Well, I'm sorry, I wasn't accusing him of doing something wrong. He was taking advantage of his position.
I think that's semantics.
Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to mention some clarifications. Number one, Mr. John Zwiker is opposed. I had a conversation with him and received his opposition as chair of this particular billboard. Secondly, clarification, Ms. Joy, we did approve billboards on council. They were mobile billboards. I'm not anti-billboard. I pushed to make sure that mobile billboards were allowed on the previous council. So I'd like to clarify that. We have done billboards. They were mobile billboards. Another clarification. The original developer of this property fully intended for this to be commercial. As things changed decades ago, some of it was moved to light manufacturing or warehousing way farther north, closer to Marshall Sharp Freeway. But the full intent of the development was always commercial. Thank you.
And a clarification on the mobile billboards. They're not in the zoning ordinance. That's in a different section of our code. It was not presented as a change in the zoning ordinance. I think it was under entertainment or something. I forgot now, but it was not a change in the zoning ordinance.
It's because it's on the street, not fixed. That's correct.
I thought we had approved a couple billboards. One out on Slayton Highway and maybe one or two on Loop 88. Don't I recall that? I know we approved a moving one on Loop 88. I thought we approved a new one.
We approved a couple of moved on Loop 88. We've approved one that changed locations at 50th and Q.
Okay.
I think there's more than that, but just
okay.
Since everybody's clarified, and this is a question for Mr. Isom or maybe even Mr. Atkinson. The applicant has not done anything that is contrary to ordinance or process here. Am I misunderstanding that, or is that happened and I'm missing it?
I have no knowledge that the applicant has done anything that would be any such.
So he's followed our ordinance and he's followed our application process.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure. We've talked a lot around that a lot, but there's been nothing done wrong and he did follow all the rules. Okay.
That is great.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Patterson Harris.
I'm back with you. I had the opportunity to be present during the time when this particular case was presented. One of the things that caught my eye from one of the commission members was a concern, as Ms. Crichton brought up this evening, is safety with regard to the amount of traffic and the directions of the traffic and actually being able to visualize this billboard. So I took myself a little ride. I pass this area quite often and envisioned that that billboard would be there. So I have concerns with regard to safety means. And it's not new that always comes up for me with regards to the cases that come before us. So I am very concerned about the fact that it could cause potential traffic issues. I've stated this on a number of other times regarding cases that have come before us, and I think it is very important that we pay attention to that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. All right. Anyone else? Okay, council. So what we have in front of us is a zoning case 8-5. We have a motion and a second on this case to approve the specific use for a billboard at this location. If there are no further comments or questions, we'll take this to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I mean, let's do a hand raise on that, if we would, please. Those in favor? All right, 3 in favor. Those opposed by the same sign.
Mr. Mayor, I've raised my hand using the little thingy.
In opposition, is that correct, Ms. Patterson Harris?
That's correct.
Okay, motion fails 3-4. Let's go now to item 8-6. We'll open the public hearing on item 8-6. Item 8-6 is on page 773. Council, just as a FYI, when we finish this case, we will be taking a quick recess, just so you can plan for that, okay? On item 8-6, the public hearing is now open. We've seen a brief presentation from staff, and I'll open the floor for folks who would like to speak at the public hearing.
Cody Keller is the first speaker, Mayor.
All right, Mr. Keller.
Yes, sir. Thank you all again. Basically the same thing. I've got another presentation to go through. A lot of the same information, so I'll make it as speedy as possible.
Okay. Just take your time, Mr. Keller. We can see the presentation, and please move forward.
Okay, thank you. A lot of the information will be the same, so that is, I will kind of skip over, but Brian, please move to the next slide. Again, some of the information about withdrawing the previous case, I did not see any merit in that case because of the opposition and the feeling that I got from the concerns about other allowed uses. So that was the main reason for pulling that case off. Again, this property on Milwaukee Avenue is zoned currently M1. Doing my best to work under those parameters. I do not believe there were any letters in opposition. I do believe there were letters in support that were sent on this one within 200 feet. There were letters in opposition to be opened from property owners outside of 200 feet. I reached out to all of them to try to alleviate any concerns. One did remain in opposition, and the others, though, I actually feel were somewhat misled by the people. They were contacted by some people in opposition and told about the case and rallied to be in opposition. And I feel they were misled because they were specifically told that the applicant was an outfit out of Houston that had no ties to Lubbock, and that I was trying to change the current ordinance. Since then, I've spoken to a number, again, of those that were in opposition that told me that. Some of them actually said they have interest in advertising on the sign, interestingly enough. And in fact, I actually reached out to a lot of the prominent builders that are building to the west of this, over down 50th to the west, and they are all in support and expressed interest in the sign as well. It just seems inequitable to me that, the opposition has no interest in these areas, don't own properties in these areas, yet they're going out and rallying people to send letters against me. Then they have literally no interest in what's going on. Again, I want to say that I consider my business a local business. Whether people believe that or not, I just do. And I'm trying to do what's best for Lubbock and the businesses there and serve those businesses. You can go to the next slide, Brian. Again, Brian already presented a lot of this, so we can kind of go through it quickly. That's the location. The next one shows the setback that would meet all local setbacks. The next slide shows all properties other than the multifamily around this are zoned M1 as well. Next slides will show kind of some renderings. So again, want to address some of the opposition on the next slide. A lot of the same opposition is probably going to be said about this. Spacing, size, setback, all that. It's the same information that I previously said. There's also going to be opposition that would say something to the effect, I'm assuming, that you open a can of worms on Milwaukee Avenue by allowing billboards on there. Well, I've done my due diligence. I know the market and I know the business, and most, if not all, of the other properties that are zoned M1 would not allow a billboard because of deed restrictions. Canyon West, it's all deed restricted to not allow billboards. Again, the people that are rallying opposition were instrumental in writing the original ordinance that allowed billboards in M1, is what is very interesting to me. Let's see what else I got here. So yeah, again, the 750 feet is the allowed size. I will make the concession to only build it at 672 square feet, which is significantly smaller. And again, I'm still obligated to go through the permitting process. Again, on traffic hazards, just as much here as on my previous case, they do not increase traffic. They do not increase accidents, is what studies have shown. They actually prove the opposite. If you're driving down Milwaukee, it keeps your eyes forward as opposed to in your car somewhere. And it gives you an opportunity to look at the sign when it is an optimal time to do so. You may hear some opposition say something about billboards detracting or taking away from businesses up and down Milwaukee. Well, that's in fact not the case as well. Like I said, all of my advertisers are local businesses. It's an opportunity for these local businesses up and down the Milwaukee corridor to reach their target audience. What's interesting, there was a discussion about mobile billboards, and if distraction is something to worry about, I don't understand how a billboard that's sitting still at an intersection or on a piece of property, how a mobile billboard is not more distracting than that. That's an actual billboard and it's moving as well. So if that's allowed, I can't even imagine making any sense of this being distracting or dangerous. So there's that as well. You can go on to the next slide as well, Brian. And again, I've reached out and did what I possibly could to try to touch base with every council member. I don't perceive that as being wrong, that or with Planning and Zoning Commission. When I do that, I'm trying to alleviate any concerns that people may have about the billboards, and I'm not trying to necessarily convince people otherwise. Just want to address anything that I possibly can prior to the meeting. I will say that I did reach out to opposition again. The only person I spoke with was Mary Kreitz. After the last time that I pulled something off the agenda, I tried to have a conversation with a couple people that are opposed billboards, and neither one of them had any interest in talking to me. Again, I support the sign ordinance as it is. It doesn't do me any good for billboards to be all up and down Milwaukee. You know, this is a case where I believe this will be the only one, and I'm hopeful that you guys see the merit in that and the benefit to local businesses. Let's see. Again, I'm committed to working with the city and making allowances for these signs wherever they see fit on the digitals to put their message up there, whether it be COVID or any other message they're trying to get out, as well as the Lubbock Police Department. And, again, I'd like to be some type of help to the situation as opposed to hurting this. It's like every time a billboard comes up, it's a contentious thing. And I'd like to help be a solution to that if we can find some common ground. You can go to the next slide. Again, there's some examples of Lubbock, city of Lubbock, then the next one is Tech. And the next one, an example of local businesses how they could utilize the signs. If you go to the next one, I believe this company may have actually sent a letter in opposition. Interestingly enough, they are one of my advertisers, and they have been for a very long time. So that's kind of interesting in my opinion. Another example of an ad that they have on one of my billboards is the next slide. And then finally, the last slide is someone else that sent a letter in opposition to planning and zoning that advertises on digital billboards as well. So it's interesting that they were able to be rallied to send letters in opposition. I just feel that they were very misinformed. But in closing, I'm respectfully asking you guys to uphold both staff and Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation and approve the specific use designation for a billboard on this property. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Keller.
Next, we have Joe McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to relinquish my time at the moment for Jim Bertram. He and I are doing a PowerPoint together. So if he could be brought up first, and then I can follow him.
Okay, that'd be fine. Do we have Mr. Bertram's PowerPoint, Mr. Isom? Okay, your PowerPoint is up, Mr. Bertram.
Well, thank you, Mayor. You can go to the next slide. This just identifies the case. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, again, my name is Jim Bertram. I reside at 57 South Lakeshore Drive, Ransom Canyon. And I truly believe that your decision on this zone case will have far-reaching impacts on the future development quality of North Milwaukee Avenue, possibly on all of Milwaukee Avenue. And without a doubt, you are to be commended for protecting future development on Milwaukee by your original designation of this corridor as light commercial on the recently updated comprehensive plan. And I thank you for reaffirming the comprehensive land use plan by unanimous vote today. However, this case does not comply with either the letter, spirit, or intent of your adopted comprehensive plan. Next slide. This zone change would establish the first industrial land use on Milwaukee Avenue and set a precedent for other industrial uses and billboards, possibly every 200 feet within this corridor. In an M1 zone, billboards are allowed every 200 feet. Where would you draw the line? 2 billboards, 5 billboards, 10 billboards? Keep in mind that Keller is not the only outdoor advertising company interested in the outcome of this case. It's been mentioned several times, billboards are not a permitted use in M1. They are allowed only by specific use and only if they are compatible with existing land uses. As pointed out, there are no existing industrial land uses or even heavy commercial uses along the entire corridor of Milwaukee. Therefore, billboards approaching 700 square feet, digital billboards are not compatible with existing land uses, which are all attractive light commercial or public uses. You know that if you've driven on Milwaukee. Next slide. This is simply an example of a billboard of this approximate size. You'll notice one in the distance. That would be approximately 1,000 feet. Imagine in between these a billboard of every 200 feet once they're started. Next slide. These are typical strip development signage along this area, showing 250 square foot signs in 35-foot heights, many of them constructed with masonry, very attractive center identification signs. Next slide. Due north on Milwaukee, again, low pedestal type signs to the far left bottom of the slide, and then attractive identification signs of masonry. Next slide. Another picture of Canyon West entry sign, fairly low profile of masonry, very attractive design. Next slide. Another existing identification sign on South Milwaukee. Next slide. Another identification sign complying with the sign ordinance, but with detail given to masonry design and color coordination. Next slide. Again, allowable billboard size up to 750 square feet. Maybe the next billboard companies would not be satisfied with the size or the height proposed by the proponent. Next slide. This is simply a slide showing along the west side of Milwaukee, if one were placed every 200 feet, which they could be, might not be, but that's what the ordinance would allow once you start the billboards. Next slide. This is the Wolf of City Limits at West 82nd Street and Marcia Sharp Freeway. It's an example of little or no sign control. Next slide. One thing we need to keep in mind, and that's that good planning always considers future impacts of current decisions. We know what the current zoning is, but we're not looking just at the current. We're looking at the future land use plan. Your decision on this case is critical to the quality of future development on Milwaukee. In the past, Lubbock Planning and Zoning Commissions, mayors, and city councils have been good stewards of the trust given to them by Lubbock citizens. They left a legacy of attractive and orderly development along your thoroughfares by standing firm against special interest groups in the outdoor advertising industry. Make no mistake, your decision on this zone case will have long-lasting impacts on the image and quality of North Milwaukee Avenue far into the future and far beyond your terms on the Lubbock City Council. Please follow your adopted comprehensive land use plan and deny this request. Thank you for my opportunity to speak. And I think Joe McKay is going to follow me if possible.
That'd be fine. Mr. McKay, if you'd like to go ahead.
Thank you. Next slide, please, Brian. I'm Joe McKay, 5115 2nd Street, number 12, Lubbock. I was a member of the CPAC committee and currently one more term, one more meeting or two on the ZBA. Seems like it's been only yesterday that I started that. The following 3 letters were received in opposition, first to the zone case across on the west side of Milwaukee, and these are now in opposition even at the new location. They are the 3 most adjacent property owners to this particular site. And I would like to, the first one is that of Plains Capital Bank. I'm just going to paraphrase some of the letter. The billboard proposed on Milwaukee Avenue in Zone Case 211H would be very near our Plains Capital Bank. This billboard would be detrimental to our bank and would be at a dangerous precedent of allowing billboards on Milwaukee Avenue. We are proud of our new banking building, and we have gone to great lengths to be sure the building is an attractive asset to Milwaukee and in the immediate area. Ours is not a neighborhood that is appropriate for billboards. Signed, Johnny Owens. Second one, next slide, please, is from the Pastor Church on the Rock, which is immediately behind the Plains Capital Bank building. It says our 4,000 members own the North Campus building and adjacent land at 4501 Milwaukee. We are very much concerned about the proposed billboard and that would be located just south of our North Campus. The construction of oversized billboards along Milwaukee Avenue would introduce unfair competition to the small businesses along Milwaukee. Not only our church, but all the small businesses along the avenue would be forced to compete for the attention of the public. Billboards are a heavy industrial business and are completely out of character for the light businesses along Milwaukee. Our church opposed the previous billboard application, virtually the same location just across the street. We oppose the current version and the application just as strongly as before. You recall that vote on the west side was a 9-0 against the billboards. The current vote was 5-3 on the east side of the vote, or 6-3, I'm sorry. Next slide.
Mr. McKay, I think it's important to note that we have all of these letters in our package. The council's has all of these. So, you can, if you want to point out who wrote them, but reading them to us, I think is probably maybe a bit over the top. Okay.
I appreciate that. I know it's been a long evening and I'm served in some of those meetings as well. So
you have, you understand. Thank you.
Raider Ranch was the other one, and I'd like to move to the next slide. When visitors come to Lubbock, they may ask their friends and families, what makes Lubbock seem so different from our sister cities to the north and the south? The answer is that we don't have visual sign clutter and billboards up and down our major highways or thoroughfares inside our city limits. Our business owners and developers are able to provide signage that is attractive and does not have to compete with the size and visibility of billboards. The before and after images were what resulted after we had the sign ordinance passed in the middle 70s and the resulting effects. You may take the next slide. This is University facing east. This is University facing east after the sign ordinance. This is immediately within the first 6 years of when the sign ordinance went into effect. No more billboards are shown in this picture. There's one on the corner. Next slide. This is facing north before the sign ordinance, billboards and signage competing for space. Next. Facing north after the sign ordinance. Next. Facing south on Avenue Q at 34th, billboards and signage competing. Next, more clear image of what's ahead of the down the street. Next, this is downtown when we still had billboards in the middle of downtown. Next, this is what the result was after removal. The reason I bring this up is not necessarily to try to those people who were not even born when the sign ordinance went into effect, as it affected all of the images of Lubbock. As you can see now, the visibility of Lubbock is a much cleaner and nicer looking facility, community, and with not as much clutter and multiple signage competitions we had in the past. Please help us continue to limit the use and placement of billboards and uphold the future land use map along the Milwaukee corridor and deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Those pictures are pretty powerful. I think the one on 19th and University looking east, we need to pull back up at some point and remind folks that there used not to be a turn there like we have today that sort of anyway, it's a whole nother discussion.
Right.
Not about signs, but anyway. Okay, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Michael.
Michael, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. If you would identify yourself and your address, please, as you start.
My name is Michael Henthorn. I live at 4006 95th Street. I had a question for Councilman Joy and Mrs. Kreitz and Mr. McKay, if they're still on. Do any of you or all of you own any property along the Milwaukee corridor between 98th Street and 19th Street?
So, Mr. Henthorn, let's do this. The public hearing part is for you to make your case, and really not to engage with other citizens. Council may in fact engage with you guys after we close the public hearing, but if we could keep our focus to that right now, that would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you. I get it.
Yes, sir.
Myself and some co-investors own millions of dollars of property between Marcia Sharp and 19th Street. We have come to believe that the best situation for us is to advertise with digital billboards. And the one that's before the council right now belongs to us on our property. We have all collectively have agreed that that's the best thing for us. But in order for us to build that corridor, we've got to have the cooperation of advertisers who are advertising not only the tenant spaces for some of our properties, but also for the retail spaces that are occupying our property. And we want to be sure that we've got some mechanism to do that. And right now, the best alternative we've got is the Keller proposal. His signs will go on our property. We're not encroaching on anybody else's property whatsoever. If you think about it, there's no real billboard advertising between 98th and 19th Street along Milwaukee. And we think that this is absolutely crucial to be able to continue the development of this property. There are additional retail properties that are going on to the east of the Esplanade Shopping Center on 45th in Milwaukee. There are businesses that are taking over older businesses that initially failed because there was no opportunity for advertising. And so we want to be sure that we have a chance to be able to compete. And for us to be able to compete, we've got to have this outdoor advertising. We've got to have the digital billboards. And I'll be happy to take any questions you've got.
Thank you, Mr. Henthorn. We may likely, we may well ask you a question once we conclude the public hearing and begin discussion. Okay, next, Mr. Yearwood, who's next?
The next speaker is Mr. Keller.
And Mr. Keller, we've already heard from Mr. Keller. I think what we'll do is we'll give Mr. Keller an opportunity. If he has, once we begin discussion, if he has something to add, I'll call on him to do that. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Other speakers in the public hearing, either for or against?
No hands are raised.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing on item 8.6. To begin discussion, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill.
Second.
Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Christian. Okay, open the floor for discussion on this matter. Why don't we do this? Why don't we start with as Mr. Keller had said he had something to add. Cody, if you've got a quick point, please raise it now. Okay.
I do have one quick point. Thank you. Just for clarification on some of those letters that were sent in opposition.
Yes, sir.
They were not within the, I know y'all probably already know this, they were not within the 200 feet to receive notifications from staff. And they are not, as was stated, the three most adjacent properties. And I want to reiterate that when I was made aware that those letters were sent, I reached out to all of them. I will be honest with you, Raider Ranch does remain in opposition. They've told me that. And I had a conversation with John Goley over there. I spoke with John Owens and I spoke with Church on the Rock. Both of them told me that they were misled on who the applicant was and what this was really about. So I just want to clarify that before we move forward.
Thank you. Thanks, Cody. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, council, I'll open this up for comments, discussion at council level. Mr. Massengill?
I think I would just continue my comments from before. I know we're split on this and we don't all agree, but first of all, I think Mr. Henthorn makes an interesting point. And if you've never had to buy advertising or understand how to market your business, or you're in that business, sometimes it's hard to understand the value of many different medias. Mr. Keller is a small business owner. I'm just going to tell you, I have a soft spot for anyone trying to peddle their wares and do it the right way. And he's definitely done this. At the same time, I have the utmost respect for what Mr. McKay and Mr. Bertram are defending. I get it all. Some of the most impactful pictures that have burned in my mind are those pictures that Joe just showed. I get it. That's not where we want to be, but I also don't think it's realistic to say billboards be damned. And I believe in our growing community, there's a place for them. And I wish we could find some common ground to not litter the sky. That's not whatever my intent will be, but I do believe that those that want to handle it right, we have to give it serious consideration to. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Ms. Joy, you're off of mute.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I was off.
If you're ready to go, you can. Otherwise, we'll go to someone else.
Why don't you go to someone else? I was just writing a note to myself.
Okay. All right. Mr. Christian?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I believe that Mr. Bertram knows that there's not a council present or future that's going to let billboards be 200 feet apart on Milwaukee Avenue. That's not what anybody wants. I think as we move forward with uniform development codes, I think that's going to be explicit, that something like that will never happen. I appreciate Mr. Massengill's comments about small business. Mr. Keller is a young entrepreneur who we ought to find ways to help him grow his business. The opposition, there's no middle ground. I haven't seen it for years. There's no middle ground. Back to my home plate analogy, they keep making the plates narrower and narrower and narrower because their goal is not to find common ground. Their ultimate goal is to have no more new billboards put up in Lubbock, Texas, except maybe for a Loop 88. Milwaukee is made for an outdoor board spaced properly. As Mr. Keller said, the last thing he wants is billboards ever 200 feet from each other. There are businesses on Milwaukee could benefit greatly from a digital board to help their business grow. My frustration is that we seem to not be able to find any common ground for those people that are opposed to billboards and have been for a long time. And I respect and appreciate what they got done in regards to some of the photos they showed of Lubbock when it looked like Las Vegas. But I would wish Mr. McKay would pull his presentation back up and go to the one picture that I believe would be probably 34th and Q, where there are two boards on each side of the road that aren't blocking the sky, that aren't making a nuisance, that are still being used and facilitated the way outdoors should be facilitated, uncluttered, like that picture showed. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about going back to the 80s prior to the original ordinance. But we got to find some common ground. Mr. Keller and other business, are we going to be pro all businesses? Or are we just going to be pro businesses that we think are right for our city? And we do knock a lot of them out. I think we've done a great job on game rooms. And I don't think there's a gentleman's club in Lubbock, Texas anymore. But we got to find a way to help all businesses, not just some businesses. And that's where we got, I'm adamant, if we do not pass this request on this location, it's the death of outdoor advertising and new outdoor advertising in Lubbock, Texas, except from some very restricted areas. I looked at the M1 map today. All M1 is in East Lubbock. So if things go the way that some people want it to, there will not be any new billboards probably west of Q in the future. Whatever outcome we have tonight on this one, we've got to find some common ground that makes sense. And I believe this location makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, for several years on the city council, I've heard over and over and over the anti-billboard folks, and they're very good people. But I'm fatigued by their approach. I'm totally fatigued by it. And Mr. Bertram doesn't even live in the city limits. He's a very wise man. Helped grow this city dramatically. But the decision about billboards is every time has become bizarre. Placement is important, no doubt about it. It is a zone case. Mr. Christian, I don't agree that it changes billboards, yes or no, futuristically. I don't think it's a landmark case. I do think that it is a single zone case. And everybody should vote their heart and their mind the best they can. Now, I voted against the one previously. I'm in support of this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. All right, so Ms. Joy, looks like you've got your mute off. We'll go to you.
This case is even more significant than the one that we just voted against. And the reason is because of the current zoning at that location, not just where he's put his or wants to put his, but as it moves on up the corridor, the North Milwaukee corridor. So if you approve this one, then we're going to have somebody come in and say, okay, I want one, and you approve that one. So you're bound by your prior determination. And we all know we're not bound by that, but that's what they're going to use. And that's why it is so significant. This is still a zone case. It still has to follow what we have approved. And that is that M1, in order to have a billboard, requires specific use, and it must conform to the comprehensive land use plan. People tend not to understand that we're talking about land uses, what's already there. And this does not conform to the plan. And we all know it's not going to be M1. Those people that are talking about M1, those uses by right are pretty scary, and nobody's going to want that on North Milwaukee. The sign ordinance has not prohibited South Milwaukee from developing, nor North, because it is developing. And one of the reasons it is developing is we've finally gotten 50th Street through and some other things done. But we're not here to try to help somebody's business. That's not our job. It's a zone case and we need to follow our rules. And I promise you that if you approve this one, then you're asking for it. Planning got it wrong on this case. And planning and zoning got it wrong. And they had the same issues with this case that they had with the other case, is they didn't know what to do with it. They don't like billboards. They said that. I don't like them, don't want it. But they didn't know how to handle it, and they didn't know how to read what was presented to them. So this one is certainly more objectionable than the other.
Other comments? All right. I think Mr. Henthorn would like to make another comment, and I think it's appropriate to ask him as the property owner to do that. So we'll ask up. I think he's coming in right now. Yeah, Mr. Henthorn, if you would, yes, good. The floor is yours.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Joy's opinion of it's not the property owners that are responsible for this. The property owners are the people who pay the taxes to the city of Lubbock, and the property owners are the people who enlist the retailers or the businesses that come into our centers and our area along the Milwaukee corridor. There are more coming. We have to have some way to be able to entice them to advertise, and the billboards are the best way for us to do it. And if at this point, all we do is we approve the application of these two billboards on 4525 Milwaukee, we don't have to do that up and down the street. Those are later cases to come before the council. Ours are probably the first, and ours are probably the most significant of the cases that are coming before the council. So we ask for your approval.
Mr. Henthorn, you talk like there are multiple billboard requests. We're only looking at one. Is there another one coming? Is that what you're implying?
Yeah, there could be one coming on the south side of the Esplanade. May or may not happen. It's Cody Keller that's doing the deal. But the one that's important right now is the one that's on the north side of our property.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Well, it's interesting. Mr. Griffith, I find your I find your comments, I find your comments to be interesting. And then I thought there was a much more compelling case for a billboard on the spur because of, first of all, the way traffic is set up there. It's high speed. I know that sort of the goofy way that we get to Frankfurt is not ideal. But I had less concern about it because to me, it's much more like what we see on our other freeways. Looked to me like they'd positioned the board well. I had a hard time finding a problem with it. It was a bit like what Ms. Joy just said, along the lines of once you approve one, we'll approve another one. We didn't approve that one. So I guess that sort of, in some ways, that maybe not always the case. We do get to do them on a one-by-one basis. This one to me is it's a little cloudier. I get where Mr. Hinthorn is coming from, and I read Dr. Gill's letters. I saw the letters in opposition also. I do think that it's going to become incumbent on this council or future councils, if this one's approved, to deal with, I think, a number of other similar kind of situations along Milwaukee. And I don't completely agree with Mr. Christian. I bought outside advertising. I know the value of it. I'm not sure that I want to see it. How much of it more I want to see as we continue to develop. That's sort of my thoughts. I think Mr. Keller wanted to make one more point, so let's do that, and then we'll have a vote. Okay, Cody.
Sorry to step in again real quick. For clarification, I have analyzed if 2 would work on that same property, and I've determined that I cannot do that, just to set y'all's mind at ease.
Okay.
On the south end there. I know that would probably be concerning, so I wanted to go ahead and clarify that before the vote.
And what leads you to that determination, Cody?
Well, I will tell you, by spacing and all of those factors, it would work by ordinance, but by setback and the front edge of the building and potentially buildings to the south of it, it just wouldn't be visible it wouldn't be an optimal view for me to try to construct one there.
Okay. All right. Okay, Ms. Joy, you unmuted. Do you have anything?
Very quickly, I think Mr. Hinthorn just confirmed exactly the concern. And even if Mr. Keller doesn't do it, it appears to me that Mr. Hinthorn will. So that's all I have to say. Is Ms. Patterson Harris still with us or not? I can't see her on my screen.
I think she's with us. Sheila, are you with?
Yeah, I'm here.
She's unmuted. Sheila, do you have a question for her, Latrell? You're on mute, Latrell. Ms. Joy, you're on mute.
I knew that she said she might have to step in or out during the meeting, and I just want to make sure she was still here.
Okay.
Okay.
I came back.
You came back. Okay.
Okay. She's completely accounted for. Okay. Council, we will have take this to a vote. So what we have in front of us is a motion on the floor to approve item 8.6. So all those in favor of this item, please say aye or raise your hand. Let me see your hands. And okay, looks like 3 in favor. And those opposed by that very same sign. Ms. Patterson Harris, how do you vote? Ms. Patterson Harris, how do you vote?
I'm sorry, I was still muted. Opposed? I raised my hand on the little screen.
Okay, all right, so the motion fails 3-4. Lubbock City Council will take a 10-minute recess. Council, please mute your phones. Remember that we stay live during this quick recess. It is 8:25. Lubbock City Council is in recess. Okay, it is 8:36 and council will come to order. Council, we have two more zone cases tonight. Items 8.7 and 8. We have three, but two more traditional items, 8.7 and 8.8. Are you okay with us having the public hearing for those together collectively?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We will open the public hearing now for items 8.7 and 8.8. 8.7 begins on page 823. 8.8 begins on page 845. And I'll open the floor to anyone who would like to speak either in favor or against items 8.7 or 8.8. Mr.
Mayor,
Yearwood.
we have somebody from phone number 535-6110.
Okay, if you'd promote them in, that'd be great. Thank you. Good evening, caller. It looks like you just unmuted. If you introduce yourself and your address and make your comments, please.
My name is Paul Easter. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, Mr. Easter.
My name is Paul Easter, 6209 Louisville. I'm the owner of King Louis here at the Hub Shopping Center on Milwaukee. I just wanted to make record my comments that, I've been working hard to run my business. We've been open since February 2019. And we run a different kind of billiard room, which includes good food and non-smoking atmosphere, which I think is appropriate for this side of town. And we've done quite well. But through the COVID thing, sometimes when you have things available for sale that others may not, we have sold too much alcohol in the eyes of the TABC for our current license. So we were trying to license, which means a zoning change. But I just wanted to make sure that y'all are aware that I'm probably number 5 on the list of sales on Milwaukee alone within a half a mile of me. I provide some of the same services. I provide the food. I provide live music on occasion, especially before COVID. And I provide entertainment through the game of billiards. Others provide patio, different things. So I just wanted to touch base with y'all and let you know I'm happy to be here and I'm excited about our future. And I appreciate your time and consideration for this zoning change.
Thank you, Mr. Easter. Stay with us. There very well may be questions after we close the public hearing. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I will do.
Any other speakers on cases 8.7 or 8.8? Mark, do you see anyone else?
No, sir.
We'll wait just a moment before we close the public hearings. Okay, we'll close the public hearing on items 8.7 and 8.8. Council, you want to handle these collectively? You want to handle them separately? I'm open to your suggestion.
Offer collectively.
All right. Mr. China says I see some heads shaking. Okay.
Wow.
All right. Let's open the floor then for a motion to begin considering items 8.7 and 8.8.
Make a move for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Comments on the motion to approve items 8.7 and 8.8.
Quick comment about 8.8. I'm familiar with the business. Got a great concept over there. He has a great following. I think we get out of COVID, there's even better days ahead of him. But if you're interested in going to an old-fashioned billiard hall that serves great food, I would highly recommend it. So just want to give that thumbs up to King Louis. It's a real fun concept.
Yeah, it's good to see them doing well. I remember when they came to us 2 years ago, and that's the way they advertised how they were going to do business, and they appear to have done it successfully. Mr. Massico.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Ms. Joy, you have a comment?
I was going to comment on 8.7
Yes, ma'am.
because there's a lot of opposition to it. I think there was some misunderstanding that they were going to build an apartment complex, as in multi-story. And Mr. Cooper clarified that at some point that he intended to build duplexes and townhomes. This property, if you look at it on your map, that big gray looking thing immediately to the west is the Excel station. It is ugly, ugly, ugly. And we've had numerous complaints about it, but there's not anything we can do about it. So what he's proposing is not a multi-story apartment building, but how duplexes and townhomes. I do think one of the people who objected raised a good point that access needs to be from 4th Street and not 5th Street, because that is a neighborhood with lots of houses, lots of kids, that sort of thing. And so I don't know what we can do about that, but I've not seen a site plan. But I would hope that when he comes for permitting, that would be taken into consideration to limit the access to a 4th Street access.
Mr. Isom, you want to add anything to add to that?
I don't believe we have a site plan. They wouldn't be required to for the straight zoning case. But we can definitely discuss these items with our engineering department.
They would have to come back for a permit though, right?
For building permits and the public improvements, any kind of street access, water, sewer.
Okay, all right, good. Okay, thank you. Other comments or questions on 8.7 or 8.8? Okay, there's a motion on the floor to approve items 8.7 and 8.8. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? That motion carries 7-0. Okay, let's go now to item 8.9. Item 8.9 is on page 858. And before we open the public hearing, Mr. Isom, can you give us a brief overview of this?
Sure. Item 8.9 is an ordinance amendment to our West Broadway district, or CV1 district. In June 2020, the City Council adopted the updated downtown master plan, which included recommendations by our consultants, Overland Partners, to review a number of things, which include zoning regulation. In fact, the approved implementation matrix included several policy and regulatory framework recommendations, including, again, zoning regulation review. Although the city has a consultant currently engaged to draft a new unified development code, which would incorporate the central business zoning districts, the adoption of the UDC will be slightly delayed due to impacts of pandemic, as we presented earlier today. And just like staff recently proposed the regulations, amending the regulations pertaining to required parking in downtown, we believe that amending these uses allowed in the CB1 district would make sense now as opposed to later. What we also have to understand is that this has a little bit of a trickle effect, as the uses that are permitted in CB1 are also permitted in CB2, CB3, and CB4. So this provided right here are the list of uses that would be removed from the CB1 districts and therefore also removed from CB2, CB3, and CB4. This ordinance is sponsored by two council members, Councilwoman Joy and Mayor Pro Tem Massengale. And they have requested a review of this ordinance and are sponsoring the draft amendment. During the Planning and Zoning Commission, we had a number of commissioners that asked about additional uses that would still remain permitted within these districts, one of them being oil and gas, which is covered by state law and has to remain. Other items that they inquired about were the very specific retail uses that may very well, again, be wrapped up together with the approval of the Unified Development Code. But again, I just wanted to present these uses and then also identify that this is a trickle kind of effect that affects not just CB1, but CB1, CB2, CB3, and CB4. And with that, staff is available for questions.
Okay. Let's go and get any questions for Mr. Isom. Okay, thank you, Mr. Isom. Council, we will open the public hearing on item 8.9. Anyone that would like to speak either in a support or in opposition to 8.9, please come forward. Mr. Yearwood, do we have anyone? Looks like we've got one. Mr. Yearwood. Mr. Massengale, Mr. Yearwood may have stepped away or maybe have trouble getting off mute. Can you see who it may be?
Yes, Mayor, we have Mr. McClendon has raised his hand to talk. Unfortunately, I do not have the power to move him over.
Okay.
I apologize.
Mr. Yearwood, if you can hear us, would you promote Mr. McClendon, please? Bear with us for a moment.
Mayor, let's call on Miss Nobles as well. She may be able to promote Mr. McClendon. Lacey, are you able to do that?
Mayor, Mr. McClendon has chatted in the chat feature, and his comment is he supports the ordinance change, but he's here just to answer any questions that anyone might have as the downtown developer.
Thank you, Mr. Massengale. I just saw those comments myself. Okay. Other speakers in opposition or in support of item 8.9? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. I'll open the floor for a motion on item 8.9. There's a motion from Mr. Chattis and a second from Mr. Massengale. Is that good, Steve? Okay. All right. Any questions, comments on this one?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I do think Mr. Isham was correct on two fronts. One is the delay in the UDC, and secondly, because this affects all the other districts, felt like it needed to be done rather than wait for the UDC to get this all figured out. So I support it.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Other comments? Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the floor to approve on item 8.9 on first reading, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? All right, the motion carries 7-0. All right, we'll move to item 8.10. Items 8, 10, 11, and 12 are second reading of zone cases. I don't believe we had any opposition to these at our meeting on December 15th. Mr. Isom, I don't think, unless the council want you to do an overview for these, we need to do that. Council, if you're open to considering these collectively, I'd ask for a motion to that effect.
Move to consider 8:10, 8:11, and 8:12 together.
And that's a motion to approve. Is that right, Ms. Joy?
Yes, and it's a motion to approve. If I can do it all in one motion,
You may. You can do that.
consider it together.
You can do that. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Council, any discussion or questions for staff on items 8, 10, 11, and 12? Okay. There's a motion on the floor. There's a motion on the floor to approve items items 8, 10, 11, and 12. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. Ms. Patterson Harris has to leave our meeting, so she will be checking out, and for the next items, it'll just be the 6 of us. Sheila, thanks for being with us. We know you had to go very much out of your way to join us tonight. Thank you for that. Okay. We've already considered item 8:13. Let's go now to item 8:14. This is an item from planning, and it's regarding a petition annexation. Let's get a motion to begin consideration, then we'll go to Mr. Atkinson and then to Mr. Isom. Is there a motion to begin consideration?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Okay, Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 8:14 is an annexation. It's down on the south end of the community. The applicants have worked for quite some time now with staff. I'm going to have Mr. Isom bring you the presentation, and then we'll all answer any questions you may have. So, Brian, if you would.
Yes, so this is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute an annexation agreement with Violet A. McInnes, Sandra K. Carlton, Wyatt Crawford, Melissa Crawford, and Landshark Commercial Properties LLC for approximately 110.43 acres adjacent to the southern city limits of the City of Lubbock, south of 146th Street and west of University Avenue. We did include the proposed service agreement or annexation agreement in your packet. All the departments have reviewed and provided comments, and the property owners have all signed the agreement. So as we presented before, we have a little additional information as to current projects in the area. Right now, there is nothing immediately adjacent to this property that's going on. What you see here, the blue lines are your water lines that have been accepted by the city. Red are some properties and developments that are currently under construction. Additionally, in the area, just going through some preliminary plats, anywhere from a preliminary plat to property where they're getting home permits. In this area, we have approximately 4,000 lots that are anywhere from preliminary plat stage to ones that have recently been constructed. Bell Farms to the east has approximately 2,000 lots with both of their portions of development running into the north. Kelsey Park and Stratford Point to the northwest. And with that, staff is available to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, questions for Mr. Isom? Ms. Joy?
Mr. Isom, I'm looking at the agreement that you referenced.
Yes, ma'am.
On these voluntary annexations and these agreements, we are not committing ourselves to provide water. and sewer or streets currently, is that correct?
That is correct. I do know that Mr. Jerry Hart is here to speak on behalf of the applicant
Okay,
as to what their development will be providing.
okay, yeah, and I'm a little concerned about code enforcement. So, yeah, let's hear from Mr. Hart.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Please continue, Mr. Hart.
The majority of this annexation is a proposed single-family development with about 8 acres fronting on University for future commercial. These are half-acre lots with the intent of just providing city water. And what the developer would do is would extend the existing water line that's a few hundred feet, 146, all the way down to the development. And then run the water line through it. Also would build residential streets through the property. And University is currently paved in this area with a strip paving. And the other 4 tracks are owned by a couple and then the husband's 2 sisters. And they own the piece on the corner, and they've agreed to go ahead and be annexed at this time, and they would continue. Most of their property is currently agricultural use. I'd be happy to answer any more detailed questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hart. Ms. Joy, anything you want to ask Mr. Hart?
On the people that you referenced have the ag property, they're not asking for an agricultural consideration, are they? In other words, they want to be annexed just as they are currently.
Right. They are currently have in the appraisal district has most of that property currently is ag.
Yeah, I understand that. And they're just saying, go ahead and we will agree to be annexed as we are right now.
Correct.
Okay. They're not asking for, give me the right words, Mr. Atkinson.
212 agreement?
I'm sorry?
I've just lost the word, but I think you're referring to where a property can defer annexation for a period of time.
212 agreement, right? 212, is that correct, Latrell?
That's correct, 212.
212, okay. I lost the number, but they're not asking for that, correct?
That is correct. This is coming to you as a straight annexation. I believe the reference is to how the property is used and appraised for tax value, not for annexation.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hart. Council, Mr. Weaver, do you have something you want to add to this?
I just want to make sure that the council understands that upon approval tonight, you are not annexing this property.
Right.
This is an annexation agreement, which is the first step. Excuse me, there still has to be a public hearing and then a separate vote on annexation. I just want to make sure the council understands procedurally that that's where you are tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Okay. Council, other comments on this? All right. We've got a motion. I've got a motion on on the floor to approve item 814. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed by that same sign? Okay, that motion carries 6-0. All right. All right, that gets us down to two final items, and they are related. And I think what we'll do on these, before we take a motion, we likely will consider them together. But before we get a motion on them, I'm going to kick it to Mr. Atkinson, and then I think we'll go quickly after that to Mr. Koslich. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Items 815 and 816. This is kind of picking up where we left off on that most recent series of debt issuances. And if you'll recall, those recent ones were done at just a phenomenal interest rate that beat all the parameters that you had established for us as we move forward. So now we're doing that same process, beginning that same process, looking more on the general side for the COs and then the water wastewater revenue bonds. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Kostelich, and I believe we have others here to help us as well tonight. Blue?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Mayor, Council, good evening. We do have Matt Bowles and Jerry Collin with us to go through this. I'm going to run the presentation. Mr. Bowles is going to actually present. But like Mr. Atkinson said, this is the new money portion for the three projects that we identified in the budget as being debt financed. So those projects on the CO side for the citywide is 114th Street, Slide to Quaker. That's that one project that we're debt financing this year. And then on the water wastewater revenue side, we have two projects. One is a electrical line improvements out at Bailey County Wellfield. And the other project is a lining project for some of our low pressure supply lines. So with that, Mayor, Council, if you all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer those. If not, I'm going to share my screen and turn the presentation over to Mr. Bowles.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kostelich. Good evening, Mr. Bowles. I'm glad you're here.
Good evening, Mayor. Thanks for having me, sir. How are you?
Well, thank you. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year. Council, good evening. It's good to see you all, albeit in a different format tonight. Mr. Kostelich is going to run the deck, and I'll ask him to go ahead and advance it to the first page of substance, which I believe would be the fourth page there. Thank you. So there's, as I usually do, I'll start out tonight with just a very quick update and recap of the marketplace. I know we had the chance to visit just over 30 days ago with respect to the last transaction that you all did, and that turned out quite nicely, and you were able to access the market at a very good point in time, and the same holds true for where we stand today. There's a lot of information on this page, the sum total of which is that we have a new presidential administration that will be inaugurated here in the next week or so, and with that will come all sorts of new ideas and policies, but we do believe, irrespective of what some of those economic policies may be, that the Federal Reserve will continue to act in a way that they have since the pandemic started back in March. And so in saying that, we expect to see interest rates continue to operate in the range that we currently are operating in. So at or near all-time lows, that hasn't really changed a whole lot, even with the dust up of the last week and the political aspects of our economy that are currently going on. Mr. Kostelich, if you'll go to the next page. This is just some information, economic data that you may want to go through in your own time. I always include this information because I frequently get questions about what our rate forecast might look like. This is all Treasury rate forecast information as we go forward, but there's some other information in terms of commentary that might be of interest to you later. The next slide. This is the one that I end up spending the most time on because I think it tells the best story. If we just focus on the left-hand portion of this page, we recap for you the Municipal Market Index, MMD, Municipal Market Data. This is a AAA index that is published daily. It's my Dow Jones, if you want to think of it that way. We've got 3 curves that go out from 1 year to 30 years here to give you a sense of where rates are in each particular year. The gray bar is where we were. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble seeing this myself at this point. Let's just go to the good news. The green bar is January the 8th. That's the last index read we have, and you can see that it is well below where we were a year ago on January 8th, which is the light blue bar. The dark blue bar is the 15-year average. All of that to say that we are at or near all-time lows across the curve in the municipal market, and that bodes well for the new issue offering that you all are considering. The next page. And blue will just go to the next one if we can. Okay, so I like to go through this. I think a lot of citizens have probably seen this over time, and so I wanted to hit this again. The top portion of this page is dedicated to another index that we follow. This is the Bond Buyer Index. It's published once a week. This information goes all the way back to 1961, and it just continues to tell a fascinating story, and that is that since 1961, rates have been higher 99.5% of the time. All of this to, again, reiterate my focus, and that is that we really are in an interest rate environment that we haven't seen in many years, and we may not yet see again. So the idea of selling COs or revenue bonds in this marketplace is not a bad one if, in fact, that's what you all approved tonight. Blue, we can just go to the next section now. Okay, and so these are the projects that Mr. Kostelich outlined earlier in his commentary, Mr. Atkinson spoke to as well. I won't go through these, but they are going to be financed by 2 different mechanisms, one of which is their certificates of obligation, which is your tax-backed lien, which is a AA+ rated credit by 2 rating agencies. And then your water and wastewater revenue bonds will fund these 2 other projects. The sum total between the 2 financings is almost $19 million, $7.4 million for the certificates and $11.5 million for the water and sewer revenue bonds. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the preliminary information on the certificate issuance. I said it earlier, but these will be issued with ratings from Fitch and S&P that equate to AA+. And for those of you who are watching online and are constituents of the city of Lubbock, that is just 1 notch off AAA, which is perfect by the rating agency. So this is a super high grade rating. It's one that the city's worked very hard over time to attain and to maintain, and you do that by good sound policy, part of which is fund balance levels, part of it is fiscal policy established by the council. And a big part of it is making sure that you amortize your debt in a nature that is consistent with the assets you're financing. So in this particular circumstance, you're selling 10-year certificates of obligation. You can see the projected debt service schedule on the lower right-hand portion of the page. And then the middle portion of the page, I've highlighted in light blue there, all-in TIC. This is the true interest cost. 1.1178 would be the interest cost, and that has about 15 basis points of cushion in it, so it would be below 1% borrowing for 10-year paper on the certificates. We can go to the next page. Shifting gears here, these are preliminary numbers on the water and wastewater bonds. These again are revenue bonds. They're issued with ratings again from Fitch and S&P, albeit they're slightly lower, but still stellar, AA-, and that is to be expected because of the pledge for repayment of the bonds. These 2 have 15 basis points of cushion. The debt service schedule on a projected basis on the right-hand side of the page, and I've shaded this in blue as well, 1.11. So again, below 1% for this 10-year borrowing of new money for your water and wastewater system. We plan to be in the marketplace next week. With that, we will be sending information to Mr. Atkinson and Mr. Kostelich, who will relay that final pricing information to you all. And as always, we're glad to come back at a future council meeting to brief you on the results. You do have 2 items on your agenda tonight for approval. I know Jerry Kyle with Oric Harrington and Sutcliffe is on as well, and I know he's glad to answer any questions with respect to those items if you have them. And I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Bowles. Council, I'll open the floor for any questions for Mr. Bowles or for Mr. Kyle. Good evening, Mr. Kyle. Good to see you. Okay, y'all stick with us. Let's get a motion. Mr. Weaver, are you okay with us considering these together, or should we do them separately? You're muted, Mr. Weaver.
My apologies. I think you can do them together.
Okay, I just want to make certain you're okay with that.
Yeah.
Council, open the floor for a motion to begin consideration of items 8:15, excuse me, 8:15 and 8:16.
Move to approve out of items 8:15 and 8:16.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Do we have discussion, council? Mr. Atkinson, Mr. Koslich, I think I just want to, one time, I think you said this to start with, Blue, but remind folks that this is part of the budget that we adopted in the fall. And it's part of our plan. In fact, we might have done this a little bit earlier. We had a little bit of we had to back off because of a posting situation when we changed our meetings to virtual, because we have real tight requirements as to how we post these type of things. Is that accurate, Mr. Atkinson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Council, you act like you've been here a long time. There's not much, you don't have much to say. Mr. Weaver.
It's really not that. It's just that the interest rate is quite good, as usual. Looks like we're in a good time in the market, and Mr. Bowles does a good job. So we'll expect him to continue doing that in the future.
We'll make sure we get that in the record tonight, Ms. Joy.
Acknowledge Mr. Bowles and Mr. Kyle. Mr. Kyle's with us too tonight. So
yeah, we both that he does a good job, and we expect rates like this from here forward. So that's good. Mr. Griffith, did you have a point?
Well, hopefully they'll whittle it down some more next week.
Get their pencil sharper. Is that what you're saying? Okay. All right.
Good job.
Council, we have a motion on the floor to approve items 8:15 and 8:16. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed by the same sign? Okay, that motion carries 6-0. Mr. Bowles, Mr. Kyle, thank you for being with us. Look forward to seeing you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all.
Okay, Ms. Garza, I believe that takes care of our business tonight. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right. Mr. Weaver, you good with that?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I know you're drinking coffee there, Mr. Weaver. I didn't know if you were trying to, if you're having trouble staying up or what tonight with the,
Yes, it's actually not coffee, but it's it's nothing that would be problematic.
Okay. Well, you might take the fifth there,
Okay. Council, it's 8:14. Excuse me, it's 9:14. We've taken care of our business tonight. It's a great day in Lubbock, Texas. We will see you again on the 26th. Our meeting is adjourned.